After the two entered the carriage, Violet's spirit issued an instruction, and the coach driver immediately spurred the black devilish beasts that were drawing the carriage into motion. At the same time, red light flashed on the carriage, indicating that a restriction had been activated, and inside the carriage Hanli said, "Violet Spirit, there are some things that I couldn't directly ask Laning, but I know that you have some forces in the Blue Waterfall Lake. I'd like you to find out some information about a local devilish man by the name of Wu. I suspect he may be." Violet's spirit listened to Hanli's request, and a hint of surprise gradually appeared on her face. Several hours later, Hanli returned to the inn that he was staying in. He had drawn a lot of attention in the city due to his extravagant purchases of foreign devilish metal, but no powers dared to send people to spy on him as they were aware that he was a late spatial tempering stage being. After all, someone of at least the same cultivation base would have to be sent to spy on him, and no powerful being of that caliber would be willing to stoop to something like that. The next morning, Hanli emerged from the inn once again to attend his agreed meeting with Wu. He was originally very interested in the crystalline beads within the foreign devilish metal, and now that the metal was potentially tied to 5 elemental yin-yang true light, he was naturally determined to get his hands on them. Even though the foreign devilish metal provided by Wu may not necessarily contain any of those mysterious crystalline beads, the sheer amount still filled Hanli with anticipation. Thus, he arrived at the same hall as the one he had visited a day ago, and a pair of familiar devilish beings immediately greeted him in an ecstatic manner. "Please come in, Senior Han. Brother Wu is waiting for you inside." Hanli nodded in response before making his way into the hall, and the pair of devilish beings quickly closed the door before standing on guard outside in a careful manner. Inside the hall, Hanli was greeted by Wu and his subordinates, and Wu made no attempt to hide his elation as he rose to his feet before making an inviting hand gesture toward Hanli. "You're finally here, Brother Han. I've been waiting for quite some time. I haven't arrived any later than the agreed time, so you must have come here early, fellow Daoist Wu. Alright, that's enough chit-chat, let's begin the transaction right away. I hope your foreign devilish metal can satisfy me." Hanli cut straight to the chase as soon as he sat down. His brusque demeanor would most likely evoke displeasure within anyone else, but Wu was also very eager to get the transaction underway. Thus he swept a sleeve through the air to release several badges, all of which vanished into the surrounding space. A light barrier instantly appeared around them, following which Wu flipped a hand over to summon a blue storage bracelet. "Here's all the foreign devilish metal. Please examine them to see if they're up to your standards, Brother Han." He then immediately tossed the storage bracelet toward Hanli without any hesitation. Hanli was rather surprised by this, but it quickly occurred to him that Wu had most likely set up some prophylactic measures, so he wasn't concerned that Hanli wouldn't pay for the foreign devilish metal. Hanli nodded in response as he caught the storage bracelet, then pressed it against his own forehead before injecting his spiritual sense into it. Wu merely looked on in silence, awaiting Hanli's verdict. Around 15 minutes later, Hanli finally opened his eyes, but his expression didn't betray any emotion whatsoever. Wu's expression stiffened slightly upon seeing this, but thankfully what Hanli said next came as quite a relief to him. "These are indeed all premium pieces of foreign devilish metal. Here are the devil stones that you asked for," Hanli said as he produced a black storage bracelet, then tossed it toward Wu with a flick of his wrist. Wu was ecstatic to see this, and he immediately caught the bracelet before also injecting his spiritual sense into it. Mere moments later, he withdrew his spiritual sense from the storage bracelet, then stowed it away with a pleased expression. He then cupped his fist in a salute toward Hanli and said, "You are a man of your word, fellow Daoist Han. Our transaction is now complete." "In that case, I'll be taking my leave," Hanli said as he rose to his feet in a calm manner. "Of course, I'll deactivate the restriction right away." Wu made no effort to keep him, and he also stood up before making a hand seal, upon which the light barrier around them disintegrated amid a dull thump. Thus Hanli began to depart from the hall, but right as he reached the entrance he suddenly stopped and turned back toward Wu. "Fellow Daoist Wu, would you be willing to tell me where you obtained this foreign devilish metal from? I'll be willing to give you an additional third of the devil stones I just gave you for this information." Wu's heart jolted upon hearing this, and his expression changed a few times, but he didn't immediately give a response. Meanwhile, expressions of greed appeared on the faces of all of his devilish subordinates. After a long contemplative pause, Wu Yu repressed the impulsive urge to accept the offer, and shook his head in a forlorn manner. I appreciate the offer, but unfortunately, this is not something that I can tell you, so I'll have to turn you down. I see. Han Li gave Wu Yu one final meaningful look before departing. Wu Yu stood on the spot with his brows furrowed slightly with concern. Even though Han Li hadn't said anything just now, the look in his eyes struck Wu Yu with an indescribable sense of foreboding. Brother, if he wants to know where we obtained this foreign devilish metal from, then why don't we just tell him the location of our private mine? We're leaving this city anyway, so even if he wants to investigate the matter, we'll be long gone before he discovers anything. We're missing out on a huge sum of devil stones here. A devilish woman urged. It's not that simple. We have no information about this man. He is indeed not from this city, but if we were to disclose the location of the private mine to him, he could expose us to the powers in the city. Alright, now that we've received the devil stones, let's split up and leave Blue Waterfall City right away. Once we exit the city, leave this area along the routes we planned out in advance. Once we're completely safe, we'll reunite at Lion Cliff City, Wu Yu said in an implacable manner. His subordinates naturally didn't dare to offer any opposition, and all of them gave affirmative responses. At this point, Han Li was already racing along a street in a beast-drawn carriage. He was seated in the beast-drawn carriage, inspecting a piece of foreign devilish metal with an excited expression as he murmured to himself, "I've finally found it." Within the storage bracelet that he had just obtained were over 20 pieces of foreign devilish metal that contained the mysterious crystalline beads. This confirmed the notion to Han Li that Wu Yu and his group definitely had what he was searching for. If it weren't for the fact that their transaction had taken place in a very densely populated part of Blue Waterfall City, he would have captured them by force and used a soul search technique on them to find the information he wanted. However, he wasn't overly concerned about the current situation anyway. During the transaction, he had already placed spiritual sense marks on Wu Yu and his group, so he would be able to track down and capture them as soon as they tried to leave Blue Waterfall City. With that in mind, Han Li stowed the piece of foreign devilish metal away amid a flash of spiritual light, then repressed his own excitement as he closed his eyes to meditate. Time quickly flew by, and several hours later he returned to the inn. Once he emerged from the carriage, he was greeted by the sight of a rather familiar black-armored devilish being, and his expression changed slightly before he brushed past the devilish being and entered the inn. Meanwhile, a hint of elation appeared on the devilish being's face at the sight of Han Li, and he followed Han Li into the inn in a respectful manner. Moments later, the black-armored devilish being handed over an azure stone shard to Han Li in a respectful manner inside a secluded room. Han Li accepted the stone shard before pressing it against his own forehead to inspect its contents, upon which his eyes began to narrow slightly. Finally, Han Li removed the stone shard from his forehead, then rubbed his hands together to reduce it to powder as he said, "All right, I've seen everything now. Go back and tell your mistress that I'm very pleased with her work. Senior. I'll be taking my leave now," the black-armored devilish being said with a respectful bow before exiting the room. Following his departure, a cold look appeared on Han Li's face as he murmured to himself, "Hee, so he built a private mine in secret, eh? In that case, everything makes sense." The black-armored devilish being had been sent by Violet Spirit. With her status as one of sacred ancestor Lu Ji's disciples, she had a considerable amount of influence in the Blue Waterfall Lake and could call upon many subordinates. As such, it was naturally a simple task for her to investigate the origins of a spatial tempering stage being. In less than a day, Violet Spirit had identified him and gathered all of the information surrounding his private mine. In reality, it was not uncommon to see private mines being excavated in secret in the Blue Waterfall Lake. Wu Yu and his group's private mine had been opened on a mine vein of a rather low caliber, and he was a late spatial tempering stage being, so even though the other powers were aware of this, they didn't step in. How could so much premium foreign devilish metal have been mined from a low-quality mine vein? There has to be some hidden circumstances involved, Han Li mused to himself. With that in mind, he didn't hesitate any longer and made a hand seal as he closed his eyes to activate the spiritual sense marks he had left on Wu Yu and the others. With his current fearsome powers, they were naturally completely unable to sense what he had done. Shortly thereafter, a rather peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face. He could sense that most of Wu Yu's group had already left Blue Waterfall City, but there were two spiritual sense marks that were only several kilometers away and were slowly approaching him. Han Li was naturally quite surprised to see this, and he released his spiritual sense out of his room toward the direction where the two marks were situated. Moments later, Han Li was able to identify the approaching duo as a devilish man and a devilish woman. The man looked to be in his 30s while the woman appeared to be in her 20s, and they seemed to be a couple. Through Han Li's spiritual sense detection, he could see that they had just emerged from a beast-drawn carriage, and after a brief discussion, they continued on toward the inn that Han Li was staying in on foot. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li quickly guessed why this devilish couple were doing this, and he ascertained that they had most likely come here to see him. Thus, he smiled and withdrew his spiritual sense before waiting in his room. Sure enough, not long after that, the two spiritual sense marks appeared outside the room that he was staying in. However, the two of them seemed to be rather hesitant and were indecisive about how to proceed. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly, and his lips tremored slightly a few times. In the next instant, his voice abruptly rang out in the ears of the devilish couple. "Seeing as you're already here, why don't you come in?" The couple's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this, and they exchanged a glance, following which the devilish man gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go. Senior Han has already detected us, so there's no turning back." The devilish woman nodded with a wry smile after a brief hesitation, and thus the two of them entered the room. They were immediately greeted by the sight of a rather small hall, and Han Li was seated on a chair inside the hall, appraising them with an indifferent expression. "We pay our respects to Senior Han." The devilish couple hurriedly bowed toward Han Li in unison. "No need for formalities. Why have you two followed me here? Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Han Li asked. "Your wisdom is truly unmatched, Senior. We do indeed have something we'd like to tell you," the devilish man said with a fawning smile. "Go on then, I have many things to attend to, so I don't have much time to waste," Han Li prompted. The devilish couple exchanged another glance upon hearing this, following which the devilish man mustered up his courage and said, "Senior Han, does your previous offer still stand?" "Previous offer? Oh, you're talking about what I said to Wu Yu before I left, right?" "Of course it does. Are you two interested in disclosing the information to me?" Han Li asked in a calm manner. "We are. We actually know more than Wu Yu about the specific area where the foreign devilish metal was mined, as we were there in person when this batch of foreign devilish metal was excavated. If you're willing to issue the promised devil stones to us, we'd be more than happy to reveal this information to you, Senior," the devilish man replied in an elated manner. "Wu Yu doesn't know you came here, right?" Han Li asked instead of giving a direct response. "Indeed. It's not that we wanted to do this behind Wu Yu's back. Wu Yu was the one who wronged us first. We were overseeing the proceedings at the mine when the batch of foreign devilish metal was excavated, so they'd been planning to dump everything on our heads if we were to be caught. They want us to be their scapegoats, and if we hadn't overheard them discussing this by chance, we'd still be completely in the dark. On top of that, Wu Yu is only going to split a very small portion of the devil stones with us, and we're naturally unwilling to settle for this after taking such a huge risk," the devilish man said in an indignant manner. "I don't care about what happens between you and Wu Yu. As long as you provide me with satisfactory information, I'll give you the amount of devil stones I promised earlier," Han Li said in an emotionless manner. "Thank you, Senior. I'm sure the information we have will satisfy you," the devilish man immediately replied in an elated manner. "All right, then go ahead," Han Li prompted. "This batch of foreign devilish metal was excavated from the first private mine that we opened, and it was discovered by myself and my Dao companion. However, it was found at the deepest part of the mine in an extremely secluded area, so without proper guidance, it's very difficult to find the entrance to that area. We only stumbled upon it after running the mine for close to 100 years. The exact location is..." Thus, the devilish man began to disclose the information that he had, and Han Li occasionally interjected to ask some questions. After all of his questions had been answered by the devilish couple, Han Li nodded with a pleased expression and said, "The information you've provided to me will save me a lot of trouble, so I'll be issuing you the devil stones that I promised. However, if I find that the information you provided me with is false, you won't be alive to spend the devil stones. Is there anything you'd like to add?" Han Li said in a cold voice as a red storage bracelet that was filled with devil stones appeared in his hand. "Rest assured, Senior, we wouldn't dare to lie to you," the devilish man said with a fawning smile as he glanced at the storage bracelet in Han Li's hand with a hint of yearning in his eyes. I certainly hope so. All right, you can go now, Han Li said as he flicked a wrist, tossing the storage bracelet toward the couple. The devilish man caught the bracelet and immediately injected his spiritual sense into it. Upon discovering that it was filled with devil stones, he immediately extended an ecstatic bow before backing out of the room with the woman as he said, "Thank you, Senior. We won't occupy any more of your time now." After that, the couple arrived in a secluded alley near the inn and the woman asked, "Did Senior Han give us the promised number of devil stones? I didn't check it thoroughly, but it should be the right amount. Judging from how generous he was, I'm sure he wouldn't try to fool us over something like this. I didn't think that he would hand over the devil stones so easily. Looks like we won't have to use the trump cards we prepared now," the devilish man replied with an excited expression. The woman was ecstatic to hear this, but a cautious look then appeared on his face. "What do we do next? Do we leave the Blue Waterfall Lake according to the route Wu Yu had planned?" "We definitely can't stay in the Blue Waterfall Lake any longer, but we can't take the route that Wu Yu stipulated either. We'll have to go in another direction. With these devil stones, we won't have to suck up to him as servants any longer," the devilish man immediately replied, having clearly already considered this matter. "All right, we'll do as you say," the woman agreed after a brief hesitation. Thus, the two of them hailed a beast-drawn carriage before traveling toward the nearest city gate. Meanwhile, Han Li was still seated in his chair, contemplating the information that he had just received. As he was listening to the devilish man's account, he had unleashed a very subtle type of secret technique. This secret technique wasn't as effective as a soul search technique, but it was very potent for determining whether someone was telling the truth. Otherwise, with his cautious nature, there was no way that he would have handed over the devil stones so easily. As long as the information that the devilish man had revealed to him was truthful, he didn't care if some details had been withheld. Of course, he had chosen to take this route as capturing the couple and using a soul search technique on them could attract attention from other high-grade devilish beings staying in the inn, which would be quite troublesome. After contemplating the situation for a while longer, Han Li suddenly rose to his feet and murmured to himself, "So be it, time is of the essence, so I'll let him go and visit the private mine right now." Thus, Han Li immediately rose to his feet and exited the inn before hailing a beast-drawn carriage toward a certain city gate. The private mine naturally wasn't situated on the island. In fact, it was very far away, and even at his speed of flight, it would take him several days to get there. 3 days later, Han Li was flying through the air as a streak of azure light. Instead of a rippling lake, there was an undulating dark green mountain range down below. All of a sudden, a mountain that was as straight as a giant sword appeared up ahead. The mountain was over 100,000 feet tall, and appeared to be extremely majestic. An elated look appeared on Han Li's face at the sight of the mountain, and he immediately descended toward it. The azure light faded and Han Li landed on a giant rock at the peak of the mountain, then closed his eyes and released his enormous spiritual sense downward. A short while later, he reopened his eyes before making a hand seal, and a series of yellow runes suddenly appeared over his body, following which he abruptly vanished from atop the giant rock. In the next instant, yellow light flashed deep within the belly of the mountain, and Han Li re-emerged. He looked around at the dim environment, and his brows furrowed slightly as he swept a sleeve through the air to release a ball of white light. The ball of light drifted up to hover above his head, and everything around him was illuminated to be as bright as day. Even though Han Li would be able to see everything using his spirit eye ability, this was naturally far more convenient. Only then did Han Li discover that he was situated in a dilapidated mine tunnel, and that the stone faces around him were all riddled with pits and bumps. He cast his gaze forward and discovered a winding tunnel that led forward, and it seemed to be extending deeper into the belly of the mountain. Han Li swept his gaze over the surrounding area, and his attention was drawn to a nondescript piece of ore embedded into one of the stone faces. This piece of ore was of a very low value and its surface was riddled with cracks, so no one would develop any interest in it. However, a faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he appraised the piece of ore, then reached out and made a grabbing motion. The piece of ore was immediately wrenched out of the stone face by a burst of enormous power, then drawn into Han Li's grapes as a streak of yellow light. Han Li then closed his fingers around it, and it exploded into a ball of yellow light. After the light faded, A black talisman that was shimmering with faint light appeared in Han Li's hand. Hee, they're quite crafty, I'll give them that. Han Li chuckled as he swept his spiritual sense over the talisman, then stowed it up his sleeve before continuing onward. The mine tunnel that he was situated in was very long, and there were countless crossroads making it resemble a convoluted cobweb-like system. However, Han Li seemed to know exactly where he was going, taking one turn after another without any hesitation. After a short while he had already traveled 5,000 feet, then finally stopped at a crossroad. There he inspected his surroundings, then suddenly pointed toward a certain corner of the crossroads. A rock on the corner exploded and another black talisman emerged. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of azure light, which swept up the black talisman before drawing it into his grasp. After stowing away that black talisman as well, Han Li made his way into one of the mine tunnels and continued onward. It was clear that these talismans had a certain guiding effect, and Han Li was able to use them to travel toward the deepest part of the mine. Thus, through the detection between the talismans, Han Li was able to pull talismans out of various parts of the mine tunnels at regular intervals. Around 8 hours later he had already reached a very deep point in the mine, and the crossroads were becoming fewer and fewer. The pits on the walls also gradually became less and less prevalent, and at the end they became almost non-existent. However, from the ore fragments that were scattered on the ground, it could be seen that the quality of the ore here had clearly improved significantly. It was no wonder that the mine slaves were still unwilling to abandon this mine tunnel even though they knew they had already deviated from the designated route. Just as Han Li was thinking this to himself, his footsteps suddenly drew to a halt. The tunnel up ahead had been filled by countless loose rocks, indicating that someone had intentionally collapsed the tunnel. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he continued onward, and the white ball of light above his head vanished as yellow light flashed from his body, and he phased into the rocks up ahead as if he possessed no substantial form. Shortly thereafter Han Li had passed through the collapsed section of the tunnel and emerged on the other side. The yellow light emanating from his body faded, and he began to inspect his surroundings. As a result, he discovered that there was still a tunnel up ahead, but this one was far smaller and cruder than the previous ones, clearly having been created not long ago. Han Li's gaze was then drawn to a black and white shard on the ground, and he waved a hand through the air to draw it into his palm before carefully examining it. It really is foreign devilish metal. This is the place, Han Li murmured to himself as he tossed the foreign devilish metal shard aside with an elated expression. Immediately thereafter he closed his eyes and released his enormous spiritual sense toward the area up ahead. A short while later Han Li reopened his eyes, and a surprised look appeared on his face as he murmured to himself, This mine tunnel is remarkably long, and there seems to be a natural restriction up ahead that's keeping out my spiritual sense. There seem to be people in there as well. Judging from their lowly cultivation bases, they should be the mine slaves. Perhaps they can be of some use to me. After that he continued into the dark tunnel up ahead. Shortly thereafter he arrived in a small cave that had recently been excavated, and there were 3 dark-skinned devilish mine slaves with tattered clothing kneeling on the ground with horrified expressions. These 3 mine slaves each had a pair of horns on their heads, and it was clear they were of the same race. So you're saying everyone aside from the 3 of you have been slaughtered? Han Li asked with a calm expression. One of the mine slaves shuddered and hurriedly replied, Yes, Senior. We were quite alert and separated ourselves from the group in advance to hide here. Otherwise we would most likely be dead as well. I suppose it's only to be expected that they would try to silence you. I'm assuming all of the foreign devilish metal here was mined by you and your fellow mine slaves, right? Han Li asked. The mine slaves didn't know why Han Li was asking this question, but they could only reply, That's right, Senior. Alright, I have a few questions. If you can offer satisfactory answers I can save you. Otherwise you'll eventually starve to death in this collapsed mine tunnel, Han Li said. As long as you're willing to save us, we'll be sure to tell you everything that we know, Senior. One of the mine slaves immediately replied, and his 2 companions were also ecstatic to hear this. Firstly, when did you discover the foreign devilish metal, and was there anything abnormal about the mining process? Han Li asked. We discovered the foreign devilish metal here over 2 months ago. There were over 100 of us at the time, but the soil here was as hard as iron, so it took us a very long time to mine all of the foreign devilish metal in this area. As for the mining process, something did happen near the end. A few of our companions suddenly slumped to the ground while digging and were reduced to dust right before everyone's eyes, the mine slave replied as a hint of fearful reminiscence flashed through his eyes. Was it something like this? Han Li raised an eyebrow as he pointed a finger toward a black rock on the ground nearby. A green thread shot forth from his fingertip amid a flash of green light, instantly piercing through the rock before flying back toward him. In the next instant the rock was reduced to a pile of gray powder. The 3 mine slaves were horrified to see this, and the one in the middle hurriedly yelled, "That's exactly what happened to those companions of ours." Han Li nodded in response before asking, "Did your supervisors not send someone to investigate after the incident?" Someone did indeed come to investigate, but they didn't discover anything abnormal there, and nothing happened to the people who mined there after the incident. Thus, no one bothered to investigate any further as the lives of us mine slaves aren't worth anything in their eyes anyway, the mine slave in the middle said with a wry smile. So the abnormal occurrence only took place once before stopping, eh? That's rather interesting. Point out the sites where the incidents took place to me later, Han Li instructed. Yes, Senior. It's our honor to be able to assist you, Senior. The 3 mine slaves naturally didn't dare to object, and they all offered respectful replies. All right, I have one final question. Tell me if the foreign devilish metal in this area really has all been mined, Han Li said with a serious expression. Han Li's question clearly came as quite a surprise to the 3 mine slaves, and they exchanged a few glances before the remaining 2 mine slaves settled their eyes on the middle mine slave again. The mine slave's expression changed several times, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to hide their secret any longer. Thus, a wry smile appeared on his face as he replied, "Originally, all of the foreign devilish metal in this area had already been mined, but during the past few days that we've been trapped in here, we stumbled upon another area that was filled with foreign devilish metal while attempting to dig a tunnel out of here. However, the 3 of us alone naturally weren't able to mine the area, so we could only seal it up with mud and rocks for now. If you're interested, we can take you to see it." I see. I'm assuming Wu Yu and the others either didn't know about this or didn't dare to delay any longer and decided to abandon the area. In any case, I'll stand to benefit from this. Before that, show me where the incidents took place first, Han Li instructed. Yes, Senior. The mine slave in the middle felt this request to be rather strange, but he naturally didn't dare to offer any opposition. Thus, the 3 mine slaves rose to their feet in an uneasy manner before leading the way. Around an hour later, the sites of the incidents had been shown to Han Li, as had the new area of the mine that the 3 mine slaves had discovered. Your information has proven to be very useful, so I'll give you a way out, Han Li said with a pleased expression as he swept a sleeve through the air to release a vast expanse of azure light. Azure light flashed before the eyes of the 3 mine slaves, and their surroundings suddenly changed, following which they found themselves in front of the collapsed section of the mine tunnel again. After that, spatial fluctuations erupted beside them, and Han Li emerged nearby. The 3 mine slaves were both elated and fearful to see this as they didn't know if Han Li would keep his promise. Han Li paid no heed to the 3 of them as he raised a hand before raising a hand toward the blockage up ahead. In the next instant, a ball of golden light emerged from his palm, then transformed into a dazzling pillar of light that shot forth through the air. A dull thump rang out as a gust of scorching wind surged through the area, and a tunnel with a diameter of around 10 feet was blown into the massive pile of loose rocks. The edge of the tunnel was red hot, but it then quickly cooled off and turned black again. "You can get out of this place through this tunnel," Han Li said to the 3 mine slaves before vanishing on the spot in a wraith-like manner. The mine slaves were overjoyed to see this, and they all extended respectful bows toward the spot where Han Li had just disappeared before entering the tunnel one after another. The edge of the tunnel was still very hot, but the 3 of them gritted their teeth and forged ahead regardless. At this point, Han Li had already returned to the sites of the incident and drawn several wisps of green qi out of the nearby ground. After that, he carefully stored the green qi into a small vial before arriving at the hidden mine tunnel again. The green qi naturally baleful in qi, but the mine slaves that had acted as its host had all been killed, so the baleful in qi hid itself underground again and didn't harm any more mine slaves. Thankfully, Wu Yu and the others were too fixated on mining foreign devilish metal to carefully examine this place. Otherwise, if they had discovered the baleful in qi here, perhaps another twist in the tale would have followed. As for this new mine tunnel, it was actually situated only just over 100 feet away from the original mine tunnel. According to the locations where the baleful yin qi had seeped out, Han Li had concluded that if there were any 5 elemental yin-yang true light to be found here, it would most likely be under this new mine tunnel. Thus he immediately returned to this tunnel after dismissing the 3 mine slaves, then swept a sleeve through the air to release around a dozen balls of azure light. The balls of light then transformed into a series of azure ape puppets, each of which was around 10 feet tall and were giving off cold auras. Han Li issued an instruction to these puppets through his spiritual sense, and they immediately strode into the mine tunnel to mine the foreign devilish metal there. After that, Han Li pondered the situation for a moment before releasing a small golden beast out of his sleeve. It was none other than the leopard Kirin beast, and it had clearly been taking a nap in the spirit beast bracelet. As soon as it emerged, it opened its bleary eyes in a disoriented and rather adorable manner. Han Li was quite amused by this and he instructed, "Keep a lookout and don't let any outsiders come in here." After that, yellow light flashed from his body and he sank directly into the ground. Only then did the leopard Kirin beast fully understand the situation, and it immediately sprang to its feet to stand on lookout while also overseeing the azure ape puppets. All of the azure ape puppets possessed core formation stage power, allowing them to easily tear through the hard soil to extract the pieces of foreign devilish metal buried within it. It would have taken over 100 mine slaves around a month to completely mine this tunnel, but the puppets were able to do this in less than 6 hours. Thus, the leopard Kirin beast collected all of the foreign devilish metal into a storage bracelet before waiting on the spot along with the azure ape puppets. Around 2 hours later, the leopard Kirin beast was growing very impatient, but just as it was planning to take a stroll, the entire mine tunnel suddenly tremored violently. Countless rock fragments rolled down from the stone walls, and it was as if the tunnel were about to collapse at any moment. The leopard Kirin beast faltered slightly upon seeing this before immediately splitting up into several projections that shot forth through the air. All of the azure ape puppets were quickly stowed away, following which the projections combined as one again before flying upward as a streak of golden light. In the instant that the leopard Kirin beast departed, the mine tunnel finally collapsed amid a resounding boom. Countless loose rocks came crashing down, and the entire mine tunnel was instantly filled. Right at this moment, the giant sword-like mountain on the surface also quaked violently before collapsing amid an earth-shattering boom. Countless rocks of different sizes were sent flying in all directions, and it was as if doomsday had arrived. A sharp howl rang out, and a golden figure emerged from amidst the countless rocks before rising up into the air, revealing itself to be the leopard Kirin beast. The beast looked down at the collapsed mountain, and a hint of concern appeared in its eyes. Almost at the exact same moment, an explosive boom akin to a rumbling thunderclap rang out, and countless rocks erupted into the heavens like a volcanic eruption from the site where the giant mountain had once stood. The leopard Kirin beast was quite startled to see this, and it quickly swept a paw through the air, unleashing a series of golden claw projections that eradicated all of the rocks flying toward it. All of a sudden, a long cry akin to a dragon's roar erupted from down below, and an azure sword projection that was over 100 feet in length abruptly emerged from the ground. All of the rocks in its path were instantly destroyed, and Han Li appeared in midair amid a flash of azure light. His face was slightly pale, and he was holding a fist-sized green rock that was enveloped in a ball of green light in one hand, and a giant shimmering golden sword that was around 10 feet in length in his other hand. The leopard Kirin beast was ecstatic to see him, and it immediately sprang to his side before rubbing its furry head against his leg in an affectionate manner. Han Li turned and gave the leopard Kirin beast a smile as he patted its head and said, "Be careful, there's a fearsome beast down there that'll take some killing." As opposed to being alarmed by this, the leopard Kirin beast was ecstatic at the prospect of an enemy. Golden patterns emerged all over its body as it swelled drastically in size amid a loud roar, instantly transforming into a giant golden beast that was several tens of feet in length. Several enraged cries rang out down below, following which the ground tremored violently, and a yellow monster suddenly emerged. The monster had a dozen or so compound eyes on the top of its head, and all of those eyes were scrutinizing Han Li in a vicious manner. Not only was the monster as massive as a mountain, its yellow skin was riddled with rocks of different colors and sizes, some of which were extremely valuable gemstones. This is a magnetic light beast. I've heard of this type of beast before, but never did I think I would see one here. Looks like I have this beast to thank for this piece of 5 elemental yin-yang true light that I just found. This beast has been with this piece of 5 elemental yin-yang true light, so it must possess some of the true light's power. If I can capture and refine it, I should have enough materials to refine another extreme mountain, Han Li murmured to himself with a smile as he glanced at the giant beast down below, then at the green rock in his hand. Right at this moment, the giant beast let loose another furious roar, and it swept its pair of massive hands upward in a vicious manner. The pair of huge hands blurred as they flashed through the air, sending a series of white shockwaves hurtling directly toward Han Li. Han Li merely flipped a hand over as he remained on the spot, and a small black mountain appeared in front of him amid a flash of gray light. The mountain was several tens of feet in size, and it was none other than the extreme essence-fused mountain. The white shockwaves struck the mountain amid a string of resounding booms, but the small black mountain remained completely resolute and immovable. Meanwhile, the leopard Kirin beast sprang forward, splitting up into around a dozen identical projections that pounced viciously toward the magnetic light beast. The projections appeared all around the giant beast before sweeping their paws through the air, sending countless claw projections crashing into the massive beast's body. Countless balls of golden light exploded all over the giant beast's body, and some of the rocks embedded into its skin were knocked loose, but the beast itself remained completely unscathed. However, it had been infuriated by the leopard Kirin beast's provocative attacks, and it instantly shifted its attention to the projections around it. All of a sudden, a dozen or so pillars of 5-colored light erupted out of its compound eyes before enveloping the surrounding golden beast projections within them in a flash. All of the leopard Kirin beast projections were completely immobilized by the pillars of 5-colored light, and they weren't even able to bat an eyelid. In the next instant, a vicious look appeared on the giant beast's face, and the pillars of 5-colored light rotated on the spot, upon which the leopard Kirin beast projections within them were instantly sliced into countless pieces as if they were being attacked by countless sharp blades. However, all of the projections merely vanished without even a single drop of blood being shed, clearly indicating that none of them were the leopard Kirin beast's true body. The magnetic light beast had clearly also realized this, and its fury became further exacerbated as the 5-colored pillars of light erupting out of its compound eyes became thicker before sweeping violently through the surrounding space. All of a sudden, one of the pillars of light faltered, and the leopard Kirin beast was forced to stumble out of thin air. The giant beast was ecstatic to see this, and it immediately focused all of the pillars of light onto the leopard Kirin beast. The pillars of light combined as one to form an extremely thick pillar of light that hurtled directly toward the leopard Kirin beast. The leopard Kirin beast was very alarmed by this, and it attempted to flee the scene, but the space around it had become as hard as iron and steel, rendering it unable to escape in a short time. The thick pillar of light was about to envelop its body, and it began to panic as it hurriedly cried for help. In this critical juncture, Han Li's voice rang out from up above. So now you know to be scared? Even I was caught off guard and almost wounded by this thing. You're still no match for it at this point. As soon as his voice trailed off, a golden sword projection that was over 1,000 feet in length swept through the air to slice through the golden pillar of light down the middle. The leopard Kirin beast was instantly freed, and it immediately sprang toward Han Li as a golden shadow. After just a few flashes, it appeared beside Han Li with a dejected look on its face. Han Li was holding the huge golden sword in one hand and the green stone in the other, and he gave the pitiable leopard Kirin beast a reassuring smile. However, before he could say anything, the magnetic light beast suddenly flew into a thunderous rage. Around a dozen more pillars of 5-colored light erupted out of its compound eyes, and the rocks all over its body also came crashing down toward Han Li like a meteor shower. These were downright diminutive compared to the magnetic light beast's enormous frame, but even the smallest ones were as large as human heads, and the largest ones were the sizes of houses, so this was a very formidable storm. However, Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged upon seeing this, and he quickly stowed the giant golden sword away before pointing a finger at the small black mountain before him in an unhurried manner. All of a sudden, several silver runes flashed on the surface of the mountain, and it swelled to several thousand feet in size, shielding both Han Li and the leopard Kirin beast behind it. The 5-colored pillars of light and storm of rocks were all kept at bay by the gray light being released by the black mountain, and Hanli took a deep breath before opening his mouth to release a ball of azure qi, which vanished into the mountain in a flash. In the next instant, a loud buzzing sound rang out from the entire mountain, and waves of gray light began to surge out of it in a frenzy, forming a giant halo with a diameter of around 500 meters. The halo was extremely dense and descended like a substantial object. It did so in a completely silent manner, but the aura it was releasing was extremely fearsome, and all of the air around it was being rapidly dispersed. Even the sky in a radius of 5 kilometers had dimmed as a result. The extreme essence-fused mountain hadn't become fundamentally different, but as Han Li's cultivation base had become more and more powerful, the mountain itself had also become more formidable. The magnetic light beast hurriedly attacked the giant halo with its compound eyes and the rocks on its body, all to no avail, and a hint of fear finally appeared in its eyes. It seemed to be aware that it was in a dire situation, and it suddenly let loose a loud roar before slumping down onto the ground. Immediately thereafter, 5 colored lights swirled over its body, and it suddenly began to turn transparent, as if it were transforming into a translucent crystal. At the very center of the crystal was a massive ball of green light, within which was a green rock that was very similar to the one in Han Li's hand, except this one was many times larger and a lot lighter in color. Is it about to make a final struggle? This would be a good opportunity to see which one is more powerful among the legendary 5 elemental yin-yang true light and my divine essence-fused light. Han Li murmured to himself as an excited gleam appeared in his eyes. After that, more gray light erupted out of the black mountain at his behest, and the gray halo expanded drastically once again to encompass virtually the entire sky. Right as the massive halo was about to descend upon the magnetic light beast, the giant beast curled up into a ball, and a ball of piercing 5-colored light erupted out of the green stone within its body. Through the giant beast's translucent body, the light was magnified by over 100-fold, forming a dazzling disk of light that was no smaller than the gray halo, and it rose up into the air amid a sharp screeching sound. In the next instant, an earth-shattering boom rang out as the 2 gargantuan objects clashed, sending shockwaves sweeping forth in all directions. At the same time, countless gray threads erupted into the air amidst the shockwaves, and the halo and disk both vanished in a flash. Han Li was quite stunned to see this, as the magnetic light beast was only at the mid-body integration stage, yet the attack manifested by its 5 elemental yin-yang true light was able to match the power of his divine essence-fused light. This meant that even if the 5 elemental yin-yang true light's ability to fuse with all cultivation arts and abilities were to be discounted, it would still be more powerful than divine essence-fused light as a pure weapon alone. It was no wonder that the refinement method of the integrated 5 extremes mountain stated that the 5 elemental yin-yang extreme mountain would be the most difficult one to refine. With that in mind, Han Li was even more determined to slay this beast, and he immediately made a hand seal, upon which he transformed into a giant golden ape that was over 1,000 feet tall amid a flash of golden light. He then made a grabbing motion, and the black mountain before him quickly shrank down to just over 100 feet in size before being drawn into his furry grasp. He then let loose a thunderous roar, and the Provenance True Devil projection also appeared behind him. The projection's 3 identical faces were completely expressionless, and an inky black demonic eye appeared on each of its globules before slowly opening and scrutinizing the giant beast down below. All of a sudden, 3 thin black threads shot forth in unison out of the demonic eyes, then instantly transformed into pillars of black light that were as thick as human arms before vanishing in a flash. Almost at the exact same moment, Han Li hurled the black mountain viciously downward, and it also disappeared amid an explosive boom. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted in the air several tens of feet above the magnetic light beast, and the 3 pillars of black light erupted forth in unison. The small black mountain also abruptly emerged in another direction before hurtling toward the beast as a ball of black light. The magnetic light beast was naturally very alarmed by this, and it curled up into a ball again as the green stone within its body lit up with even greater radiance. From a distance, it looked as if a scintillating 5-colored sun were slowly rising up from within its body. Violent energy fluctuations were released by the 5-colored sun, and a burst of incredible power surged out of it in a frenzy. Right at this moment, the small black mountain struck the 5-colored sun amid a resounding boom, and the surface of the five-colored sun caved in significantly as black and five-colored light intertwined. Almost at the exact same moment, the three pillars of black light also struck the same spot on the five-colored sun one after another. An ear-splitting screech abruptly rang out, and holes were finally punched into the five-colored sun by the string of attacks, revealing the body of the magnetic light beast within it. However, the five-colored light around the holes that had been created surged, and the holes quickly began to seal. Han Li naturally wasn't going to allow that to happen, and he took a step forward before instantly vanishing on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted beside the five-colored sun, and Han Li re-emerged before reaching out like lightning toward the hole created by his previous attacks. The magnetic light beast clearly knew that it was in a life-or-death situation, and it let loose a thunderous roar of fury as a translucent spear then shot forth out of its body, hurtling directly toward Han Li's outstretched hand. Not only was the spear extremely sharp, it was giving off a powerful glacial aura due to certain rare stones embedded in the giant beast's body, and a burst of fearsome glacial power instantly surged toward Han Li. The magnetic light beast wasn't very intelligent, but it possessed a wealth of battle experience, and it knew that it would be able to survive this ordeal as long as it could briefly impede Han Li's attack. A cold smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and a burst of silver flames suddenly erupted from the fingertips of his outstretched hand. The flames then instantly covered his entire hand as he continued to grab toward the translucent spear. The giant flame-covered hand struck the glacial spear in a ferocious clash, but no sound or energy fluctuations erupted as a result. Not only was the spear unable to pierce into Han Li's hand, it was completely swept up and inundated by the silver flames. Within the span of just a single breath, the spear had been melted into liquid, then disintegrated without being able to offer up any resistance. Not only that, but Han Li's hand wasn't impeded in the slightest, and it reached into the hole in a flash before grabbing viciously onto the magnetic light beast's body. A crisp crack rang out as the giant hand pierced into the giant beast's body with ease before grabbing firmly onto the glowing green rock. However, right as Han Li tried to withdraw his hand, the magnetic light beast suddenly let loose a roar of agony, and a burst of enormous power erupted to lock his hand in place. Han Li harumphed coldly upon seeing this, and the silver flames burning around his hand swelled drastically in size, completely enveloping the green rock before immediately beginning to refine it. A sizzling sound rang out as the giant beast shuddered, and the five-colored sun vanished to reveal its giant body. Right at this moment, golden light flashed from Han Li's body and he swelled to close to 10,000 feet tall, then slammed a mountainous golden palm onto the giant beast's head. With Han Li's unfathomable strength in his giant mountain ape form, the massive beast's head was slammed into the ground without being able to offer any resistance. The giant beast let loose one agonized howl after another as it thrashed with all its might, frantically slamming its flailing limbs into Han Li's body, but all of its efforts proved to be futile. Han Li continued to hold onto its head in a vice-like grip. The giant beast's attacks were easily repelled amid flashes of golden light, and Han Li was left completely unscathed. Meanwhile, the silver flames burned with greater and greater ferocity within the magnetic light beast's body, while the green rock quickly began to dim, and the giant beast's struggles began to wane. Finally, after one more screech of despair, the magnetic light beast fell completely still and unresponsive. Han Li immediately raised his hand and clenched it into a tight fist before aiming a vicious punch at the giant beast's head. The magnetic light beast's head was instantly smashed into countless crystalline fragments, and at the same time, a ball of green light shot forth into the distance in a flash. It was none other than the magnetic light beast's soul. However, Han Li was already prepared for this, and he opened his mouth to release a golden sword projection, which swept through the entire area within a radius of several hundred feet. The magnetic light beast's soul was naturally caught in the scope of the attack, and was instantly destroyed. Only then did Han Li manage to withdraw his hand from within the giant beast's body, and at this point, it was well and truly dead within the silver flames. The green rock had rapidly shrunk down to a green crystal that had a diameter of only around 1 foot and was giving off a gentle green light. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he rapidly shrank down, reverting back to his human form amid a flash of golden light. Spatial fluctuations then erupted beside him, and the leopard Kirin beast appeared beside him before appraising the crystal in his hand with curiosity in its eyes. Han Li patted the leopard Kirin beast's head as he murmured to himself, I didn't think that I would obtain this much material from refining the beast's devilish core. With this much material I should be able to refine the 5-elemental Yin-Yang Extreme Mountain. The leopard Kirin beast appraised the green crystal for a while longer before suddenly yawning in a drowsy manner, and Han Li was rather amused by this. He swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a burst of azure light that swept up the leopard Kirin beast before stowing it away into his sleeve. After that, he inspected his surroundings to find that the area in a radius of over 50 kilometers around him had been severely ravaged by the battle he had just endured against the magnetic light beast. The ground was riddled with pits and craters, and the nearby mountains had all been severely damaged. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this. Even with his unfathomable powers, he couldn't cover up such a widespread scene of destruction. After considering the situation for a moment, he rubbed his hands together before raising them in unison, releasing countless balls of silver flames that enshrouded the magnetic light beast's entire body before incinerating it into ashes. As for the rest of the signs of battle, Han Li simply ignored them and flew away as a streak of azure light. This was a rather secluded place, but his battle against the magnetic light beast had resulted in a massive commotion, so high-grade devilish beings were most likely going to arrive on the scene soon. With Han Li's current level of power, he was naturally incredibly fast, and shortly thereafter he was already hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the site of the battle. Not long after Han Li's departure, spatial fluctuations erupted in the distance, and a ball of blue light emerged before rapidly flying toward the place where the magnetic light beast had just been slain. The blue light faded and a huge bird that was covered in blue flames appeared. The bird had a pair of silver eyes, and after quickly flying over the nearby area, it suddenly transformed into a blue-robed middle-aged woman. The woman had a set of ordinary facial features and wore a cold expression that matched the glacial aura she was giving off. Before the blue-robed woman had a chance to inspect the signs of battle that had just taken place, her expression suddenly changed slightly, and she cast her gaze toward another direction. Shortly thereafter, golden light flashed in that direction and a golden flying boat appeared. The golden boat appeared to be flying at a leisurely rate, but it somehow managed to cover a distance of over 10,000 feet in the blink of an eye, arriving close to the blue-robed woman. You seem to be a little late, Lu Ji, the blue-robed woman said in an indifferent manner. I'm not the one who's late, it's you who's early, Sister Lan Pu. A delightful female voice rang out in response from within the boat, following which a slender young woman emerged amid a flash of azure light. You know full well whether I'm early or not. Why have you suddenly decided to pay me a visit? The blue-robed woman asked in a cold voice. One of the two women was a clone of sacred ancestor Lu Ji, while the other was the true body of sacred ancestor Lan Pu. Neither of them paid any heed to the wreckage down below and began to discuss other topics instead. I've sent a clone all the way here, so I naturally have something to offer you in exchange for the assistance you provided me with last time, the young woman replied with a smile. However, Lan Pu's expression immediately darkened upon hearing this. We agreed that we'll no longer have any ties after I lent you my assistance on that occasion, so why are you bringing that up now? Are you trying to threaten me? Lan Pu asked with a dark expression. Don't make it sound so bad, I wouldn't do that to you, Sister Lan. Contrary to what you might think, I really did come here for your sake. Bao Hua has returned to our holy realm, and she recently endured a battle against Xianxia and He Yan, Lu Ji replied. Bao Hua has returned and she was able to battle Xianxia and He Yan? Is that true? Does that mean she's recovered her powers? Lan Pu's face immediately paled upon hearing this, clearly indicating that she was very wary of Bao Hua. I'm not sure if she's recovered her powers, but from what I've heard, she met Yuan Yen at the Devilish Origin Sea, then destroyed the physical bodies of Tianqi and He Yan during their battle. I sent someone to inquire Tianqi and He Yan about the situation, and they informed me that she's already managed to cultivate the legendary Profound Heavenly Spirit Domain using the Profound Heavenly Floral Tree, Lu Ji replied with a solemn expression. She's mastered the Profound Heavenly Spirit Domain? Isn't that an ability that only true immortals can attain? How did she manage to cultivate it? Lan Pu exclaimed. Bao Hua once discussed this with me back when we were on friendly terms. According to her, she once obtained an incomplete cultivation art for the Profound Heavenly Spirit Domain that had most likely descended into our holy realm by chance during ancient times. At the time she told me that it would perhaps be able to complement her profound heavenly floral tree, but never did I think that she would actually be able to attain a complete profound heavenly spirit domain. According to Xianxia and Xian, she's only attained a profound heavenly spirit domain of the lowest caliber, but it definitely is a complete domain. Lu Ji sighed in a concerned manner. Lan Pu seemed to know Bao Hua very well, and after a moment of contemplation she analyzed, hold on, if she's already recovered her powers and attained a profound heavenly spirit domain, why did she go into hiding? With her personality she would already be actively hunting you down to recover her position of matriarch. She's most likely only recovered a portion of her power, and she must have incurred some damage during her battle against Tianqi and Hiyen as well. It seems that great minds think alike, Sister Lan. This gives us even more reason to track her down and kill her while she's still vulnerable. Otherwise, if she recovers to her full power, you and I will both be on her hit list. If we manage to kill her, you can have all of her other treasures. I only want the profound heavenly floral tree and the cultivation art for the profound heavenly spirit domain. According to my knowledge, Bao Hua has a treasure that's extremely useful for transcending tribulations, Lu Ji said. If Bao Hua hasn't recovered her powers yet, why are you including me in this? Why don't you just hunt her down with your clones instead? Don't tell me you're doing this out of the kindness of your heart. Lan Pu harumphed coldly in response. If I could do this alone, then I wouldn't have come to find you. As I'm sure you're aware, the true bodies of us three patriarchs are all busy dealing with the major tribulation of our realm. I do indeed have 6 clones, but one of them was recently killed by Bao Hua, and the new clone is currently cultivating in seclusion, so I won't be able to use it for at least a century. 2 of my clones are currently overseeing the battle in the spirit realm, and among my remaining 3 clones, one of them is a trump card of mine that I won't reveal to anyone unless it's absolutely necessary, and another one is looking after my cave abode, while the final one is speaking to you right now. On top of that, I've heard that Bao Hua was last sighted near the Blue Waterfall Lake, and you're by far the most powerful being in this area. If you're willing to deploy your forces to search for her, we'll be able to find her in no time, Bao Hua explained. Lan Pu was silent for a long while, but was unable to resist the temptation of Lu Ji's offer in the end, and she gritted her teeth as she said, I see. In that case, I really am obligated to help you. As long as Bao Hua really is residing nearby, I'll definitely be able to find her. However, in addition to all her other treasures, I want a copy of cultivation art of the profound heavenly spirit domain as well. Lu Ji was ecstatic to hear this, and she immediately agreed, that's not an issue. Alright, I'll go back and mobilize my forces to track down Bao Hua. By the way, it seems that something rather peculiar has just taken place here. Could it have something to do with Bao Hua? Lan Pu suddenly asked as she cast her gaze over the severely ravaged surrounding area. I don't think so. It seems that a battle has recently concluded here, and judging from the residual auras, it seems that the battle took place between someone and a devilish beast. You arrived here before I did. Did you manage to discover anything? Lu Ji asked as she made a grabbing motion toward a certain direction. One of the gemstones that had previously been embedded in the magnetic light beast's body emerged from the soil and flew into her grasp, upon which she gave it a brief inspection. Whoever was here had already left by the time I got here. Perhaps it was some powerful late body integration stage being who just so happened to be passing by. We're currently in the season where bloodtooth rice is being harvested, so it's no surprise to see powerful devilish lords in the area, Lan Pu replied. Perhaps so. Speaking of bloodtooth rice, you've restricted the amount that can be sold to normal devilish beings, yet you're selling large amounts to the major powers for astronomical prices in secret. I must say I'm very impressed by your ploy, Sister Lan, Lu Ji chuckled. I have no choice but to do this. The amount of bloodtooth rice that's produced really isn't enough to satisfy everyone's needs, and I don't want to offend too many powers, so I can only resort to this to maintain a certain level of stability, Lan Pu replied in a nonchalant manner. This is definitely a wise course of action. Otherwise, you'll be making a lot of enemies for yourself if you didn't regulate the sales of bloodtooth rice. But doing things this way keeps all sides relatively happy. By the way, I have 2 disciples who just so happen to require bloodtooth rice to strengthen their bodies. Would you be able to sell me some as well? Lu Ji asked with a smile. You can have some free of charge, Lan Pu replied in a display of generosity. Lu Ji was ecstatic to hear this, and she hurriedly said, You have my thanks, Sister Lan. Alright, let's split up for now. I've also brought along some trusted subordinates with me, and they'll be able to help out in the search for Bao Hua as well. Lan Pu had no objections to this, so she replied, Alright, I'll be returning to Blue Waterfall City then. After that, she flew away as a ball of blue light, leaving Lu Ji on her own. After Lan Pu had completely disappeared into the distance, Lu Ji's smile faded, and she looked down at the gemstone in her hand with a cold expression. Her brows then furrowed slightly as if she had identified something, but couldn't decide what she wanted to do. However, it didn't take her long to make a decision, and she crushed the gemstone into powder as she murmured to herself with a cold smile, seeing as 5 elemental yin-yang true light has appeared, I certainly can't just let it slip. Looks like I'll have to hunt down the person who obtained this true light as well. After that, she flew back onto her flying boat, and countless runes surged out of the flying treasure before it flew away toward another direction. Meanwhile, Han Li was already on his way back to Blue Waterfall City, and he was appraising the first green rock that he had obtained with a faint smile on his face. As a safety precaution, he had flown around in a huge circle before returning to the city from another direction. After a short while, Han Li stowed the green rock away amid a flash of spiritual light, and it was replaced by a piece of foreign devilish metal. The smile on his face became even more pronounced at the sight of this piece of metal. This was one of the pieces of foreign devilish metal that the Azure Ape puppets had mined, and not only was there no less foreign devilish metal than what he had obtained from Wu Yu, close to half of them contained mysterious crystalline beads, a discovery that naturally made Han Li extremely excited. With such a large number of those crystalline beads, they would be able to save him over 1,000 years of arduous cultivation. However, prior to that, he had to obtain the refinement method for the baleful Yin Qi first. On top of that, he also had to purchase some blood-tooth rice as soon as possible. He had already obtained the contacts required for this from the vast Origin House, so it shouldn't be too difficult. As Han Li flew toward the city, he carefully pondered what he was going to do next, and several days later he finally returned to Blue Waterfall City, where Violet's spirit was waiting for him at the inn where he was staying. Han Li was rather taken aback by this, and he asked in a cautious manner, Did something happen? Why are you here? He and Violet's spirit had agreed to meet as little as possible in order to avoid attracting unnecessary problems for Violet's spirit, so the two of them had been keeping in touch through her subordinates. As such, Han Li was naturally surprised to see Violet's spirit waiting for him at the inn. I had to come and see you in person. My mistress, Lu Ji, just arrived at Blue Waterfall City, and she recently instructed me to gather all of my subordinates to see her, Violet's spirit replied in an urgent manner. Han Li's heart jolted upon hearing this, and he immediately asked, Is it her true body that's arrived in the city? No, it's just one of her late body integration stage clones, but even so, its powers and treasures wouldn't be inferior to those of the average sacred ancestor, Violet's spirit replied in a concerned manner. In that case, there's nothing to be overly concerned about. Having said that, why did she come here? Surely it's not for me. I don't think I've antagonized her in any way, and if she wanted to get rid of me, then she wouldn't have only sent a clone here. Do you know the exact purpose for her visit, Violet's spirit? Han Li asked with furrowed brows. The instructions I was issued weren't very specific. It seems that she wants me and my subordinates to help her search for someone in this nearby area. I'm also of the opinion that she isn't here for you, but it would be best for you to take extra care during this time, Violet's spirit said in a concerned manner. A hint of warmth flowed through Han Li's heart at the sight of Violet's spirit's concerned expression, but he remained very calm as he said, All right, I understand. As a devilish matriarch, I'm sure Lu Ji is a very cautious person, so don't contact me anymore during this period of time. Otherwise, it would be very bad for you if she discovers what you're doing. Also, I'm going to be leaving the Blue Waterfall Lake to return to the spirit realm soon. I see, then the next time we meet may be several centuries or even over 1,000 years in the future. Even with the treasures that Sister Lan provided to you, you won't be able to return to the Elder Devil realm as you please, Violet's spirit said with a slightly dejected expression. You may not have to wait that long. I recently encountered some opportunities and I should be able to make a breakthrough to the Grand Ascension stage soon. As long as I can make a successful breakthrough, I'll immediately return to the Elder Devil realm to save you from Lu Ji. During this time you'll have to fend for yourself. If anything happens and Lu Ji plans to refine you into one of her clones, Inform the vast origin house so they can relay the message to me, and I'll return to the Elder Devil realm for you right away. Han Li vowed without any hesitation. A gentle look appeared in Violet Spirit's eyes upon hearing this, and she said, I am eternally grateful for your promise, Brother Han. With your exceptional aptitude, I'm sure you'll be able to reach the Grand Ascension stage and climb to the pinnacle of the spirit realm. I'll be praying for your success. That's all I came here to tell you. I'll be taking my leave now. As soon as Violet Spirit's voice trailed off, she extended a salute toward Han Li before immediately departing. Han Li looked on at her departing figure and was struck by the urge to say something, but only managed a faint sigh in the end as a hint of dejection also crept into his eyes. 2 days later, Han Li was standing atop a peak of a small mountain near Blue Waterfall City, looking on at the massive boundless Blue Waterfall Lake in silence. It was currently early morning, so the sky was still quite dim, and the water vapor permeating over the lake made the air very moist and humid. All of a sudden, Han Li raised an eyebrow and said, Seeing as you've arrived, why don't you show yourself, fellow Daoist? Are you afraid that I've set up an ambush for you? Spatial fluctuations erupted up above, and a gray-robed man in a conical bamboo hat appeared before replying, Hee, this is quite a significant deal, so it certainly couldn't hurt to be careful. Have you brought all of the blood-tooth rice I requested? Han Li asked as he turned around to face the gray-robed man. Of course, I had to pay quite a heavy price to gather the staggering number that you requested, so I'm going to have to raise the price by 20%, the gray-robed man replied. Han Li's expression instantly darkened slightly upon hearing this. Oh, I've never heard of anyone raising the price at the point of transaction. If you want to go with the original price, then I can only give you a third of what you requested. You can't expect me to incur a loss for you, fellow Daoist, the gray-robed man chuckled in a nonchalant manner. After pondering the situation for a while, Han Li harumphed coldly in response. Humph, you expect me to believe that you'll be incurring a loss? So be it, I still have other matters to attend to, so I don't have time to waste here. I'll give you the extra 20%. However, you have to ensure that the quality of the blood-tooth rice is up to standard. Rest assured, fellow Daoist, all of the blood-tooth rice I've brought with me are of a premium standard, the gray-robed man replied in an ecstatic voice. I certainly hope so, Han Li said in an indifferent manner before sweeping a sleeve through the air, sending a black bracelet flying directly toward the gray-robed man. Oh, you're handing over the devil stones first? You seem to have a lot of trust in me, fellow Daoist. The gray-robed man was rather taken aback by this gesture, but he immediately drew the bracelet into his grasp before injecting his spiritual sense into it. Han Li merely gave a cold smile and offered no response. Moments later, a pleased look appeared on the gray-robed man's face, and he stowed the bracelet away as he said, You must be a very powerful man to be able to bring out so many devil stones at once. Seeing as you've kept your end of the deal, I certainly won't revoke on my end. Brother Fong, bring out the blood-tooth rice. As soon as his voice trailed off, green light flashed in the air even higher above him, and a green humanoid figure appeared in a wraith-like manner. The green figure sent a green storage bracelet flying toward Han Li with a flick of his wrist, and Han Li immediately drew the bracelet into his grasp before pressing it against his forehead to inspect its contents. Han Li's inspection was clearly far more thorough than that of the gray-robed man, and only after a long while did he finally remove the bracelet from his forehead. It's a little expensive, but the quality you've provided really is quite outstanding. Of course, truth be told, I've had to delay my transactions with several other buyers to gather this batch of premium blood-tooth rice, so the price increase really was necessary, the gray-robed man chuckled in response. All right, seeing as the transaction is complete, I'll be taking my leave now, Han Li said as he cupped his fist in a salute, then instantly flew away as a streak of azure light. After Han Li had disappeared into the distance, the gray-robed man remarked, To think that he's able to fly away so easily despite the flight restrictions in place. It seems he's even more powerful than we anticipated. Seeing as we couldn't target him, then we'll naturally just treat this as a normal transaction. Having said that, all of the recent buyers seem to have been very powerful, so we haven't encountered many suitable targets, the green figure replied in a cold voice. Even sacred ancestors wouldn't want to cross those major powers. The only targets that we can prey on are those from smaller powers or no-name vagrant cultivators. Not only is this man very powerful, he's been purchasing foreign devilish metal in bulk in a very blatant manner as soon as he came to the city, so he's most likely from some major power and not someone to be messed with. It's already very fortunate that we were able to get an extra 20% out of him, the gray-robed man chuckled. His origins are too mysterious for us to ascertain in a short time anyway, and Mistress Lan Pu has already summoned us to return to the city, so it would be best to avoid unnecessary trouble, the green figure replied before vanishing into space once again amid a flash of green light. The gray-robed figure lingered for a while longer, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured to himself, I have a feeling that if we had tried to target that man, we would have been left to rue the decision. After that, the gray-robed man also swept a sleeve through the air and vanished amid a flash of gray light. 2 days later, Han Li exited Blue Waterfall City on a beast-drawn carriage and traveled toward the vast Origin House again. At the vast Origin House, Han Li was once again greeted by Lan Ying, and they stayed in a secret chamber for several hours before Han Li emerged with a mysterious smile and returned to the city. On this occasion, Han Li stayed in his room in the inn for several days without setting foot outside. Han Li had issued sufficient devil stones for a month's stay when he had first arrived, so the employees at the inn didn't think much of this initially. However, the 1-month deadline quickly approached, but Han Li still showed no signs of leaving his room, and the employees were finally beginning to grow concerned. On the final day, one of the employees carefully knocked on the door to Han Li's room before making his way into it, only to find that Han Li was already nowhere to be found. At this point, Han Li was seated in a gray flying carriage with his eyes closed in meditation. Seated across from him were Daoist Xia and Zhu Xian, the former of which was as still as a wooden statue, while the latter was constantly looking around. After departing from the island, Han Li had returned to the location they had previously agreed on, and the trio had immediately set off. After flying for several days, they had already flown out of the Blue Waterfall Lake area, and that was quite a relief to Han Li. Having reaped such a bountiful haul of rewards, he was naturally planning to leave the Elder Devil realm and return to the Spirit realm. Of course, he wasn't going to return along the same route that he had come from. Instead, he was planning to return to the Spirit realm through another devilish node that the Long family patriarch had already scouted. According to the Long family patriarch, that devilish node was situated in a very secluded part of the Elder Devil realm, so there weren't many high-grade devilish beings guarding it, and the node would lead to the Wood Tribe territory in the Spirit realm. Even though the Long family patriarch and the others had already perished, Han Li was still planning to take this predetermined route. After all, he had no idea where the other nodes led to, and if he were to end up on another continent in the Spirit realm, it could take him centuries to return to the human race. The thought of Violet Spirit suddenly sprang into Han Li's mind, and his heart began to throb faintly once again. It was naturally impossible for him not to harbor any feelings toward her, and it pained him greatly to have to leave her in this perilous realm so soon after their long-awaited reunion. Of course, if she weren't being restricted by Lu Ji, he would have definitely taken her back to the Spirit realm with her and tracked down a way to expel the devilish chi from her body so she could revert back to a human body. However, as the situation currently was, his hands were tied. Thus, his mind began to stray back to the experiences he had shared with Violet Spirit in the human world, and another gorgeous figure soon also crept into his thoughts. After a long while, his expression suddenly changed slightly, and he immediately opened his eyes. At the same time, the light emanating from the flying carriage faded, and it drew to an abrupt halt. Did something happen, Senior Han? Zhu Xian immediately sprang to her feet with an alarmed expression, while Daoist Xia continued to remain seated like a statue. We seem to have unintentionally stumbled into a super formation. The formation was set up in a very discreet manner, so I failed to notice it, Han Li said with furrowed brows as he also stood up. A super formation that escaped even your notice? Could it be targeting us? Zhu Xian was quite concerned to hear this. Instead of replying to Zhu Xian, Han Li turned to Daoist Xia and asked, Brother Xia, what do you think of this formation? Daoist Xia also opened his eyes upon hearing this, and after a brief pause he replied in an unhurried manner, This seems to be an incomplete version of the 6 Extremes Azure Lightning formation. If I were you, I'd continue on toward the core of the formation. That's where the formation will be most powerful, but also the only point through which we can leave this formation. After that, Daoist Xia fell silent again. 6 Extremes Azure Lightning formation? I've never heard of such a formation, but I'm sure you wouldn't falsely identify it. Let's keep going then. Regardless of whether this formation was set up to target us, there's only one way for us to get out of it, Han Li decided after a brief pause. After that, he gently tapped a foot down onto the flying carriage, and a gray light barrier instantly appeared around it. After that, it began to fly through the air again, but on this occasion, it was traveling more than twice as fast as it had previously. Zhu Guo looked around frantically with wide eyes, trying to glean any traces of the formation, but was unable to discover anything. Don't bother looking. There's no way you'll be able to detect the formation with your current cultivation base, Han Li said. Immediately thereafter, he swept a sleeve through the air to send a golden sword projection flying out of the carriage. A resounding boom rang out as the space up ahead was torn apart by the golden sword projection, and a boundless sea of white mist suddenly appeared around them, significantly slowing the flying carriage's progress. Zhu Guo was very alarmed to see this, and Han Li explained, "This is only the beginning. If we had turned back, we would have activated even more powerful restrictions within the formation. Even so, the restrictions within this formation will begin to actively attack us soon. Even with your powers, you'll have to be careful, fellow Daoist Han," Daoist cautioned without even opening his eyes. "Thank you for the words of caution, fellow Daoist. I'll be sure to be on my guard," Han Li said as he raised both hands up into the air, releasing several tens of balls of spiritual light, all of which instantly vanished into the space surrounding the flying carriage. Those were all formation treasures, and in the next instant, a series of devilish patterns surged out of the flying carriage, forming a string of formations on its surface. After that, Han Li clasped his hand behind his back and looked on into the distance in silence. Blue light flashed within his eyes, and he was able to see some things through the layers of white mist. All of a sudden, his expression darkened slightly, and he made a hand seal while chanting something. A series of runes surged out of the black patterns on the walls of the flying carriage, instantly forming a black net of runes outside the gray light barrier. Moments later, the faint buzz of lightning began to ring out within the peaceful sea of mist. Initially, the sound wasn't very loud, but it soon escalated to rumbling thunderclaps, and azure lightning began to flash within the sea of mist. At the same time, a sea of white mist became as viscous as a swamp, slowing the flying carriage even further. Han Li harumphed coldly upon seeing this, then opened his mouth to release a burst of azure chi that vanished into the flying carriage in a flash. At the same time, azure light revolved around his feet as he injected bursts of spiritual power into the carriage. A faint buzzing sound rang out from the carriage, and the black net of runes outside tremored to disperse the surrounding white mist, allowing the carriage to speed up again. As the flying carriage accelerated onward, bolts of azure lightning began to appear around it, bombarding it from all sides like countless azure lightning snakes. Each bolt of lightning that struck the net made it tremor slightly, and with so many bolts of lightning crashing down upon it at once, the net was soon on the verge of falling apart. However, Han Li paid no heed to this and merely continued to spur the flying carriage onward at an incredible speed. Finally, the black net was destroyed by the azure lightning, and several tens of bolts of lightning came crashing down toward the flying carriage. Han Li immediately flicked his fingers upward in retaliation, and bolts of golden lightning erupted out of his fingertips, forming a net of golden lightning that kept the azure lightning at bay. During this moment of respite, the black patterns on the flying carriage released countless black runes to form another black net. Thus, despite the fearsome storm of lightning, Han Li was able to keep the flying carriage safe with relative ease using the formation and his divine Devilbane lightning. In the blink of an eye, the flying carriage had traveled for close to 10,000 kilometers, and the mist had begun to thin out, but the concentration of azure lightning was steadily increasing, indicating that they were approaching the center of the formation. Shortly thereafter, a series of fist-sized balls of azure lightning appeared up ahead, but all of them merely hung in midair in a completely stationary manner. Right at this moment, a female voice suddenly rang out in the distance. "Sister Baohua, you've already exhausted all of your tricks. There's no way you'll be able to get away now. If you surrender now, I can leave a wisp of your soul behind to enter the cycle of reincarnation." Han Li's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, but before he had a chance to do anything, the mist up ahead suddenly dispersed, and they arrived in a world of lightning that spanned an area of over 10,000 acres. Bolts and balls of azure lightning could be seen everywhere, and a portion of the lightning was currently crashing toward a ball of yellow light situated at the center. Within the ball of light was a black devilish beast that was several hundred feet in length. The beast's appearance was similar to that of a crocodile, and it had a strange horn on its head. It was wearing a suit of black scale armor, and was releasing black mist that transformed into a dozen or so giant tentacles, which were frantically lashing out at the azure lightning outside. Many of the bolts of lightning that were struck by the black tentacles were instantly reduced to nothingness, and meanwhile, there was a woman in a white dress behind the black devilish beast, seated on a pink lotus flower while making a hand seal with one hand. In her other hand she was holding a short yellow truncheon and her eyes were tightly shut. Bursts of yellow light were constantly surging out of the truncheon in her hand before injecting themselves into the surrounding ball of light to bolster it. However, the amount of azure lightning in the surrounding area was simply far too staggering, and there were thousands of bolts of lightning crashing down upon the ball of light in unison almost every single moment. The yellow light was seemingly indestructible and was able to suppress the power of lightning, but in the face of such a fearsome barrage, it clearly wouldn't be able to last much longer. As soon as Han Li caught sight of the woman in white, his pupils instantly contracted, but he then immediately caught a glimpse of two other people. One of them was a blue-robed woman, while the other was a slender young woman, and they were standing at the edge of this world of lightning. The former was standing atop a giant blue turtle with 6 azure flags hovering before her, while the other was standing on a giant golden wheel, holding a silver Buddha statue in her hand. The one who had just spoken was none other than the young woman on the golden wheel, and Han Li's expression immediately darkened at the sight of them. He didn't know who the blue-robed woman was, but the young woman was identical to the image of Lu Ji that Violet Spirit had provided him with using a jade slip. Even though she was only at the late body integration stage, he naturally wouldn't dare to regard her as a normal late-stage devilish lord. As for the blue-robed woman, his spiritual sense was unable to ascertain her exact cultivation base, so she was clearly a sacred ancestor. As such, even with Daoist's help, it definitely wouldn't be easy for him to oppose this duo. However, the arrival of Han Li clearly came as a surprise to the two women as well. The young woman turned to Han Li with furrowed brows before asking, "What's going on here, Sister Lan? Didn't you say that we definitely wouldn't be disrupted here in the 6 Extremes Azure Lightning Formation? Why didn't your clones stop these people? Do you think it's that easy to set up such a massive formation? All of my clones are preoccupied with keeping the formation up and running. The restrictions elsewhere in the formation naturally won't be as powerful as the ones here, but no ordinary being would be able to pass through them. I'm also curious about how they managed to get all the way here," the blue-robed woman harumphed coldly in response. The root issue lies in the fact that this 6 Extremes Azure Lightning Formation is incomplete to begin with. Otherwise, there's no way we would have been oblivious to their arrival. It looks like we'll have to deal with some additional trouble now, the young woman sighed. These two were naturally none other than sacred ancestor Lan Pu and the Lu Ji clone. After deploying many of their subordinates through the nearby area, they finally managed to track down Bao Hua, then spent several days to set up this 6 Extremes Azure Lightning Formation. With their understanding of Bao Hua, they were able to lure her out of her hiding place and into this super formation. Not only was the 6 Extremes Azure Lightning Formation extremely powerful, it gave off virtually no energy fluctuations prior to being activated, so even with Bao Hua's immense powers, she had stumbled into it in a completely oblivious manner. This was why the duo had chosen this formation even though they were aware that it was incomplete. After that, Bao Hua was able to find the core of the formation, but in her current state she was no longer able to use her profound heavenly floral tree. Even though she had summoned several other powerful treasures to defend herself, she was only just barely able to hold her own against Lan Pu and the Lu Ji clone. Hei was also carrying severe injuries, but he had been forced into battle as well. In this dire situation, Han Li's group had also stumbled into this formation and ended up at the same place as Bao Hua and Hei. Sacred ancestor Lan Pu chuckled coldly upon hearing this. What trouble could a mere late body integration stage being posed to us? I could easily take care of. Who's that? He doesn't seem to be a living being and his aura is slightly familiar. Lan Pu's gaze suddenly settled on Daoist as she spoke, and a hint of surprise had crept into her eyes. Have you figured it out as well, Sister Lan? If I'm not mistaken, that fellow Daoist should be the sacred crab from the devilish origin sea, which means that he must be the fellow Daoist Han who's been wreaking havoc in our holy realm recently, Lu Ji said. Lan Pu's expression immediately changed slightly upon hearing this. Han Li had forged quite a resounding reputation for himself at this point, but he still wasn't a grand ascension stage being, so veteran sacred ancestors like Lan Pu didn't think much of him. However, the sacred crab was a faux immortal puppet that had remained in the devilish origins sea for countless years, and all sacred ancestors were extremely wary of it. It's truly an honor for me to meet the two of you here. However, I'm merely passing through this place and I hope you can release us from this formation so we can be on our way, Han Li said as he cupped his fist in a calm salute. As for Daoist Xia, he completely disregarded the two women and remained seated in the flying carriage. Lu Ji and Lan Piu exchanged a glance upon seeing this, and they couldn't help but recall the rumors stating that the sacred crab had been tamed by Han Li. The two of them had been quite skeptical of this rumor, but it was clear that this Daoist Xia was currently following Han Li's lead, thereby lending credibility to the rumor. We're also quite surprised to see you here, fellow Daoist. We have no intention of attracting any further trouble, and seeing as you're just passing through, we'd be happy to let you go. What do you think, Sister Lan? Lu Ji said with a smile. Lan Pu glowered at Han Li for a while before finally gritting her teeth as she said in a resentful manner, If it weren't for fellow Daoist Xia, I definitely wouldn't let this human brat leave this place alive. If you run into me again, consider your life forfeit. It was clear that Lan Pu was very reluctant to let Han Li leave, but they were preoccupied with their battle against Bao Hua, so she had no choice but to agree. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but he heaved an internal sigh of relief. Thank you, seniors. Lan Pu harumphed coldly once again before pointing at one of the 6 azure flags before her, and the flag instantly swelled to over 100 feet tall as azure lightning began to surge over its surface. Then, Lan Pu yelled, and the giant flag shuddered as a thick bolt of azure lightning erupted out of the top of the flag amid a rumbling thunderclap. The bolt of lightning then transformed into a pavilion-sized azure rune over 1,000 feet up in the air, and the rune vanished into thin air in a flash, following which a hole that was around 10 feet in size appeared, revealing the blue sky outside. At the same time, the azure lightning in front of Han Li also parted to open up a safe path for him to pass through. Even though Lan Pu was very reluctant to let him go, once she made her decision she acted upon it in a very quick and decisive manner. Han Li was naturally ecstatic to see this, and he immediately spurred on his flying carriage into the passageway that had been opened. However, right in this instant, Bao Hua suddenly opened her eyes and said something that made Han Li's expression change drastically. Fellow Daoist Han, are you still interested in finding the small spirit sky? If I were to perish here, I'm sure there wouldn't be a second person in the spirit realm or elder devil realm that can accurately track down the small spirit sky. Han Li's flying carriage drew to an abrupt halt upon hearing this, and he turned to scrutinize Bao Hua with an intense look in his eyes. How do you know I'm searching for the small spirit sky? Have you forgotten that the little girl by your side has stayed with me for a while? How could I not know about your interest in the small spirit sky? I don't know what you're searching for in that realm, but I'm sure it's extremely important to you, Bao Hua replied in an unhurried manner. Han Li turned toward Zhu Guer with furrowed brows upon hearing this, and Zhu Guer immediately began to panic as she hurriedly said, I don't know what she did to me, senior. I was unconscious the entire time I was with her. With her powers, it's a simple matter for her to glean your memories, so I have no intention of blaming you for anything, Han Li consoled with a shake of his head, then turned toward Bao Hua with a cold expression. How do I know you're telling the truth? You can expect me to lend you my assistance in such a dire situation without providing any evidence. Otherwise, I'd rather search for the small spirit sky on my own than take such a massive risk. After that, Han Li cast a glance toward Lan Pu and Lu Ji, and as expected, they were far from pleased by this sudden development. However, both of them knew that Han Li hadn't yet made a decision about whether he was going to help Bao Hua, so they didn't do anything rash and merely appraised the unfolding situation with dark expressions. Of course, I have some evidence that I can show you. Bao Hua's lips were moving, but she wasn't making any sounds. Instead, she was transmitting her voice directly toward Han Li. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this, following which spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted up ahead, and a ball of pink light emerged before flying directly toward him. He swept his spiritual sense toward the ball of light to find that it was carrying an item, and he raised a hand to draw the item into his grasp before focusing his gaze onto it. In doing so, he discovered that this was a short, inky black stick that was giving off a faint golden luster. Han Li's mind quickly scrambled to identify the stick, but he was at a complete loss for what it could be. "Ah, that's a piece of profound astral wood," Zhu Guo suddenly exclaimed at the sight of the short stick. "You recognize this thing?" Han Li asked. "Yes, Senior. Profound astral wood is a type of spirit wood that can only be found in our small spirit sky. It takes 100 years for it to grow half an inch, 1,000 years for it to grow a single leaf, and 10,000 years for it to flower. It's the most precious wood attribute tool refinement material in our small spirit sky, and it even has a nickname of divine wood. The largest piece I've ever seen is only a precise section. I've never seen or even heard of such a large piece of profound astral wood," Zhu Guo said with wide astonished eyes. "Are you sure that this spirit wood can't be found outside of the small spirit sky? Alternatively, is it possible that you've falsely identified it and this is actually another type of material?" Han Li asked with furrowed brows. "According to the human seniors of our small spirit sky, profound astral wood is something that only came into existence by chance through crossbreeding of several types of spirit wood in our small spirit sky, so it definitely can't be found in any other realms. Many battles have been waged between our human race and other foreign races over this spirit wood, so there's no way I could mistaken it for something else," Zhu Guo said in an earnest manner. "I see." Han Li turned his gaze back to the piece of spirit wood as a contemplative look appeared on his face. Right at this moment, Lu Ji finally interjected, "Fellow Daoist Han, we won't be keeping this passageway open for you for much longer if you don't leave." A hint of killing intent also flashed through Lan Pu's eyes. "If you don't leave now, then you can stay here forever." At the same time, the giant azure flag before her emitted a faint buzzing sound, and the passageway began to tremor as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Han Li's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately said, "We're leaving." In the next instant, his flying carriage flew out of the passageway as a ball of light and quickly disappeared into the distance. Both Lan Pu and Lu Ji were ecstatic to see this, while Bao Hua's expression remained completely unchanged. Following Han Li's departure, Lan Pu pointed a finger at the giant flag up ahead, and the passageway that had been created collapsed amid a resounding boom. Thus, the entire world of lightning reverted back to its former state. Lu Ji turned to Bao Hua with a smile and said, "Looks like you weren't able to tempt him, Sister Bao Hua. If I were in his place, I wouldn't be willing to take such a huge risk either. I'm sure you're beginning to run out of magic power, so why don't you allow us to send you on your way?" Her smile faded as she spoke, and she quickly laid a hand onto the silver Buddha statue before her. A vast expanse of silver light instantly erupted from the statue, and a silver projection that was around 100 feet tall emerged from the ground, then transformed into a giant silver Buddha. Meanwhile, Lan Pu opened her mouth to expel several balls of essential qi, all of which vanished into the 5 remaining azure flags. In the next instant, the 5 small flags also swelled to over 100 feet tall amid a rumbling thunderclap, and the flags transformed into 6 ferocious azure lightning Ws, each of which was as thick as a water tank, and they pounced directly toward Bao Hua in unison. Within the yellow light, the giant crocodile let loose an enraged roar, and the dozen or so black tentacles it had conjured up transformed into giant black pythons that clashed with the 6 azure lightning Ws. A string of resounding booms rang out, and the black pythons were instantly torn into shreds. The giant crocodile immediately let loose a howl of agony, and its body began to writhe frantically as the devilish qi billowing out of its mouth abruptly ceased. It was clear that Hei had been completely dominated during that clash. Without any further impediment in their paths, the 6 azure lightning Ws reached the ball of yellow light in a flash before pouncing down in unison. Bao Hua's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and she quickly swept her short truncheon through the air. A piercing screech rang out as yellow halos surged out of the truncheon in a frenzy. The oncoming azure lightning Ws were caught up in the yellow halos, and they immediately became extremely slow and sluggish. Lu Ji harumphed coldly upon seeing this, and she immediately made a hand seal, upon which the giant silver Buddha projection reached out a single hand. The hand somehow covered a distance of several thousand feet and appeared right above the ball of yellow light, then came crashing down like a small mountain. As it descended, A burst of fearsome power came crashing down along with it, and the ball of yellow light was quickly compressed into an oval shape. Within the ball of light, Bao Hua's hand shot forth like lightning as she swept her short truncheon up into the air. Her attack seemed to be quite gentle and feeble, but the short truncheon struck the center of the silver palm projection in a flash, following which the former exploded into a scintillating ball of light. Gusts of fierce yellow winds surged through the air in all directions, and the giant palm projection was instantly torn apart along with the azure lightning Daoist, as well as the bolts and balls of azure lightning in the nearby area. Furthermore, the shockwaves continued to proliferate outward with sustained formidable power. She detonated her essence-quaking truncheon. She really is getting desperate now. Both Lan Pu and Lu Ji were very alarmed to see this, and they instantly concealed themselves into the sea of mist behind them. However, they weren't overly panicked. In their eyes, Bao Hua wouldn't be able to escape from the Six Extremes Azure Lightning formation even after detonating her treasure. Instead, she would only exhaust the last of her magic power, and after that, it would be an easy task for them to capture her. However, just as the two of them were planning to wait until the shockwaves from the explosion subsided, an earth-shattering boom suddenly rang out up above, and the entire sea of mist tremored as a terrifying aura came sweeping down from the heavens. Even with Lan Pu and Lu Ji's powers, they were extremely alarmed by this fearsome aura, and they immediately fled into the distance as streaks of light. Violent spatial fluctuations erupted above the sea of lightning, and a scintillating golden sun appeared before crashing down as a pair of thick pillars of light. The pillars of golden light instantly pierced through the spots where Lu Ji and Lan Pu had been standing just a moment ago, punching two massive white holes into space. A faint smile appeared on Bao Hua's face upon seeing this, and she mustered up what little remained of her magic power before sweeping a sleeve through the air, releasing a burst of pink light that swept up both herself and the giant crocodile, upon which both of them instantly vanished on the spot. At the same time, the pink floral tree projection behind her also disappeared. In the air above the giant formation, Han Li was standing atop his flying carriage in an expressionless manner. Just over 100 feet away from him was a massive golden crab, and it was currently in the process of slowly closing its cavernous mouth, within which residual traces of golden light could still be seen. That fearsome attack had been unleashed by none other than Daoist Xia at Han Li's behest. 1. Just going to point out, in Chapter 2018 there was an origin quake mace mentioned, and it's the same as the weapon here. It's changed now, but just wanted to mention this in case anyone else noticed. Zhu Guo was looking on with her mouth agape in shock, clearly not expecting Han Li to instruct the giant golden crab to attack the formation as soon as he left it. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face and he said, "Thank you for your help, Brother Xia. I wouldn't have been able to identify the weakest point of this formation and destroy it with a single attack on my own. If this were a complete Six Extremes Azure Lightning formation, or if I were in the formation, then I wouldn't have been able to do this either, but under these circumstances, it was quite an easy task. Just don't forget to issue me the faux immortal elixir for this," the giant golden crab said in a nonchalant manner. "Rest assured, Brother Xia, I definitely won't owe you any elixir," Han Li replied with a smile. "Regardless of how much elixir you can provide me with in the future, as soon as all of the elixir you've supplied me with to a certain point has been exhausted, I won't do your bidding any further unless you supply me with more," the golden crab said in a brusque manner. "All right, seeing as you're unwilling to compromise, we'll stick to our original agreement, but the elixir I've issued to you thus far should be able to sustain you for some time," Han Li said with a wry smile. The giant golden crab was very intelligent, but as soon as the elixir was mentioned, it would immediately become completely unyielding and unwilling to compromise. On this occasion, the golden crab didn't say anything and merely looked down with a cold look in its eyes. The massive hole that had been blown into the formation was quickly sealing, and the sea of mist down below was beginning to become concealed again. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted beside the flying carriage, and Bao Hua emerged amid a flash of pink light. Her face was pale, and as soon as she appeared she took a glance at Han Li before immediately producing a small red vial, which she tipped a pill out of, then quickly swallowed. Before Han Li had a chance to say anything to her, the illusionary restriction down below completely vanished in a flash, revealing the sea of white mist in its entirety. Almost at the exact same moment, two enraged cries rang out from within the white mist in unison. Two humanoid figures, one golden and one blue, rose up into the air above the sea of mist, and they were naturally none other than Lu Ji and Lan Pu, both of whom were appraising Han Li with cold resentment in their eyes. "We were planning to let you off the hook, but it seems that you're determined to get yourself killed," Lu Ji said in a frosty voice as she tossed her silver Buddha statue up into the air. The statue instantly swelled to over 100 feet tall, and black devilish flames appeared all over its body before converging to form a black devilish beast that resembled both a cow and a horse. The devilish beast's entire body was comprised of black flames, and it had a pair of thick curled horns on its head. It had a long black mane around its neck, and it presented a very intimidating sight to behold. Meanwhile, Lan Pu didn't even bother to say anything to Han Li before rubbing her hands together, upon which wisps of blue light surged out of her body, forming a giant mountain of ice that was several thousand feet tall around her. At the same time, the giant blue turtle beneath her feet let loose a low roar, and its body rapidly expanded to a size that was comparable to that of the ice mountain. Crimson light flashed within its eyes, and it was releasing a fearsome late-body integration stage aura. A solemn look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he immediately transformed into a giant golden ape that was around 70 feet tall amid a flash of golden light. After that, he made a grabbing motion with both hands, and his pair of extreme mountains appeared in his grasp. At the same time, golden and green light flashed on either side of him as the Provenance golden body and Immortal Zhou Xian spirit body emerged. After undergoing a complete transformation in the spirit cleansing pond, Han Li was confident that he would be able to take on a devilish matriarch clone with the assistance of his two clones. As for sacred ancestor Lan Pu, she would obviously be left to the golden crab. He wasn't expecting the giant crab to be able to kill a veteran sacred ancestor with ease, but it should at least be able to keep her occupied. A rumbling thunderclap erupted from the giant golden crab's body, and countless arcs of silver lightning instantly sprang forth. The crab then slammed two of its giant pincers together, and two balls of golden light appeared between them. Even though the balls of light weren't unleashed right away, the formidable power emanating from them was very alarming to Lan Pu and Lu Ji, and they couldn't help but falter in their attacks in a display of wariness. "Do you really want to battle me here? Regardless of the outcome of our battle, there won't be much of a chance that you'll be able to capture Senior Bao Hua," Han Li said. He cast a quick glance toward Bao Hua. He didn't know what type of pill that Bao Hua had just taken, but during this brief period of respite, a hint of color had returned to her cheeks, and her magic power fluctuations had also somewhat recovered. "Even if there's only a sliver of a chance, we can't afford to let it slip. If you don't want to perish in this battle that doesn't even concern you, you can still leave now and we won't stop you. We can even get in touch with Yuan Yen and tell him to withdraw the immortal vanquishing order that he issued so you can return safely to the spirit realm. Otherwise, even if you can survive this battle, I'll be issuing an additional immortal vanquishing order against you," Lu Ji threatened. "I've already chosen to become involved, so I certainly won't back down now. As for the immortal vanquishing order, one has already been issued against me, so there's no reason to fear a second one," Han Li said in an indifferent voice. He had already decided to return to the spirit realm, so he naturally wasn't concerned about the threat that was being raised. With his current powers, even if he couldn't defeat the true body of a devilish patriarch, there was still a good chance that he would be able to ensure self-preservation. "All right, seeing as you're determined to meddle in this affair, I'm going to keep you here even if it means I have to sacrifice this clone. Sister Lan, you face the golden crab for now. I'll unleash a secret technique to trap them here, and we can kill them once your clones arrive," Lu Ji said as a hint of killing intent flashed through her eyes. "All right, my clones and subordinates will get here in 10 minutes at most," Sacred Ancestor Lan Pu replied in a cold voice before raising her hands and slowly thrusting them toward the giant golden crab. The ice mountain around her instantly disintegrated into specks of blue light that vanished into thin air, but in the next instant, the specks of blue light appeared all around the giant golden crab before forming an ice mountain again to trap the crab within. Meanwhile, the huge blue turtle beneath Lan Pu's feet opened its mouth to expel a burst of white qi, which wound itself around the ice mountain like a rope several times in a flash, thereby further bolstering the mountain. Instead of directly facing the giant golden crab in battle, Sacred Ancestor Lan Pu was intending to merely temporarily trap it. Right at this moment, Lu Ji made a hand seal, and the giant silver Buddha before her thrust its hands toward both Han Li and Bao Hua. The black fiery devilish beast behind it opened its cavernous mouth, releasing a wall of black flames over 1,000 feet tall that swept directly up into the air. Bao Hua and Han Li were situated right under the black wall of flames, and Han Li harumphed coldly upon seeing this before preparing to toss his pair of extreme mountains up into the air. At the same time, the two clones beside him were also preparing for battle. However, right at this moment, Bao Hua suddenly heaved a forlorn sigh. As she did so, she raised a hand and gently blew out a ball of pink light. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the ball of light was comprised of countless runes, each of which was the size of a grain of rice. The ball of runes only rotated on the spot for a brief moment before exploding on its own, and countless runes began to dance through the surrounding air like pink flower petals, creating a spectacular sight to behold. A wisp of green light flashed at the very center, then blurred before transforming into a small green tree that was around a foot tall, and it quickly began to expand at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. Within the span of a single breath, it had grown to become a full-size tree, and its roots had fused as one with Bao Hua's hand. The tree's leaves were glowing with faint green light, and it could be seen that it was constantly absorbing magic power from within her body. At the same time, the tree suddenly blurred and specks of pink light began to appear all over its branches, then instantly transformed into countless flower buds. A rich floral scent instantly wafted through the entire space, and the area within a radius of over 10,000 feet had been transformed into a sea of pink, as if it had become an individual world of its own. What was even more incredible was that the ice mountain, white chi, silver palms, and wall of fire were all instantly destroyed within the sea of pink light with a casual wave of Bao Hua's hand. Profound heavenly spirit domain. Lu Ji exclaimed as her heart immediately sank. So this is the profound heavenly spirit domain. It truly does possess unfathomable power. However, you currently shouldn't possess the ability to activate your profound heavenly floral tree. Could it be because of that pill you just took? Lan Pu asked as a hint of amazement flashed through her eyes. Indeed, the pill I just took is able to stimulate my potential to a certain extent, thereby allowing me to release the profound heavenly spirit domain again, Bao Hua replied in a calm voice. So what? In your current state, you'll only be able to unleash one or two more attacks with the profound heavenly spirit domain at most before it falls apart. Lu Ji said in a cold voice. Even a single attack will be enough. There's no way you'll be able to oppose fellow Daoist Xie and fellow Daoist Han after I severely wound you, Bao Hua said in a nonchalant manner. Quit bluffing, Sister Bao Hua. Do you really think I can't tell that you're already a spent force? If you really do unleash one final attack with this domain, not only will you exhaust all of your remaining magic power, the severity of your injuries will be exacerbated by several-fold. There's no way you'd be willing to do something like this. Don't forget that you're a member of our holy race. If you fall into the hands of that human brat in a completely powerless state, you know what's going to happen to you, Lu Ji said as a cold look flashed through her eyes. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this, but his expression remained completely unchanged. I could say the same to you too. You've only sent a clone here, but don't forget that Lan Pu is here in her true body. If you force me to unleash this final attack, I'll be sure to direct its power toward Lan Pu, and there would at least be a 30% to 40% chance that you'll perish. Would you dare to make this gamble, fellow Daoist Lan? Bao Hua asked with a calm smile. Is that a threat? Lan Pu asked as her expression darkened drastically. Perhaps so. How will you respond to it? Will you risk being killed and attack me alongside Lu Ji's clone or settle this matter peacefully? Bao Hua continued. A hesitant look appeared on Lan Pu's face upon hearing this. Lu Ji's heart sank slightly at the sight of Lan Pu's expression, and she hurriedly interjected, Don't tell me you're actually being fooled by Bao Hua's bluff, Sister Lan. Setting aside whether she even has the power to unleash an attack with the profound heavenly spirit domain, even if she were capable of this, you and I will definitely be able to handle the attack together. With the intervention of the golden crab and that human brat, our chances of securing victory had already dropped to only around 50%. Now that Bao Hua has released her profound heavenly spirit domain, our chances have slipped even further to only around 10% to 20%. I don't think it's wise to gamble on such bad odds. If your true body were here, perhaps I would be willing to take a risk with you, but as things currently are. Lan Pu's voice trailed off here as she shook her head, but it was already quite clear what her intentions were. But if we let Bao Hua go, she'll come back for us once she recovers her powers, and you and I will both be in grave danger. Lu Ji urged. Our holy realm is currently in the midst of its tribulation, so who knows what things are going to be like in the future? On top of that, I'm not far away from my next heavenly tribulation. I'm not going to risk jeopardizing my chances of transcending that tribulation by taking a risk here, Lan Pu harumphed coldly in response. But if we can kill Bao Hua, you'll receive a copy of the profound heavenly spirit domain cultivation method and Bao Hua's lightning ward tag. You won't have to fear your future tribulation then. I understand what's at stake here, but it would be downright insane to take such a massive risk with such terrible odds. I've already made my decision and instructed my clones not to come here. If you still insist on battling them, then you can do it on your own. Bao Hua, release me from your profound heavenly spirit domain, Lan Pu said in a calm manner. Lu Ji's expression darkened even further upon hearing this. You've made a wise choice, fellow Daoist Lan, Bao Hua said as the tree in her hand shuddered slightly, and Lan Pu found her surroundings abruptly blur before she was teleported out of the profound heavenly spirit domain. After taking one last glance at Bao Hua and Han Li as well as the Lu Ji clone, Lan Pu immediately turned and flew away as a streak of blue light without any hesitation. Lu Ji could see that the situation had become hopeless for her, and she gritted her teeth as she said, "All right, I'll concede on this occasion. Let me out of your profound heavenly spirit domain, Bao Hua." You think I'd just let you leave? A hint of killing intent flashed through Bao Hua's eyes. Right at this moment, Han Li suddenly said, "Let her go." Bao Hua was rather taken aback to hear this, but a thought then immediately occurred to her and she smiled as she agreed, "All right, she's just a clone anyway. Seeing as you want to let her go, I'd be happy to oblige." After that, the tree that she was holding instantly vanished into her body as a ball of pink light, and the pink world around them also faded into nothingness. Lu Ji couldn't help but turn toward Han Li with a perplexed expression, clearly befuddled by Han Li's unexpected gesture. However, it would clearly be inadvisable for her to linger in this place for any longer, so she could only repress her curiosity and also fly away after giving Han Li a parting smile. Han Li and Bao Hua looked on as she departed, and the former heaved an internal sigh. Under normal circumstances, he definitely wouldn't have missed such an ideal opportunity to kill a sacred ancestor clone. In fact, he would have most likely joined in on the act. However, he didn't dare to do anything to this Lu Ji clone for the sake of Violet Spirit. If too many of Lu Ji's clones were to be destroyed, perhaps it wouldn't be long until Violet Spirit would have to fill in for one of them. As such, Han Li naturally wasn't going to take this risk, and he was also doing Lu Ji a favor here, which would hopefully make it easier for him to negotiate with her when he returned for Violet Spirit in the future. "Let's go, Brother Xia. Those two may have retreated for now, but if they suddenly turn back, Senior Bao Hua won't be able to take a second heavenly soul pill," Han Li said. The giant golden crab nodded before reverting back into its human form amid countless bolts of silver lightning. After that, he immediately flew onto one corner of the flying carriage. "You know of the heavenly soul pill?" Bao Hua was rather taken aback to hear this. "Of course I'm aware of it. I've tried to refine the pill for myself in the past, but I've been unable to find several of the ingredients required, so I could only give upon on it. However, I know of the effects of the pill. After nullifying all of the oncoming attacks with your profound heavenly spirit domain, you most likely wouldn't have been able to muster up a second attack, so you were only bluffing just now, right?" Han Li chuckled. "That heavenly soul pill was something that I stumbled upon by chance, not something that I refined. As for whether I possess the power to unleash a second attack, that's up to your imagination," Bao Hua replied in an indifferent manner before also flying onto Han Li's flying carriage and stood only several feet away from him. Han Li was quite startled by this, but he didn't take any evasive measures and merely spurred the flying carriage into motion. A day later, the flying carriage was hovering in the air above a lush forest, and Han Li was standing on the carriage, pondering something with a solemn expression. At this point, Bao Hua was already gone. "Senior, is the information provided to you by Senior Bao Hua authentic? Will we be able to find an entrance to the small spirit sky using the method she provided?" Zhu Guer asked in a careful manner. Following her ordeals in the Elder Devil realm, she was naturally feeling very homesick. "The information is most likely genuine," I'm sure someone of her status wouldn't lie about something like this, Han Li replied with a reassuring smile. Zhu Guo was ecstatic to hear this, and a joyful smile appeared on her face. That's great. I'll be able to return home one day then. But Senior Han, are you really just going to let her go like this? Are you saying I should take her with me back to the spirit realm? Han Li asked as he raised an eyebrow. Zhu Guo shook her head as she replied, No, but in her current state I'm sure you would have been able to kill her. Do you really think I didn't want to do that? I simply lack the confidence to do so. She was once a devilish matriarch. Who knows if she has some life-saving trump cards up her sleeve. I have no interest in losing my life over something like this, Han Li said with a wry smile. Zhu Guo stuck out her tongue in a sheepish display upon hearing this before falling silent. The other reason I let Bao Hua go is that I don't want to continue to be caught up in her mess. Even though Lu Ji and Lan Pu retreated earlier, there's a very good chance that they'll come after Bao Hua again. Even though I foiled their plans, I'm sure they'd prioritize hunting down Bao Hua over coming after me. After that ordeal, Bao Hua will only become more cautious, and it'll be very difficult for Lu Ji and Lan Pu to corner her again, Han Li explained in a calm voice. Zhu Guo's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. Your wisdom is truly unmatched, Senior Han. We can take advantage of their conflict that they're preoccupied with to return to the spirit realm. Meanwhile, Daoist Xie remained standing in one corner of the flying carriage in complete silence. Let's continue onward. I'm assuming Lu Ji and Lan Pu will go after Bao Hua, but it's not entirely impossible for them to come after us instead, Han Li said as he injected his magic power into the flying carriage again, and it began to fly toward the edge of the forest. Meanwhile, countless kilometers away, Bao Hua was standing on the peak of a nondescript mountain. Her complexion had returned to normal, and there were no signs to indicate that she was injured in any way. Standing behind her was the black-armored Hei. His aura was rather feeble and his complexion was quite pale, but he was still standing tall like an immovable stone pillar. The two of them stood on the mountain peak for over an hour without displaying any intention of leaving, seemingly waiting for something. After almost another hour had passed, spatial fluctuations erupted in the distance, and a gust of yellow wind swept toward the mountain. Bao Hu's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and in the next instant, the yellow winds subsided, revealing a humanoid figure that was enshrouded in yellow light. I pay my respects to Mistress Bao Hua. I came here as quickly as I could, but I was still late by one day. Please forgive me for my tardiness, the yellow figure said in a fearful manner as he extended a deep bow toward Bao Hua. You're not to blame. I originally had something else that I wished to discuss with you, and I didn't think that I would fall into Lu Ji and Lan Pu's trap. I'm going to have to hide in your abode for now. Your cultivation base has improved quite significantly since the last time I saw you. You're only one step away from becoming a sacred ancestor, Bao Hua remarked in an indifferent voice. If you hadn't saved me all those years ago, I'd already be dead. It's an honor for me to be serving to you, mistress. Lu Ji and Lan Pu are a pair of wily old foxes, but they definitely wouldn't suspect me. During these past years, I've intentionally been expressing constant hostility toward you, and I've always been on very good terms with those two, the yellow figure said in a respectful manner. Looks like I made the right choice to summon you here. Let's go to your cave abode. I'm sure Lu Ji and Lan Pu wouldn't give up so easily, Bao Hua said with a faint smile. Yes, mistress. Please come and rest on this flying treasure of mine. I'll take care of anyone we encounter along the way, the yellow figure replied as he raised a hand to release a medium-sized flying boat. The boat was as pristine white as jade and was extremely intricately crafted. The identity of the boat's owner was also depicted through several extremely eye-catching golden devilish characters on one side of the boat. Bao Hua took a glance at the flying boat before giving a pleased nod, then flew into the cabin on the boat with Hei, upon which both of them began to meditate. Even though some time had passed since their last battle, both of them were severely taxed and injured, so they naturally had to make use of all the time they possibly could to rest and recover. The yellow figure also flew onto the boat, following which it flew away as a streak of white light, vanishing into the distance after just a few flashes. Less than half a day later, spatial fluctuations erupted atop the same hill, and 5 people emerged out of thin air, 2 of which were none other than Lan Pu and the Lu Ji clone. The 2 people beside Lan Pu bore a strong resemblance to her, and both of them were wearing robes of the same style, although one was red while the other was yellow. Behind Lu Ji stood a short dwarf-like man in a set of Daoist robes. He had a long goatee that was around half a foot in length and a red wooden sword strapped to his back. As soon as the five of them emerged, Lan Pu swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a ball of white light, within which was a small white leopard. The leopard quickly flew around the mountain peak, sniffing around with its nose before flying back to Lan Pu and uttering a string of cries. So Bao Hua really was here. On top of that, there was someone else with her aside from that black crocodile, Lan Pu said in a solemn voice as she stowed the small leopard away. There was someone else. Could it be that the human brat came back to meet Bao Hua? Lu Ji asked as her expression darkened slightly. It's not him. My spirit detection leopard would have been able to identify his aura. Whoever it was, they used some type of secret technique to conceal their aura. But my spirit detection leopard was still able to sense a faint residual aura that's somewhat familiar. So it should be someone I've met before, Lan Pu replied. Someone you've seen before? That means they're most likely one of Bao Hua's past allies from our holy realm. In that case, it'll be quite troublesome to track her down, the short Daoist priest standing behind Lu Ji said in a concerned manner. Due to his short stature and long goatee, his appearance was rather comical, but everyone took him very seriously and Lan Pu replied in an earnest manner. Rest assured, fellow Daoist Fu, Bao Hua activated her profound heavenly spirit domain earlier, so she would have been taxed even further, and there's no way she'd be able to recover her powers in the near future. As long as she hasn't left our holy realm, it's not a matter of concern that she's hidden herself somewhere. She must currently be in hiding with the new person who's appeared, and the fact that her ally was able to arrive here so quickly indicates that they're most likely a high-grade devilish being in the nearby area. I should be able to track them down with an exhaustive search. Indeed, Sister Lan. Fellow Daoist Fu is my most trusted subordinate, and his powers are no lesser than those of this clone of mine. On top of that, you've brought along two of your most powerful clones as well, so there's no way Bao Hua will be able to escape from us again. This time we have to make sure to hunt her down no matter what. Who do you plan on investigating first, Sister Lan? This is an extremely important matter, so I'd rather employ a guilty until proven innocent system rather than risk letting the culprit run free, Lu Ji said as a cold look appeared in her eyes. We'll naturally have to start with those who've had some ties to Bao Hua in the past. They'll be the prime suspects, Lan Pu immediately replied, having clearly already considered this subject. I'll have to trouble you to deploy more of your subordinates to temporarily shut down the teleportation formations in the important cities in this nearby area. Without any teleportation formations available, even if Bao Hua were to try and escape, she wouldn't be able to get very far, Lu Ji suggested. That's a good idea. I'll have it arranged right away. I have some connections with all of those who are in power in the nearby cities, and they should heed my call. Of course, if you were to apply pressure to them as a devilish matriarch, they would be even more inclined to follow our instructions, Lan Pu replied. That's not an issue. I'll enclose my own message with the messages that you'll be sending out to those cities, Lu Ji immediately agreed. Alright, then let's set everything into motion right away. There's a devilish lord residing near this area who's a very prominent suspect. We'll begin our investigation with him. Hopefully we'll find Bao Hua in his cave abode, Lan Pu said as a frosty tone crept into her voice. After that she swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of blue light, and all five of them vanished on the spot. Half a year passed by in the blink of an eye. On an undulating mountain range situated in a secluded region of the Elder Devil realm, there was a mountain that was surrounded by walls that were over 1,000 feet tall. This was a stronghold that spanned an area in excess of 5 kilometers, and resembled a small city. Standing atop the walls were groups of armed patrols, and judging from the lights of different colors flashing around the stronghold, it was clear that many formations and restrictions had been set up within it. High up above the stronghold was a vast expanse of black devilish clouds, from within which astonishing energy fluctuations were being released. Zhuguar was situated on a small mountain close to 100 kilometers away, staring into a copper mirror before her in a stunned manner. Has there been some type of mistake, Senior Han? Didn't you say that this node would only be loosely guarded? The image on the surface of the copper mirror depicted none other than the giant stronghold, as well as the area around it. Han Li was also appraising the copper mirror and he said, "That is indeed rather strange. According to the Long family patriarch, this passageway shouldn't be one that's heavily guarded. Either he was lying from the very beginning or something happened to make the devilish beings take this place more seriously. If you ask me, I believe the latter to be more likely. How are you so sure, Senior Han? Zhu Guo asked in a curious manner. Meanwhile, Daoist was standing off to the side with his hands clasped behind his back. Even from such a long distance away, he was casting an intrigued gaze toward the stronghold as if it were situated right before his eyes. It's quite simple. The walls around the stronghold are very tall, but judging from the state of the bricks, they were only constructed within the past 20 years, by which time we had already entered the Elder Devil realm, so this shouldn't be a trap laid by the Long family patriarch, Han Li replied. I see, I didn't notice that. In that case, should we search for another passageway? Zhu Guo asked in a concerned manner. There's no need for that. Even the nearest spatial passageway to this one is several months away, and many mishaps could happen during that time. Generally speaking, even these massive strongholds will only be guarded by several devilish lords at most, and that won't be enough to stop us. The only matter of concern is the formations set up near the stronghold. If we were to be delayed by them, then it wouldn't be very easy to escape, Han Li said with furrowed brows. Back when he had first entered the Elder Devil realm, he had 9 other body integration stage beings with him, which was why they had been able to eradicate the restrictions in an instant to force their way into the passageway. However, he was now the only one left, and this stronghold was far more massive than the one they had infiltrated in the past, so the formation set up here naturally had to be more powerful as well. The concern on Zhu Guo's face became even more pronounced upon hearing this, but she naturally didn't have any good ideas either. Right at this moment, Daoist suddenly said, "If you think these formations are rather troublesome, I have a secret technique that can help you instantly eradicate all of them." Is that true? I would be truly grateful to you, Brother Shi. Han Li was ecstatic to hear this. There's no need to thank me. In order to unleash this secret technique, I'll have to use up close to half of the elixir you issued to me, so think about whether you'd like me to go ahead. Daoist replied in an expressionless manner. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this before immediately replying, "That's not an issue. All I want is to be able to return safely to the spirit realm." With that mysterious small vial at his disposal, he naturally wasn't concerned about this. "In that case, I'm ready when you are. Also, it's extremely taxing for me to use this ability, so my cultivation base will plummet significantly for a certain period of time after I use it. If we were to encounter any powerful enemies, I'd only be able to ensure self-preservation, so I won't be able to assist you much," Daoist replied. Han Li's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this, and he carefully pondered the situation before reaffirming his own decision. "I'm capable of taking care of normal high-grade devilish beings on my own, and it's not easy to run into Grand Ascension stage sacred ancestors." Daoist merely nodded in response and remained silent. Thus, they began to carefully formulate a specific plan for how they were going to execute the infiltration. Night finally arrived, and a series of balls of white light appeared on the walls of the stronghold to illuminate the darkness. Han Li was seated on the ground, and after ascertaining that not much had changed in the fortress compared to daytime using his spiritual sense, he stood up and sprang into action. Daoist swept a sleeve through the air to release a vast expanse of silver light, which swept up Han Li and Zhu Guo, and the trio instantly vanished into thin air. A short while later, Han Li's trio reappeared amid a flash of silver light in the air close to 10 kilometers away from the stronghold, and as soon as Han Li emerged, he raised a hand to summon the gray flying carriage again. Zhu Guo immediately flew onto the carriage in an obedient manner, while Daoist sat down in midair with his legs crossed. He made a grabbing motion and 2 arrows appeared in his hand, 1 golden and 1 silver. The pair of arrows then began to rapidly revolve, transforming into a pair of balls of light. At the same time, Daoist's aura was almost completely concealed and countless dark green spirit patterns appeared all over his entire body, creating a very peculiar sight to behold. Bursts of Buddhist chants rang out from within the 2 balls of light formed by the arrows, and wisps of golden and silver light were quickly released before converging above his head. A golden and silver ball of light with a diameter of around 10 feet quickly appeared, and it continued to expand rapidly. The devilish guards on the walls of the stronghold had naturally discovered them right away, and the alarm was immediately raised while a group of around 40 devilish guards began to fly directly over to Han Li, Han Li merely remained on the spot in a completely still manner, displaying no intention to stop the approaching guards. Moments later, the group of devilish guards arrived and their leader yelled from afar, "Who are you? Don't you know that this is a restricted area where loitering is prohibited?" "Restricted area? My apologies, but not only are we going to loiter here, we're planning to take a look inside as well," Han Li replied with a nonchalant smile. "What? How dare you? Hold on, what is that man doing? Wait, your cultivation bases." The leader of the guards was initially furious upon hearing this, but his fury quickly gave way to shock as he swept his spiritual sense toward Han Li and Daoist Xia. However, before he had a chance to do anything, Daoist Xia's body shuddered slightly, and the two arrows before him instantly vanished into thin air, while the huge ball of light above him exploded amid a resounding boom. Countless specks of golden and silver light were released in the wake of the explosion, and they were all possessed golden and silver runes. The runes swept through the air like a torrential downpour, illuminating the entire sky as it hurtled directly toward the stronghold. The devilish guards up ahead were the first to be struck by the storm of runes, and all of them were instantly destroyed amid howls of anguish. A series of formations appeared around the stronghold in unison in the face of this storm of runes, and lights of different colors surged through the air alongside violent energy fluctuations. However, the golden and silver runes were able to easily pierce through the restrictions, and within the span of just a few breaths, all of the restrictions were in tatters. After releasing the ball of golden and silver light, Daoist Xia's face paled significantly, and his aura plummeted straight out of the Grand Ascension stage. "Let's go!" Han Li immediately yelled as he entered the flying carriage, followed closely by Daoist Xia. Han Li then took a deep breath, and he mustered up all of the magic power within his body before injecting it into the flying carriage underfoot. The carriage shuddered slightly before screeching through the air as a streak of azure light, flying so quickly that only a faint azure shadow could be seen flashing through the night sky. The remnants of the restriction around the stronghold were clearly unable to stop the flying carriage, and it quickly flew into the stronghold before hurtling toward the devilish cloud up above. The entire stronghold had been plunged into complete turmoil at this point, and countless armored devilish beings rose up into the air. However, most of them were unable to even detect the presence of Han Li and the others, and only the deity transformation stage and spatial tempering stage high-grade devilish beings were able to discover the flying carriage. All of them immediately tried to intercept the carriage, but there was no way they'd be able to catch up to it with their speed. Right at this moment, several particularly powerful auras emerged from within the stronghold, and a ball of green flames, a gust of black wind and a streak of crimson light shot forth in unison. It was clear that the devilish lords in the stronghold had finally become involved. However, Han Li paid no heed to this and continued to fly toward the black devilish cloud up above, then immediately rubbed his hands together before raising them up into the air. Countless balls of golden light erupted out of his palms amid a string of rumbling thunderclaps, then instantly disappeared into the cloud. In the next instant, an earth-shattering boom erupted within the cloud, accompanied by flashes of countless arcs of lightning. The devilish cloud was no match for the golden lightning, and a massive area of empty space was instantly blasted into it. The flying carriage continued on toward the center of the devilish cloud without pause like a shooting star. Due to the large section of the cloud that had been dispersed, a giant passageway with a diameter of around 500 meters had been revealed. Right at this moment, two cold voices rang out from either side of the flying carriage. "Prepare for trouble. Make it double." As soon as the voices trailed off, a bolt of black lightning that was over 100 feet in length erupted out of one side of the black cloud amid a loud thunderclap, hurtling directly toward the flying carriage as a lightning double. Meanwhile, a giant green sword projection emerged from the cloud on the other side before also sweeping toward the carriage. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. Even though both of the assailants were still concealed within the mist, it was clear from their attacks that they were no ordinary devilish lords. Of course, these attacks weren't enough to pose a threat to him. He immediately swept a sleeve through the air while pointing at the green sword projection with his other hand. A thick bolt of golden lightning erupted out of his sleeve amid a rumbling thunderclap, while a streak of sword chi shot forth out of his fingertip. He was fighting lightning with lightning and sword with sword. The four clashed and bursts of piercing light erupted forth, then quickly faded in unison. It seemed that the attacks were all evenly matched. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this, and the two devilish beings concealed within the cloud were also very astonished. The attacks unleashed by the pair of devilish beings seemed to be quite ordinary, but they were actually imbued with incredible power. The Black Lightning was one of the Elder Devil Realm's 4 types of divine lightning, and it possessed extremely potent corrosive power, able to instantly erode the average treasure. As for the Azure Sword projection, that was a bonded ability that the other devilish being had cultivated for close to 10,000 years, and it was capable of slicing through the average flying sword with ease. However, Han Li had instantly nullified both of their attacks, seemingly with ease, and that naturally came as quite a shock to the pair of devilish beings. Han Li had no intention of lingering here, and he stabilized the flying carriage, which was shuddering slightly from the shockwaves resulting from the explosions, before it continued to fly toward the massive passageway. The two high-grade devilish beings were infuriated to see this, and they instantly cast their bewilderment aside before attacking again. On this occasion, countless arcs of black lightning sprang forth from one side of the cloud, while a sword projection that was 5 times larger than the previous one emerged from the other side. The two attacks had been unleashed virtually in unison, and instead of being directed toward Han Li, they had been aimed at the entrance to the passageway, thereby instantly sealing it. If the flying carriage wanted to enter the passageway, then it would have to pierce through the attacks. As opposed to being alarmed by this, a cold smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he instantly transformed into a giant golden ape that was several tens of feet tall amid a flash of golden light. His arms then thickened drastically as he threw a pair of devastating punches upward with all his might. In his giant mountain ape form, Han Li's strength had already reached an incredible level, and even a grand ascension stage being wouldn't dare to take the full brunt of his strength head-on. The space up ahead rippled and warped violently, and a pair of giant golden fist projections that were as large as small mountains crashed down with enormous force. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and the arcs of lightning and sword projection were instantly shattered by the fist projections. Thus, the flying carriage was able to instantly fly into the spatial passageway without any further impediment. After that, 5-colored light flashed within the passageway alongside a burst of spatial fluctuations, and the flying carriage was nowhere to be seen. Only then did a pair of humanoid figures hurriedly fly out of the black cloud. The two of them quickly flew over to the entrance of the spatial passageway and peered into its depths with panicked expressions. One of the devils was a handsome purple-robed young man with a horn on his head, while the other was a white-armored, dark-skinned devilish being with fiery red hair. "What do? We let them get away. They're not going to run into each other, are they?" The dark-skinned devilish being asked in a frantic voice. Surely there wouldn't be that much of a coincidence. They only said that they'd be returning from the spirit realm today, but didn't give an exact time, the other devilish being said with a calm expression that was clearly slightly forced. "I certainly hope they don't run into one another. In any case, we're definitely going to get punished for this." Who the hell was that? Aren't they afraid of drawing the ire of the sacred ancestor by forcing their way into the spatial passageway? The dark-skinned devilish being said with a resentful expression. "That man possessed unfathomable powers and was able to easily nullify our attacks, so he's definitely not a normal devilish lord, but he doesn't seem to be a sacred ancestor either," the purple-robed devilish being remarked. "He's definitely not a sacred ancestor. He is indeed very powerful, but he's still far from reaching that level. Besides, if he really were a sacred ancestor, he would have simply revealed his identity to be granted passage," the dark-skinned devilish being replied as he shook his head vigorously. "But if he's not a sacred ancestor, then how is it possible that we haven't heard of such a powerful devilish lord before? Perhaps we should ask the others to see if they were able to identify him," the purple-robed devilish being said with furrowed brows. "Even we were unable to determine his identity. Those useless fools most likely weren't even able to see what he looked like, so there's no way they'll be of any help to us," the dark-skinned devilish being said in a disdainful manner as he looked down at the several streaks of light that were approaching them. "In any case, it can't hurt to ask. Perhaps we'll be able to gather some leads," the purple-robed devilish being countered. Shortly thereafter, the streaks of light arrived on the scene, revealing a group of devilish lords, all of whom immediately extended respectful salutes toward the pair of devils. The dark-skinned devilish being wasted no time as he instantly swept a hand through the air, conjuring up projections that bore the appearances of Han Li's trio. Do any of you know who these people are? He asked in a cold voice. The group of devilish lords looked carefully at the projections being presented, then exchanged a few helpless glances before a thin and gaunt man finally stepped forward with a careful expression. According to our knowledge, it's very likely that those were powerful beings from the spirit realm's human race. The human race. The dark-skinned devilish being faltered slightly upon hearing this, as did the purple-robed devilish man. Indeed, the two of you have constantly been in seclusion ever since you were assigned to this place, so it's no surprise that you're unaware of the recent events that have unfolded. Almost our entire holy realm has been made aware of this human cultivator, and there are even rumors of sacred ancestors being defeated by him, a devilish woman hurriedly explained. Expressions of incredulity immediately appeared on the faces of the two devils upon hearing this. Is that so? Give us more details on this. Several years ago. Thus, the thin and gaunt devilish lord immediately began to recount Han Li's recent exploits, and the two devils listened with rapt focus. Within the spatial passageway, the flying carriage had been enveloped within a series of light barriers, and was quickly racing through the darkness. Han Li stood at the front of the flying carriage, having already returned to his human form, and his expression had eased significantly. In several hours they'd arrive back in the spirit realm. Even though they were going to arrive in the Wood Tribe territory, he was still very excited at the prospect of returning home. Time slowly passed by, and the flying carriage continued onward without encountering any impediment. Just as Han Li was estimating that most of the journey had been completed, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted up ahead, and a massive war arc that was over 1,000 feet in length emerged before hurtling directly toward them. Han Li was naturally very alarmed by this, and a cautious look immediately appeared on his face. Generally speaking, one would refrain from initiating a battle in a spatial passageway in fear of triggering violent spatial storms, but if the people on the ark were to completely disregard that and attack him nonetheless, then he would naturally have to retaliate. Judging from the aura and size of the giant ark, its owner was most likely not just some ordinary devilish lord, so he had to be very careful. The flying carriage and giant ark were both traveling extremely quickly, and within the span of a single breath they had reached one another. On the giant black ark stood countless silver-armored devilish guards, all of whom were at least at the deity transformation stage, and there were even several body integration stage devilish lords among them. All of the devilish guards were appraising Han Li with bewildered expressions, clearly wondering why Han Li's group had appeared here. According to the original plan, they were supposed to be the only ones who had access to the spatial passageway for the entire day. Right as the two flying treasures were about to pass by one another, an elderly voice suddenly rang out from the cabin of the giant ark. I didn't think that I would encounter a few spirit realm rats here. Why don't you return with me to our holy realm? As soon as the voice trailed off, a burst of astonishing killing intent surged out of the cabin, immediately following which a white spatial rift appeared right above the flying carriage. A giant white bone claw that was several tens of feet in size emerged from within the rift before grabbing downward with devastating force. Bursts of gray baleful chi swept forth from the tips of the 5 claws, and the outermost light barrier around the flying carriage was instantly shattered by the gray chi. Han Li's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he immediately let loose a low roar before transforming into a giant golden ape once again amid a flash of golden light. He then swung his massive furry fists upward, and a pair of golden fist projections emerged in a flash. A loud rumbling boom rang out as the gray baleful chi clashed with the fist projections, and the former was instantly eradicated, while the fist projections also shrank down significantly. A cold light flashed through Daoist's eyes, and he opened his mouth to expel a pillar of golden light, which struck the center of the white bone claw almost at the exact same moment as the fist projections did. A dull thump rang out, and the golden light exploded beneath the bone claw, forming a giant ball of light that resembled a scintillating golden sun. The giant bone claw was imbued with incredible power, but it was stopped in its tracks by the explosion of golden light. At the same time, the entire nearby space began to buzz loudly, and there were some parts of the passageway that were beginning to twist and warp. All of the devilish guards on the giant ark were horrified to see this. If the spatial passageway were to collapse, none of them would be able to escape. Right at this moment, a cold harumph rang out from within the cabin of the giant ark, and the bone claw closed its fingers around the ball of golden light down below. The ball of light was instantly snuffed out as a result, and Han Li couldn't help but draw a sharp breath upon seeing this. However, during this brief moment of respite, his flying carriage had managed to pass by the giant ark before suddenly vanishing on the spot. In the next instant, it appeared over 1,000 feet ahead of where it had been just an instant ago, and it continued onward as a ball of azure light. The giant bone claw also shattered amid a dull thump, and all of the devilish guards were left at a loss for what to do. A short while later, the same elderly voice rang out again from within the cabin. "Leave them be and keep going." "Yes, master." All of the devilish guards immediately sprang into action, and the giant ark accelerated significantly as it hurtled toward the exit of the spatial passageway. Within the cabin of the giant ark, a young devilish boy who appeared to be around 12 years of age asked, "Are we just going to let them go, Master Tun Tian? How about we send some people after them?" His question was directed toward a white-haired elderly man who was lounging on a Taisha chair, and the elderly man replied, "I have more important things to attend to, so I'll let them go. No one else will be able to capture them aside from myself." "Are they really that powerful? You didn't even use much of your true power just now," the young boy exclaimed. The elderly man seemed to be quite fond of the young boy, and he replied with a doting smile, "Hee, that is indeed true, but those two brats didn't use their full power either. If a battle had been initiated, I wouldn't have been able to take them down in a short time. I didn't think they were that powerful," the young boy said with a hint of lingering shock in his eyes. "No weakling would be able to infiltrate our holy realm, then force their way back through a spatial passageway. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't use too much power in this passageway, I definitely wouldn't have let them get away," the elderly man said as a cold look flashed through his eyes. "Of course. Outside of the passageway, those spirit realm beings would have had no choice but to surrender to you," the young boy hurriedly flattered. The elderly man chuckled in response as he stroked his long beard, seemingly very pleased by the young boy's flattery. However, in reality he was actually feeling rather perplexed as he felt like he had seen the young man on the flying carriage who had unleashed that burst of golden light somewhere before, but he was unable to identify him. In the end, he decided that he would investigate the matter once he returned to the Elder Devil realm. In his mind, seeing as this wasn't even someone that he could immediately identify, he couldn't be an overly important figure. Around 8 hours later, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted on the other side of the spatial passageway, following which a flying carriage that was enveloped within a ball of azure light abruptly shot forth. There were several devilish guards outside the passageway, as well as 3 giant pyramids down below positioned in a triangular formation, and the nearby patrols were all extremely startled by this as they quickly converged toward the flying carriage. At the same time, a series of stone doors of different sizes opened up on the sides of the huge pyramids, and many devilish beings began to emerge from within them. However, the flying carriage was far faster than they had imagined, and only after it had completely vanished into the distance did several devilish lords fly out of the devilish pyramids in an enraged manner. Han Li was standing at the front of the flying carriage, and he looked around at the lush forest of giant trees down below as he murmured to himself, "This is indeed Wood Tribe territory. I visited the Wood Tribe many years ago, and the environment here is very unique, so there's no mistaking it." Meanwhile, Zhu Guo was looking around in an excited manner. "So this is the spirit realm. The spiritual qi here really is far more abundant than in our small spirit sky. There were many humans in the small spirit sky who were originally from the spirit realm, and all of them told tales of what a wonderful place the spirit realm was." Han Li withdrew his gaze as he shook his head and said, "The spirit realm is indeed a very good place, but our human race isn't very powerful here and is in a very perilous situation, so it's not as good here as you think. In any case, the spirit realm is definitely a better place to cultivate than our small spirit sky. By the way, Senior, when are you planning to travel to the small spirit sky? Make sure to take me along with you," Zhu Guo said with a smile. "Don't worry, I'll definitely take you with me. I don't know anything about the small spirit sky, so I'll be requiring a guide," Han Li replied. Zhu Guo was ecstatic to hear this. "You have my gratitude in advance then, Senior." Han Li merely nodded in response before falling silent. He was spurring on the flying carriage to travel at its maximal speed, so he wasn't concerned about being chased down by any pursuers. However, after flying for around half a day, Han Li's expression had gradually become grimmer and grimmer. They were indeed flying over one lush forest after another, but some of the trees in the forests were dark green in color, creating a stark contrast with the other exuberant green trees. As the flying carriage flew further and further, these dark green trees began to appear with increasing regularity, to the point that close to half of the trees that they encountered were of this color. On top of that, a faint black mist had begun to permeate throughout the forests, and even though it was extremely thin, it was still very unsettling to behold. Even Zhu Guo's expression had gradually transitioned from excitement to concern upon seeing this. After flying for a while longer, she finally couldn't help but ask, "Senior Han, these trees seem to be very similar to the plants of the Elder Devil realm, and this mist appears to contain devilish chi as well. What's happening here?" "I'm not too sure, but the devilish beings are most likely behind this. What's even stranger is that we still haven't encountered a single wood tribe being even after flying for this long. The wood tribe isn't as powerful as our human race, but it's certainly nothing to be scoffed at," Han Li replied with a grim expression. "Could it be that all of the wood tribe beings have already been wiped out by the devilish army?" Zhu Guo asked in a concerned manner. "There's no way that could be the case. The wood tribe has a population of billions and there's no lack of body integration stage beings among them. There's no way the devilish army would have been able to wipe them out so quickly. On top of that, the wood tribe is part of an alliance with several other races, including our human race. The other members of the alliance wouldn't just watch the wood tribe fall. I'm guessing the wood tribe beings here have most likely vacated the area after the devilish army gained the upper hand here," Han Li replied. Zhu Guo felt this to be quite a reasonable assumption, and she nodded in response. "You're right, Senior. We should begin to start seeing wood tribe beings once we get further away from the spatial passageway." Han Li offered no reply to this. 3 days later, the flying carriage had stopped in the air above a boundless forest, and there were 8 high-grade devilish beings standing over 1,000 feet away. These devilish beings each had a pair of fleshy green wings and crimson eyes, creating a very menacing sight to behold. Behind them was a flock of around 600 two-headed devilish birds, each of which was around 10 feet in size with a single black horn on each of their heads. "What number are we up to?" Han Li asked in an expressionless manner. "This is the 7th wave, Senior," Zhu Guo replied. "Humph, it seems that the high-grade devilish beings overseeing this place still haven't learned their lesson. After I get rid of this group they should stop bothering us for some time," Han Li said in a cold voice. Immediately thereafter he swept his sleeves through the air, releasing 72 miniature azure swords amid a flash of azure light. Han Li made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the small swords, and they quickly began to multiply until thousands of small flying swords had filled the entire sky. The high-grade devilish beings up ahead were quite alarmed to see this, but they displayed no intention to retreat as they all summoned their weapons, then flew directly toward the flying carriage as gusts of black winds. All of the devilish birds behind them also let loose extremely unpleasant squawks as they flapped their wings and followed closely behind the high-grade devilish beings. A cold look flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and all of the small azure swords instantly transformed into sword projections that were around 10 feet in length each at his behest. All of the sword projections surged through the air, quickly inundating the high-grade devilish beings and two-headed devilish birds. Agonized howls rang out incessantly as blood and dismembered limbs rained down from the heavens, and all of the devilish beings and devilish birds were instantly slain. Only then did Han Li sweep his sleeve through the air again to withdraw all of his azure swords. At this point, there was no longer even a single living devilish being in sight. The flying carriage immediately continued onward as a ball of azure light at Han Li's behest, and just as he had anticipated, no more devilish beings appeared to intercept them thereafter. However, there was still no end in sight to the dark green trees that appeared down below, and it seemed that they had spread over the entire wood tribe territory. What was even more unsettling to Han Li was that they were still yet to encounter a single wood tribe being. It was as if the entire wood tribe really had been eradicated. A month later, as the flying carriage was traveling over a certain valley, Han Li finally discovered a small wood tribe settlement that was being attacked by over 1,000 devilish beings. The settlement was comprised of over 10,000 wood tribe beings, but only around 2,000 of them were fit for battle, and they were being completely dominated by the devilish beings. Han Li was ecstatic to see this, and they quickly slew all of the devilish beings without any hesitation before revealing himself to be a human. From the elder settlement he finally learned what had happened in the Wood tribe during the past few decades. It turned out that after several fierce battles, an impasse had been reached between the devilish army and the spirit realm races. However, 5 years ago, the devilish beings suddenly diverted their forces away from the human and demon territories, unleashing a surprise attack on the Wood tribe instead. In the face of their ferocious assault, the Wood tribe army was quickly forced onto the back foot. Due to how abruptly everything had happened, the allies of the Wood tribe were unable to assist them in time, and in an act of desperation, the Grand Elder of the Wood tribe emerged from seclusion to face the enemy. However, as soon as he appeared on the front lines, he was immediately ambushed by 3 sacred ancestors who had concealed themselves on the battlefield in advance. The 3 sacred ancestors weren't of the same caliber as the likes of Yuan Yen, Lu Ji and Yepan, but they weren't just some clones either, so the Wood tribe Grand Elder was quickly severely wounded and almost killed. In that dire situation, the Grand Elder summoned a holy tree that the Wood tribe had been worshipping for countless years, and only by drawing upon the power of that tree was he just barely able to escape with his life. However, his powers had been severely diminished, and he wasn't even comparable to a Grand Ascension stage being anymore. Having lost its most powerful backer, the Wood tribe's morale completely plummeted, and in the short span of just a single year, it had lost most of its territory to the devilish army. At that point, ally reinforcements finally arrived, but under the looming threat of the 3 sacred ancestors, the Wood tribe was only able to hold on to its remaining territory without being able to reclaim any of its old territory. Prior to this, all of the remaining Wood tribe settlements had already retreated to areas under the protection of the ally races, but there were inevitably some settlements who received the news too late or acted too slowly and were caught in the territory that had been conquered by the devilish army. This settlement was one of them, and they could only pray that they could weather the storm by hiding in this secluded area. However, during the past few years, most of these settlements had already been wiped out by the devilish army, which was why Hanli hadn't encountered any Wood tribe beings prior to this. The settlement that had just been saved was only a small portion of a large Wood tribe settlement that had been discovered and forced to split up for survival. Even so, this group of Wood tribe beings had still been discovered by the devilish army, and if Hanli hadn't intervened, they would have all been killed or enslaved. Senior, I've answered all of the questions you have for me. Would you be able to protect us until we can return to a safe area? The elder of the settlement implored with a hint of desperation in his eyes. Hanli looked at the Wood tribe beings to find that 2/3 of them were women, elderly or children, and he sighed, I can take you with me, but I must tell you that I've already killed many waves of devilish beings on the way here, so the devilish army has most likely already set their sights on me. It'll only be a matter of time before high-grade devilish beings come after me, and when that time comes, you may be plunged into even more danger as I won't be able to protect all of you once a battle ensues. I see. In that case we'll make do on our own, but if you can, please inform our allies seniors of our situation so they can come and save us as soon as possible. We would all be eternally grateful to you, senior. A disappointed look appeared on the elder's face upon seeing this, but he then extended a deep bow toward Hanli. I'll be sure to do that. However, I'm unfamiliar with the current distribution of the devilish army. Would you happen to have a map or some relevant information? Hanli asked. We've been in hiding all this time, but we have managed to gather some information. It's just that it's very rough and by no means comprehensive, the elder replied. That should be enough, Hanli said with a smile. After that, he received a map from the elder before continuing on his journey. The Wood tribe beings naturally didn't dare to linger in the valley any longer, and they all fled the scene as well. Around half a month later, Hanli was flying over a green lake when all of a sudden, a massive green hand emerged from the lake like lightning before instantly grabbing onto the flying carriage, crushing it into pieces as it burst into green flames. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted over 200 feet above the flying carriage and Hanli's trio emerged. Hanli had managed to react in the instant before the surprise attack, and he immediately teleported the 3 of them out of the carriage. Hanli was currently standing in midair, looking down at the lake with a grim expression. The fact that the enemy down below had been able to conceal themselves from both him and Daoist was a testament to their powers. It was clear that a truly powerful being had tracked them down. Right at this moment, the massive green hand exploded into countless water droplets that rained back down into the lake. At the same time, the water in the lake churned violently, following which a hall that was around 100 feet tall emerged. The hall was completely translucent and was glowing with faint blue light, looking as if it had been constructed purely from the water of the lake. At the entrance of the hall stood a green-armored woman with a slightly dark complexion, and she was appraising Han Li with a cold expression. The devilish woman was giving off the unfathomable aura of a grand ascension stage being, and Han Li's expression changed drastically at the sight of her. Your true body has descended into the spirit realm? A cold smile appeared on the woman's face as she replied, I didn't think that I would get to meet you so soon. You've crossed me on more than one occasion and this is where your life ends. If you surrender yourself to me, perhaps I could consider granting you a swift and painless death, but if you resist, you'll only be setting yourself up for pain and suffering. Do you really think I'll fear you just because your true body is here? I've encountered multiple sacred ancestors recently, and none of them have been able to do anything to me, Han Li replied in a nonchalant manner. Even though it had been a long time since Han Li had seen Yuan Cha's true body, he had been pursued by one of her clones for a very long time, so he was still able to recognize her right away. However, he had grown far more powerful since then, and he had Daoist Xia by his side, so he wasn't overly concerned by this current situation. Yuan Cha raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, but she continued in a completely emotionless voice. You've met other sacred ancestors? So you really are the one who emerged from that spatial passageway not long ago. I'm curious, how did a mere body integration cultivator like you manage to survive those encounters with sacred ancestors? I'll admit that you're truly an exceptional talent to have progressed so rapidly in your cultivation, but this is where your cultivation journey ends. As soon as her voice trailed off, Yuan Cha abruptly raised a hand and made a grabbing motion toward Han Li's trio. The water in the lake down below instantly erupted upward like a reverse waterfall, then transformed into a giant green hand again. However, this hand was over 10 times larger than the previous one, and it encompassed virtually the entire sky as it came crashing down toward Han Li's trio. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he opened his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames before quickly making a hand seal. The silver fireball instantly transformed into a silver fire raven that was around a foot in size, and Han Li pointed a finger toward it, upon which it rapidly swelled to the size of a small mountain as it let loose a clear cry. Immediately thereafter, the giant fire raven crashed into the massive hand amid a resounding boom, and both of them exploded in unison. Water and fire intertwined high up in the air, forming thick pillars of water and fire that rose up into the heavens before instantly evaporating into dense water vapor that permeated through the entire surrounding area. A disdainful smile appeared on Yuan Cha's face as she uttered the word, gather. All of a sudden, countless specks of blue light appeared out of thin air, then entered the water vapor like droplets of rain. The water vapor immediately converged into a white mountain that was over 10,000 feet tall, and it descended while releasing countless blue runes. The mountain appeared to be completely weightless, but a grim look appeared on Han Li's face at the sight of it, and he immediately transformed into a giant golden ape amid a flash of golden light before lashing out with both of his fists at once. A pair of golden fist projections was unleashed directly toward the descending mountain, and the blue runes rippled violently as if they could scatter at any moment, but the white mountain itself was completely unperturbed as it continued in its descent. Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he immediately withdrew his fists before flipping his hands over to produce his pair of extreme mountains. After that, he let loose a thunderous roar and hurled both of the mountains up into the air with a violent swing of his arms. The two mountains instantly struck the underside of the blue mountain, and a burst of scintillating light erupted forth, followed by an earth-shattering boom. At the same time, devastating energy fluctuations surged through the air in all directions, causing the entire sky to warp and twist violently. Meanwhile, golden light flashed from Han Li's body to sweep up Zhu Guo, following which he strode forward and vanished into thin air in a flash. As for Daoist Xia, he merely disappeared on the spot as a gentle breeze. In the next instant, the devastating energy fluctuations swept through the spot where they had been standing just a moment ago. Yuan Cha's brows furrowed slightly at the sight of the fearsome shockwaves, but she then chanted an incantation, the hall that she was situated in released a vast expanse of gentle blue light that parted the oncoming shockwaves with ease. After the scintillating light faded, the three mountains were revealed to be locked in an impasse, with the two extreme mountains opposing the White Mountain from below. Countless shimmering blue runes were surging around the White Mountain, while the Black Mountain was releasing waves of gray light, and the Azure Mountain was conjuring countless streaks of invisible sword qi that swept through the surrounding area. At this point Han Li and Daoist had already reappeared over 1,000 feet away. A cold look flashed through Yuan Cha's eyes as she pointed a finger upward while uttering the word seal. All of the blue runes revolving around the White Mountain exploded in unison, and a burst of glacial power descended from the heavens. The two extreme mountains were instantly sealed within chunks of blue glacial ice, and Han Li drew a sharp breath upon seeing this as he immediately raised a hand to summon a ball of silver flames. However, right as he was about to hurl the silver fireball toward the pair of extreme mountains in the distance, blue spiritual light suddenly flashed around him, and 8 translucent humanoid figures emerged, all of which were identical in appearance to Yuan Cha. However, their bodies were completely transparent as if they were ice statues, and they pounced toward Han Li and Daoist in unison. Zhu Guo wasn't perceived as a threat, so none of the humanoid figures were targeting her. Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing this, and the silver flames he had conjured up instantly transformed into a pair of silver fiery ropes that flew toward 2 of the approaching figures. At the same time, green and golden light flashed as his provenance golden body and spirit body also appeared before pouncing toward another 2 of the translucent humanoid figures. Meanwhile, Daoist opened his mouth to unleash 4 pillars of golden light at once, which immediately pierced through the bodies of the remaining 4 translucent figures. The 2 humanoid figures that were bound by the pair of fiery ropes were instantly inundated by silver flames that evaporated them into nothingness, but the other 2 were able to fight on par with the golden body and spirit body, managing to hold their own in hand-to-hand combat. As for the 4 humanoid figures that were pouncing toward Daoist, they were immobilized in the instant that the golden light passed through their bodies, and Daoist thrust his palms toward them in a nonchalant manner to instantly destroy them. Han Li was ecstatic to see this, and he unleashed a pair of azure projections that vanquished the pair of translucent figures locked in combat with the golden body and spirit body as well. However, not only was Yuan Cha not alarmed or enraged by this, a faint smile appeared on her face as she suddenly made a hand seal. Countless specks of blue light suddenly appeared within an area of around half a kilometer again, then converged to form more translucent humanoid figures, numbering in excess of 100 on this occasion. Han Li was extremely alarmed to see this. If all of these translucent figures possessed the same powers as the first 8, then that meant that he would be facing over 100 Devilish Lord-level opponents. Surely even a sacred ancestor like Yuan Cha couldn't possess such an incredible ability. Han Li took a deep breath, and a gash appeared on his glabella, following which a black vertical demonic eye appeared. It was none other than his Law Destruction Eye. The black demonic eye peered into the mass of translucent figures up ahead, and an enlightened look immediately appeared on Han Li's face as he abruptly reached out with a massive furry hand. Spatial fluctuations erupted, and the front half of his arm vanished into thin air. At the same time, golden light flashed in front of one of the translucent figures that had just taken shape before grabbing toward it like lightning. A panicked look immediately appeared on the translucent figure's face, and it hurriedly crossed its arms to form a barricade in front of itself. A blue ice shield then emerged before it amid a flash of blue light, following which it shot back in retreat like a speeding arrow. In contrast with the first 8 translucent figures, this one didn't dare to take on Han Li's attack at all. However, Han Li suddenly let loose a loud roar that made the entire space around him tremor as he crushed the blue ice shield with ease, then extended it toward the retreating translucent figure once again. All of a sudden, his giant golden hand blurred, and the translucent figure felt a burst of excruciating pain spear through its chest, causing it to let loose an involuntary howl of agony. Its facial features, which originally resembled those of Yuan Cha, quickly transformed into those of an ape, and it looked down in shock and horror at the golden hand that plunged through its chest. A burst of silver flames erupted from the golden hand to sweep up the devilish ape, and it let loose several more howls of anguish before falling silent. Only then did Han Li slowly withdraw his arm, at which point the devilish ape had already been incinerated into nothingness. As soon as the devilish ape was slain, All of the other translucent humanoid figures in the area instantly exploded into specks of blue light that vanished into thin air. Yuan Cha's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. That devilish ape was an extremely rare crystalline projection beast in her possession. And not only was it capable of wielding glacial power, it had the innate ability to be able to manifest hundreds, even thousands of clones. Under normal circumstances, as long as its true body wasn't spotted, it would be able to overwhelm all opponents beneath sacred ancestors with its countless clones. Yuan Cha had slain many powerful enemies with this beast, but Han Li had managed to identify its weakness with ease and kill it within the span of just a few breaths. This came as quite a surprise to Yuan Cha, and she was forced to take Han Li a lot more seriously. However, the crystalline projection beast's devilish core had already been fused as one with her soul, so even though its physical body had been destroyed, she could still resurrect the beast after some time using a secret technique. As such, even though Yuan Cha had become more cautious and alert, she wasn't all that infuriated. Impressive, it seems that you're not just all talk. However, if you think you can oppose a sacred ancestor with your paltry powers, then you're completely delusional. I don't know how you were able to escape from all of those other sacred ancestors, but you have no chance against me, Yuan Cha said in a cold voice as she made a hand seal, and a pillar of blue light immediately erupted into the heavens from behind her. In the next instant, a giant wolf projection that was several hundred feet in size appeared above the hall that she was situated in. The shimmering blue wolf had a pair of purple eyes, and it was giving off a terrifying aura that struck one with a sense of asphyxiation. In the face of this enormous aura, Han Li shuddered and was forced back several steps in succession. Even though he was invincible among those of the body integration stage, it was still a stretch for him to face the full power of a Grand Ascension stage being. Daoist's expression remained unchanged, but he had swept a sleeve through the air to conjure up a golden light barrier, which shielded both himself and Zhu Guar. The golden light barrier only tremored slightly in the face of the fearsome aura before stabilizing itself, and Zhu Guar was left completely unscathed. So this is Yuan Cha's bonded devilish projection. It really is very fearsome. Brother Xia, how much of your magic power have you recovered? Can you fight at full power yet? Han Li asked with a grim expression. I'm close to returning to the Grand Ascension stage, but I won't be able to face her on my own, Daoist Xia replied in a wooden manner. You're not alone, Brother Xia. If we don't force her into retreat, she's not going to let us leave, so just fight to the best of your capabilities, Han Li said. If we join forces, we do indeed have a decent chance of securing victory, Daoist Xia replied with a nod. Han Li was quite relieved to hear this, and he immediately thumped his own chest violently, releasing several balls of light of different colors from within his body. These balls of light then transformed into his 5 true spirit projections, while his provenance golden body vanished into his body in a flash. In the next instant he swelled drastically to over 10 times his original size, transforming into a mountainous creature, following which he attained an extra 2 heads and 2 additional pairs of arms amid a thunderous roar. Meanwhile, Daoist Xia stepped forward and transformed into his gigantic golden crab form before releasing countless arcs of silver lightning that formed a massive net around his own body. Yuan Cha's pupils contracted slightly at the sight of the giant ape and massive crab, and she immediately flipped a hand over to produce a small white hammer. The hammer was around 3 feet in length with over 100 eye-shaped golden patterns all over its surface. The small hammer instantly lit up, and all of the eyes opened in unison, revealing a series of faint golden pupils that began to slowly revolve, creating a very harrowing sight to behold. Immediately thereafter, Yuan Cha harumphed coldly as she hurled her hammer through the air, creating a massive hammer projection that came crashing down with devastating might. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes as he discovered that the giant hammer was crashing down toward a mundane-looking small mountain rather than being aimed at Daoist Xia or himself. With the massive hammer projection's fearsome power, the small mountain would definitely be instantly destroyed if it were to be struck. Right at this moment, a calm male voice suddenly rang out from within the mountain. As expected of a sacred ancestor, fellow Daoist Yuan, I didn't think you would discover me so quickly. As soon as the voice trailed off, a streak of silver light swept up from the mountain before clashing with the hammer projection amid a resounding boom. Silver and white light intertwined, forming a massive ball of light that instantly exploded to send powerful shockwaves sweeping outward in all directions. The mountains and trees nearby were all completely pulverized by the shockwaves, instantly clearing out the nearby area. Once the shockwaves finally subsided, two humanoid figures had appeared in the air above the small mountain. Han Li hurriedly cast his gaze toward the duo, upon which his heart instantly jolted violently. The duo consisted of a man and a woman. The man wore a set of silver robes and a faint smile with long black hair that pooled all the way down to his waist, while the woman had an elegant figure and skin that was as fair as snow. She also had a head of long straight hair that looked as if they had been constructed from pure silver, and she was extremely beautiful. As soon as she appeared, she cast her gaze toward Han Li, and an excited look appeared on her face. In contrast, a frosty look had surfaced in Yuan Cha's eyes at the sight of the man, and she said, "You dare to enter this area on your own? Aren't you afraid that you'll perish here?" The man was none other than the demon race's only Grand Ascension stage being, Patriarch Ao Shao. As the Grand Ascension stage patriarch of the demon race, it was indeed very unexpected to see him in Wood tribe territory. As for the silver-haired woman beside him, she was naturally Silver Moon, otherwise known as Fairy Ling Long in the spirit realm. Han Li faltered slightly at the sight of her before an ecstatic look appeared on his face, yet before he had a chance to ask any questions, Patriarch Ao Shao chuckled. "If you really had what it takes to keep me here, then I wouldn't have appeared in this place. If I were to join forces with these two fellow Daoists here, what would be your chances of securing victory? You might be the one who loses their life here if you insist on a battle." Chapter 2151. Silver Moon and Ao Xiaoyuan Cha's expression darkened upon hearing this, and she cast a quick glance at Han Li and the giant golden crab before a cold smile suddenly appeared on her face. She then made a grabbing motion toward the small white hammer, and it was drawn into her grasp before vanishing amid a flash of golden light. The giant wolf projection overhead also plunged into the hall down below and quickly disappeared. In the next instant, countless blue runes surged out of the hall, and it flew away as a ball of blue light, retreating into the distance after just a few flashes. At this moment, Yuan Cha's voice rang out from afar. "Seeing as Ao Shao is sticking his nose into this battle, I'll retreat on this occasion, but your luck won't always be this good. If I see you again, you won't be able to get away so easily." After that, the ball of blue light quickly vanished into the distant sky. With the inclusion of Ao Shao, Yuan Cha knew that there would be a good chance that she would place herself in a perilous situation if she were to insist on trying to strike down Han Li, so she had retreated without any hesitation. Han Li heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this, and both he and Daoist Xie reverted back to their human forms once again. Han Li then raised a hand toward the two extreme mountains, which had been encapsulated by blue glacial ice, releasing two bursts of silver flame that melted the ice before drawing the mountains back up his sleeve. Ao Shao took a glance at Han Li before raising a hand to release a streak of white light, which transformed into a massive shimmering silver ship that was over 1,000 feet in length and split up into 5 levels with a series of halberd-wielding armored warriors standing on its deck. "Come along," Patriarch Ao Shao instructed as he and Silver Moon drifted into the hall on the top level of the ship. The armored warriors all parted in a respectful manner to grant them passage. Han Li immediately identified the armored warriors as puppets, and after a brief hesitation he did as he was instructed, slowly flying toward the ship with Daoist Xie and Zhu Guo in accompaniment. The silver-armored puppets had clearly already received instructions from Patriarch Ao Shao, and they merely stood on the spot and allowed Han Li's trio to enter the ship. However, after making his way to the entrance of the hall, a thought suddenly occurred to Han Li, and he instructed Zhu Guo to remain outside while he entered the hall with Daoist Xie. "I pay my respects to Senior Ao Shao," Han Li said as he extended a slight bow toward Patriarch Ao Shao, who was seated on a golden chair. Instead of immediately offering a response, Patriarch Ao Shao merely appraised Han Li with a hint of a smile on his face. As for Silver Moon, she was standing behind Patriarch Ao Shao with her head lowered, seemingly unable to muster up the courage to look at Han Li. "So you're the Han Li who managed to cultivate from the deity transformation stage to the body integration stage in mere centuries. After seeing you in action, I now realize that the rumors of your aptitude still haven't done you justice. You've already reached the late body integration stage, right?" Patriarch Ao Shao finally spoke, and his tone was quite benevolent. "I have indeed already progressed to the late body integration stage. I'm very honored that you've heard of me, Senior," Han Li replied in a calm manner, but he couldn't help but steal another glance at Silvermoon. However, she still had her head lowered and didn't meet his gaze. I had heard about you ever since Silvermoon returned to the spirit realm, but I only started to pay attention to you after you reached the body integration stage. After all body integration cultivators are extremely important to our human and demon races, so I had to keep some tabs on you. Silvermoon, come and thank fellow Daoist Han. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have been able to fuse the two halves of your soul back together and return to the spirit realm, Patriarch Ao Xiao said with a smile. Silvermoon finally raised her head upon hearing this, but her expression was completely indifferent, creating a stark contrast with her earlier excitement. Greetings, Brother Han. We may not have met ever since we separated in the human world, but I've never forgotten what you've done for me. A hint of surprise appeared in Han Li's eyes as it didn't seem to him like Silvermoon was intentionally feigning indifference, but he quickly smiled and said, I was unaware of your true identity back in the human world, so please forgive me for any prior offense I may have caused. Furthermore, I didn't have to go to a lot of trouble to save you back then, so don't mention it. There's no need to be so cold and distant even though the two of you haven't met for so many years. Regardless of what you say, the fact of the matter is that you saved Silvermoon's life, and I'll be sure to reward you handsomely for that, Ao Xiao chuckled. A thought suddenly occurred to Han Li and quickly changed the subject. Senior, this area is already under the control of the Devilish Army. Have you come here to spy on the Devilish Army? Yes and no, Patriarch Ao Xiao replied in an ambiguous manner after a brief pause. Han Li was rather perplexed by this answer. Several months ago, our united army received news that the three devilish patriarchs seem to have changed their plans, and the devilish army has begun expanding their territory while corrupting a larger area with devilish qi. I came here to verify if this was actually the case under the request from several fellow Daoists, as well as to see if I could destroy a few devilification formations set up in this area. Ao Xiao replied. I see. What is this devilification formation, Senior? I recall that there are some areas in our human race that have displayed signs of having undergone devilification. Is that the same as what's happening here? Han Li asked in a perplexed manner. If the Elder Devil Realm wants to truly claim a territory for itself in our spirit realm, then they have to devilify an area to completely convert the spiritual qi in that area into devilish qi. And this transition requires a type of devilish formation that can make normal trees undergo this change. The devilish army has attempted to set up the same formations in our human and demon territories, but we discovered them very early and destroyed most of them before they could produce much of an effect. However, the situation in the Wood Tribe is a lot more troublesome. Not only have devilification formations been set up over most of their territory, they've also begun setting up a super formation that will act as the primary formation several years ago. With this primary formation, they'll be able to connect tens of thousands of devilification formations as one entity, and if they were to succeed, it would become extremely difficult to destroy the connected formations. However, if I can destroy a few of these formations, it would delay the devilification process, Patriarch Ao Xiao explained. After a brief pause, a hint of a smile appeared on his face and he suddenly asked, I haven't heard anything about you for the past few decades, fellow Daoist Han. Did you venture into the Elder Devil Realm with those from the true spirit families? Han Li's heart jolted upon hearing this, and after a brief hesitation, a wry smile appeared on his face as he replied, How did you know about that, Senior? I did indeed enter the Elder Devil Realm with some fellow Daoists from the true spirit families and the spirit race. All of you vanished off the face of the realm at the same time, and I'm aware of the existence of the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus, so it was easy for me to make the connection. Every devilish tribulation, cultivators from our races would venture into the Elder Devil Realm to seek out those two things, but barely any of them have ever succeeded. Seeing as you're the only one who's returned, I presume everyone else has already perished, Patriarch Ao Xiao said in a calm manner. Your wisdom is truly unmatched, Senior. Indeed, our journey into the Elder Devil Realm had been extremely perilous and unfortunately, I'm the sole survivor of our group, Han Li sighed. With your cultivation bases, it would indeed be an extremely dangerous undertaking to venture into the Elder Devil Realm, but I'm sure you've reaped far more rewards than you imagined. Setting aside everything else, this fellow Daoist is the golden carb within the devilish origin sea, right? Why has his cultivation base dropped to this extent? Hey, if this faux immortal puppet were at the height of its powers, even I would be no match for it. How did you manage to abduct it from the Elder Devil realm? Patriarch Ao Shao chuckled as he cast his gaze toward Daoist Xie with a hint of yearning in his eyes. I see you're aware of Brother Xie's existence as well. Fellow Daoist Xie has already attained intelligence, so he's certainly not someone that I can simply abduct. He's only temporarily following me as I was able to offer him a mutually beneficial deal, Han Li replied in an ambiguous manner. I see, Patriarch Ao Shao replied, but he was clearly unconvinced. If the giant golden crab were that easy to lure away, then it wouldn't have remained in the devilish origin sea for so many years. Ao Shao was extremely envious of this faux immortal puppet, but he had no intention of trying to take it for himself. After all, obtaining such a puppet still didn't change the fact that he would struggle to transcend his next major heavenly tribulation. On top of that, the fact that Han Li had progressed to the late body integration stage and seemed to have a chance of reaching the grand ascension stage was extremely astonishing to him. As a result, there was now potential for him to undo the one thing that he had always regretted. With that in mind, he cast a glance towards Silver Moon, and even though his expression remained quite relaxed, a serious tone crept into his voice as he said, Fellow Daoist Han, I won't force you to tell me what you experienced in the Elder Devil realm, but I hope you can answer one question truthfully. Did you manage to enter the spirit cleansing pond and consume the clean spirit lotus? Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this before immediately returning to normal as he asked, Do you think I succeeded, Senior? Patriarch Ao Shao momentarily before replying, The spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus are extremely renowned, and many powerful beings from several realms have tried to obtain them, but I've never heard of anyone who's actually succeeded. You've returned safely from the Elder Devil realm, but there's still a very low chance that you've obtained those two things. However, for some reason I can't help but feel like you've encountered greater opportunities than I imagine, so I'm going to go with my instinct and say that you've succeeded. Your instincts are very sharp, Senior, Han Li replied with a smile. In the past he wouldn't have revealed this information to such a powerful being, but now that he had cultivated his holy nirvana physique to the second nirvana transformation and he had the profound heavenly spirit/sword and Daoist Xie as trump cards, he no longer had such inhibitions. Furthermore, Han Li was very curious to see how Ao Shao would respond to this news. That's fantastic. Seeing as you've already entered the spirit cleansing pond and consumed the clean spirit lotus, there's a very good chance that you'll be able to reach the grand ascension stage in the future. In that case, it looks like I've made a grave mistake. If I had known that this would happen, I would have allowed Silver Moon to meet you rather than encourage her to use that cultivation art. Patriarch Ao Shao sighed in a remorseful manner. What do you mean by that? Han Li asked as his brows furrowed slightly. I was the one who made the choice to cultivate the art of indifference, so you're not to blame, grandfather. If I hadn't used this cultivation art, how would I have been able to overcome the flaws in my mental state to progress to the body integration stage? On top of that, after using this cultivation art, I've realized that emotions are completely superfluous and will only inhibit one's pursuit of the great Tao, Silver Moon finally said in a calm manner. Art of indifference? Why did she turn to such a cultivation art, Senior? Did an issue arise in her cultivation? Han Li asked. This is what I wanted to speak to you about. However, this is not a good place to talk and I've completed my mission here, so let's go back to the territory of our united army. I'll explain the situation to you along the way, Patriarch Ao Shao replied. Thus, Han Li could only repress his curiosity for now as he nodded in response. Fetch fellow Daoist Han and fellow Daoist Xie some tea, and set off for Cottonwood City right away. Take a seat, fellow Daoists, Patriarch Ao Shao said. Yes, master. Several mechanical voices rang out in unison outside the hall, following which the silver ship began to move. Han Li and Daoist Xie sat down as they were told, and almost at the exact same moment, several silver-haired female servants made their way into the hall with platters in their hands, then poured cups of fragrant green tea for everyone. Han Li was still thinking about Silver Moon, so he had no interest in tasting the tea and only took a customary sip as a polite gesture before setting the teacup down onto the table beside him. In contrast, Daoist Xie praised the tea momentarily before downing the entire cup in one go before asking, This tea contains a special type of spiritual power that seems to be rather beneficial to me. Do you have any more of this, fellow Daoist Ao? You're a straightforward man, Brother Xie. Rest assured, this green dragon tea is quite rare, but I have a good supply. If you like it, you can take some with you, Patriarch Ao Shao chuckled in response, clearly interested in establishing good relations with this powerful faux immortal puppet. You have my thanks, Daoist Xie replied with a nod before falling silent. Patriarch Ao Shao naturally didn't take any offense to Daoist Xie's aloof attitude, and he turned to Silvermoon with a sympathetic look in his eyes as he said, Linga, you've only recently begun cultivating the art of indifference, so your mental state isn't very stable yet. As such, you should go back to rest so no mishaps occur. I'll attend to our two guests here. Yes, grandfather, Silvermoon replied before extending a slight curtsy toward Han Li and Daoist Xie, then departed from the hall. Throughout this process, her expression remained completely aloof as if Han Li were nothing more than a stranger to her. Han Li opened his mouth to say something, but decided against it in the end as a slightly dejected look appeared in his eyes. A wry smile appeared on Patriarch Ao Zhao's face, and following Silvermoon's departure he continued, Fellow Daoist Han, I'm sure you've already learned about Ling Ling's life before she met you, right? I have indeed heard about it from some other fellow Daoists, but I've also heard that she seems to have remained by your side ever since she returned to the spirit realm, Han Li replied. That is indeed the case. After she returned from the human world, she went to the place where I was cultivating in seclusion and knelt outside for 7 days and 7 nights. I can still recall how thin and frail she looked when I finally caved and opened the restriction to let her in. Thus, Patriarch Ao Shao began to divulge a recount of events, and Han Li listened intently. Time slowly passed by, and Patriarch Ao Zhao's account also progressed very slowly. Even the most mundane parts of his story were elaborated on with great detail, and Han Li's emotions were constantly fluctuating during this time, but his expression remained unchanged. By the time I sensed that something was wrong, it was already too late. Linger had already attained initial mastery in the art of indifference, and even though she hadn't completely cut off her emotions yet, I didn't dare to allow her to leave my side, so I brought her along with me even on this dangerous mission. However, never did I think that you would be able to return from the Elder Devil realm alive and run into me here. It seems that the heavens have brought all of us together, Patriarch Ao Shao sighed as he finally completed his account. Han Li was silent for a long while before he finally asked, So the reason for fellow Daoist Ling Long's indifference is the art of indifference? On top of that, only after she reached the body integration stage did you discover that she's actually incompatible with this cultivation art. And if she were to ever attain full mastery of the art of indifference, she would suffer magic power backlash and lose her entire cultivation base. At the same time, art of indifference is a cultivation art that will regress if progress isn't made, so even if she gives up on it, she will still suffer from a host of negative after effects. Patriarch Ao Shao was silent for a moment before replying, Not only that, but due to her incompatibility with the art of indifference, it's had far less of an effect on her than expected. In her current state, she can return to her true self for around a third of a day, while the rest of the day would be spent in a state of complete indifference as you saw earlier. As she continues to progress, this window of time will only continue to dwindle until it completely disappears. So what you're saying is that Silvermoon can return to her true self for some time each day? I was wondering why her expression had differed so drastically from when she first saw me, Han Li said in an elated manner. However, Patriarch Ao Shao was far less optimistic. Do you think it's a good thing for one's emotional and mental state to fluctuate violently every single day? If someone with lesser willpower were in her place, they would most likely go insane over time. Currently, I have to use a secret technique to forcibly mask the wounds on Ling Long's psyche once every few days, and that's why I can't allow her to leave my side. Han Li's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and he hurriedly asked, Isn't there some way to undo the art of indifference? With your powers as a Grand Ascension stage being, surely this wouldn't be too difficult a task, Senior. Patriarch Ao Shao hesitated momentarily before finally revealing, If I had a way to undo all this, I would have undone everything long ago. Having said that, if it weren't for the fact that she had awakened her 7-star moon physique, I would have been able to reverse her art of indifference. However, the situation has become extremely complex due to the incompatibility of her physique with this cultivation art, so there's nothing I can do. Han Li fell silent upon hearing this, but a hint of surprise appeared on Daoist Xie's face as he repeated, 7-star moon physique? Have you heard of this physique, fellow Daoist Xie? Patriarch Ao Shao asked. I heard my former master mention it once. This is quite a special physique that's very rare even in the true immortal realm, Daoist replied. Your master must have been an extremely powerful being to have refined a faux immortal puppet like yourself, so I'm sure they're right. There aren't many people who know about the 7-star moon physique in the spirit realm, but it's not a secret among some of the realm's most powerful beings. However, it's exactly because of this that I've become so invested in Ling Long. With this physique, even without entering the spirit cleansing pond and consuming the clean spirit lotus, she'll still have a chance of progressing to the grand ascension stage, Patriarch Ao Shao sighed. The 7-star moon physique will indeed grant her a greater chance of progressing to the grand ascension stage than normal cultivators, Daoist Xie said in an expressionless manner. Han Li suddenly asked, Senior, is there any way that I can help reverse Ling Long's current situation? Patriarch Ao Shao was ecstatic to hear this, and he hurriedly replied, I knew you were a man who holds past ties dear to your heart, fellow Daoist Han. After realizing that Linger wasn't compatible with the art of indifference, I did indeed manage to think of a way to minimize the effect that the cultivation art would have on her and perhaps even to undo it in its entirety at some point. Han Li immediately prompted, Please tell me what I can do, Senior. As long as it's within the realm of my capabilities, I'd be happy to lend you my assistance. Instead of immediately replying to Han Li, Patriarch Ao Shao turned to Daoist Xie with an apologetic expression and said, Brother Xie, I'll have to speak to fellow Daoist Han in private about this matter. Daoist Xie's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he cast his gaze toward Han Li. Even though there was no clause in their agreement that stated that he had to obey Han Li's orders, he was dependent on Han Li for the faux immortal elixir that Han Li could provide, so he reflexively followed Han Li's lead in most matters. Han Li considered the situation momentarily before giving a slight nod. Please give us some alone time, Brother Xie. What Patriarch Ao Shao wanted to discuss with him was clearly going to concern secrets surrounding Silver Moon, so he didn't want anyone else to be present, even if that third party were only a puppet. Daoist Xie nodded in response before rising to his feet and exiting the hall. Once he left, the door was closed on its own amid a flash of white light, and he made his way over to Zhu Guo, who had been waiting outside this entire time. Zhu Guo was alerted by the sound of his footsteps, and a hint of elation appeared on her face at the sight of him. Several hours later, the door was opened once again amid a flash of white light, and Han Li emerged with furrowed brows, seemingly quite troubled by something. However, his expression quickly returned to normal as he caught sight of Daoist Xie and Zhu Guo, and he said, Let's go, Senior Ao Shao has already arranged a place for us to stay. We'll remain on this ship until it returns to the territory of our united army. After that, he led them toward the staircase that led to the lower levels. Daoist Xie naturally had no objections to this and immediately followed along. Zhu Guo was rather curious about what Han Li and Patriarch Ao Shao had discussed, but she didn't dare to ask and could only repress her curiosity as she trailed along behind the two. Over half a day later, Han Li was seated on a futon in an empty silent chamber on the second level of the ship. There was faint golden light emanating from his body, and his eyes were closed in a meditative state. All of a sudden he opened his eyes and the golden light around his body faded as he said, Come in, fellow Daoist Ling Long. It's only been less than 2,000 years since we last met, but you've become so distant. Please continue to refer to me as Silver Moon, Brother Han. Silver Moon sighed from outside the secret chamber. If you insist, then I'd be happy to oblige, fellow Daoist Silver Moon, Han Li said as he swept a sleeve toward the door of the secret chamber. In the next instant, light flashed from the door, and the restriction set up on it vanished as it swung open on its own, revealing none other than Silver Moon standing outside. However, at this moment her cold and aloof expression had completely disappeared. Her eyes were currently rippling with emotion, and there was a faint blush on her face that further accentuated her beauty, lulling even Han Li into a momentary bout of entrancement. Silver Moon's expression changed slightly at the sight of the door being opened, and she strode into the secret chamber before stopping around 10 feet away from Han Li. She then suddenly smiled and said, Please forgive me for the rudeness I displayed while I was under the influence of my cultivation art. After that, she drew another nearby futon into her grasp before also taking a seat across from Han Li. A faint smile also appeared on Han Li's face as he replied in a gentle voice, It's all right, I certainly won't blame you for the behavior you exhibit when it's outside of your control. having said that you should have taken some more time to rest and adjust your mental state instead of coming to see me so soon. It's alright, the effect of the art of indifference is very minimal when I'm in my lucid phases. I was concerned that if I came too late, we would only be able to share a brief conversation before I become as cold and emotionless as a log again, and that would be very disappointing for both of us, Silvermoon replied with a smile. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this before a wry smile appeared on his face. Your personality hasn't changed at all during all these years. You still just blurt out whatever is on your mind. If you're one to talk. This personality of mine was something that I had to adopt while I was being enslaved by you. Otherwise, if you had become suspicious that I was hiding something from you, you would have immediately killed the frail little spirit beast that I was. Silvermoon chuckled as she rolled her eyes at Han Li. Ahem, that's all in the past now, so let's leave it there. I didn't know who you were at the time. I just thought you were an ordinary fox demon. Han Li cleared his throat in an awkward manner in response. Is that really the case? Perhaps you did indeed think that during the first few years, but I'm sure you became suspicious of me thereafter, yet you still didn't treat me any better. Silvermoon accused with a hint of a smile on her face. An earnest look appeared on Han Li's face as he said, My cultivation base was very lackluster at the time, and it was all thanks to you that I was able to survive many perilous ordeals. Without your help, there's no way I would have even made it to the spirit realm at all. I'm not here for revenge, Brother Han. I was really surprised when you asked that good friend of mine to relay a message to me in secret. I didn't think that you would be able to ascend to the spirit realm. After all, the spiritual qi in the human world is far too sparse, and it's already very incredible for someone to reach the deity transformation stage, let alone ascend to the spirit realm, Silvermoon said. I was merely lucky, and that's something else that I have to thank you for. If you hadn't revealed the location of that spatial node to me, I wouldn't have been able to ascend to the spirit realm so smoothly, Han Li replied in an earnest manner. The two halves of my soul had only just fused as one again at that point, and I had to return to the spirit realm right away, so that was the only thing that I could have done for you. However, it's really not worthy of a mention considering you saved my life, Silvermoon said in a nonchalant manner. You're being far too modest, Silvermoon, Han Li countered with a shake of his head. Instead of discussing this matter any further, an excited look suddenly appeared on Silvermoon's face as she abruptly changed the subject. By the way, did your enemies continue to pursue you after you escaped from Kunwu Mountain? And how did you progress to the deity transformation stage later on? That's quite a long story. After I escaped from Kunwu Mountain, I traveled to the island of the North Night Palace in the Great Gene known as. Thus, Han Li launched into a recount of his past exploits. He spoke for over an hour, recounting not only his experiences in the human world after the Kunwu Mountain ordeal, he even gave her an account of his experiences in the spirit realm. Compared to the average cultivator, Han Li's experiences naturally made for a far more enthralling tale, and Silvermoon was thoroughly enraptured by his story. After he concluded his recount, Silvermoon also provided him with a recount of what had happened to her after her return to the spirit realm. To Han Li's surprise, she made no effort to hide the details about Wolf Monarch Tian Kuei and the inner demons that led to her decision to turn to the art of indifference, and Han Li found himself slightly entranced by her glowing smile. All of a sudden, Silvermoon's smile faded and she asked in a serious manner, Brother Han, I heard from grandfather that you have a way to decrease the influence of the art of indifference, but I have to remain by your side for a certain period of time. Is that true? Has Senior Ao Shao already told you about this? It is indeed the truth. Senior Ao Shao has a spiritual sense secret technique that can counter the art of indifference and allow you to continue cultivating, but this secret technique will only be effective for you when I cultivate it. Hence you'll have to stay with me for some time, Han Li explained with a smile. Does my grandfather really possess such a secret technique? Why have I never heard him mention it before? And why is it that you have to cultivate it for it be effective on me? Silvermoon asked with furrowed brows. In the words of your grandfather, the one who made the knot in the first place is required to undo the knot. I am the root cause of your inner demons, so you can only benefit from the secret technique when it's cultivated by me. This secret technique was something that Senior Ao Shao created over 100 years ago precisely as a backup plan in the situation that something goes awry in your cultivation of the art of indifference. Once I cultivate the secret technique, you'll simply have to remain by my side, And the effects of the art of indifference will gradually be stripped away, Hanli explained. Is it really that simple? If I were to continue cultivating the art of indifference, its impact on me would only become exacerbated further and further. Will this spiritual sense secret technique really be able to repress it? Silvermoon was rather skeptical about this. I can't be sure of that as I haven't begun cultivating the secret technique yet, but it had been created after extensive arduous efforts were made by Senior Ao Shao, so I'm sure it should be effective. On top of that, this spiritual sense secret technique should resemble the art of indifference in that the further I progress in it, the greater its effect will become, Hanli replied. Alright, but even if that secret technique does prove to be effective, how long would I have to stay with you? What if the effects of the art of indifference are never completely nullified? Would I have to stay by your side for the rest of my life? Silvermoon asked. According to Senior Ao Shao, you'll be able to undo the effects of the art of indifference on your own once you reach the Grand Ascension stage, Hanlu replied. The Grand Ascension stage? That's an extremely distant goal for me. Looks like I'll have to stay with you for a very long time, Silvermoon said as a hint of a gleeful smile appeared on her face. You possess the 7-star moon physique, which will grant you a greater chance than normal cultivators to progress to the Grand Ascension stage, so don't be disheartened. Besides, during this process, perhaps Senior Ao Shao will find another solution that won't necessitate progression to the Grand Ascension stage, Hanli said with an encouraging smile. That's true, but it looks like I'll be staying with you for at least the next few centuries, Silvermoon said with an elated smile. After that, the two of them discussed some other things and even exchanged some cultivation insights and experiences. Time quickly flew by, and as night was beginning to set in, Silvermoon rose to her feet to take her leave. It's getting late and my art of indifference is about to take effect again, so I'll have to go back to rest and meditate. Please forgive me if I display any rudeness toward you while the art of indifference is in effect. Rest assured, I won't take any offense to that, Hanli said with a smile as he also rose to his feet. Thus, Silvermoon departed, and the door of the secret chamber was closed amid a flash of white light. Hanli sat down with his legs crossed again, and his smile faded as a grim look appeared in his eyes. After exiting the secret chamber, Silvermoon turned a few corners and arrived at a rather secluded corner before suddenly stopping in her tracks. Come out, Liao Ying, I have something to ask you. Before she had even finished her sentence, spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, and a semi-transparent figure appeared before gradually attaining a substantial form, revealing it to be a slender black-robed woman. The woman wore a copper wolf head mask, and her hands were sheathed in a pair of black leather gloves. Not even a single inch of her skin was exposed, and she was hovering around a foot above the ground. What would you like to ask me, young mistress? The masked woman asked. Liao Ying, you were in the hall during my grandfather's conversation with Brother Han, right? At the time, did my grandfather raise any other conditions to Brother Han aside from asking him to cultivate that spiritual sense secret technique? Don't keep anything secret from me, Silvermoon asked in a serious voice. The masked woman smiled and replied, Master Ao Shao transferred my contract to you, so I'm now a shadow guard of yours. I wouldn't keep any secrets from you. Initially, Senior Ao Shao proposed for him to marry you as opposed to immediately mentioning the spiritual sense secret technique. Master promised that as long as fellow Daoist Han agreed to this, not only would he share with fellow Daoist Han his experiences and insights from his Grand Ascension stage breakthrough, he would give fellow Daoist Han most of the treasures in his collection as a dowry. However, fellow Daoist Han refused that offer and only agreed to cultivate the spiritual sense secret technique. So grandfather really did make such a proposal. He was most likely of the opinion that once I married Brother Han, the flaws in my mental state would be mostly repaired. However, with Brother Han's personality, there was no way that he was going to agree to this. If he had, I would have been rather disappointed in him. I'm sure grandfather wasn't happy about being turned down, right? Silvermoon asked. Master Ao Shao was indeed rather displeased, but fellow Daoist Han is no ordinary late-body integration cultivator, so Master Ao Shao didn't say anything about the matter, Liao Ying replied. Of course, Brother Han is currently the most likely cultivator among the human and demon races to progress to the Grand Ascension stage, so grandfather wouldn't do anything to harm him no matter how displeased he was. Alright, you can go now, Liao Ying, Silvermoon sighed. I'll be taking my leave then. Liao Ying extended a slight bow before vanishing into thin air. Silver Moon lingered for a while longer before also departing. The art of indifference was about to take effect soon, so she didn't dare to delay any longer. In the secret chamber, Han Li was also reminiscing about his conversation with Patriarch Ao Shao. During their conversation, not only had Ao Shao proposed for him and Silver Moon to get married, he also revealed something that came as quite a surprise to Han Li. It turned out that Silver Moon's former Dao companion, Wolf Monarch Tian Kuei, had perished during a battle against the devilish army several decades ago, where he was ambushed by several devilish lords at the same time. With him out of the way, Patriarch Ao Shao no longer had any inhibitions about proposing a marriage between Han Li and Silver Moon, but Han Li had turned down the offer in a euphemistic manner. In his heart, Silver Moon was more like a soulmate and a sister than a lover, so he naturally wasn't going to agree to marry her. However, he had made a decision that if Patriarch Ao Zhao's spiritual sense secret technique couldn't undo the effects of the art of indifference, then he would find a solution on his own. With that in mind, he didn't think about the matter any further and closed his eyes to meditate. Thus, during the next few days, Han Li began to cultivate the spiritual sense secret technique given to him by Patriarch Ao Shao. According to Patriarch Ao Shao, once he cultivated this secret technique to a certain extent, he would automatically release a type of spiritual sense fluctuations that would repress the effects of the art of indifference. Of course, this secret technique could also enhance one's spiritual sense, but obviously to nowhere near the extent that the spirit refinement technique could. Patriarch Ao Shao had proclaimed the secret technique to be very difficult to cultivate, but much to Han Li's surprise and elation, he felt it to be extremely simple and straightforward. After thinking about why this was the case, he realized that it most likely had something to do with his spirit refinement technique. The spirit refinement technique was a secret technique from the true immortal realm, so in comparison, this spiritual sense secret technique was naturally extremely simple to cultivate. In the short span of just 2 months, he had mastered the first few stages of the secret technique and achieved initial mastery. During this time, Silver Moon had come to see him on several occasions during which she wasn't affected by the art of indifference, and they shared extensive conversations on each occasion. After close to another month had passed, the ship finally entered the Wood Tribe territory that was still under the control of the United Army. However, it continued onward until it reached Cottonwood City, which was where the United Army headquarters was situated. Along the way, the ship encountered many patrol squads from different races, but all of them clearly recognized Patriarch Ao Zhao's flying treasures, and they all extended respectful bows from afar, not displaying any intentions to intercept it for examination. Around half a month later, around a dozen gargantuan trees appeared in the distance. Each of these trees was around 50,000 to 60,000 feet tall with diameters of around 300 to 400 feet, and they were all shimmering with a layer of green light. These trees acted as pillars for a massive city that was split up into over 10 different levels. The entire city was constructed from all types of wood without any traces of stone or other construction materials to be seen, and atop the wooden city walls stood groups of guards from all races. This was none other than the second largest city of the Wood Tribe and the headquarters of the United Army, Cottonwood City. 1. In case anyone is confused, a soulmate doesn't necessarily always mean a lover. Can also just be a very close friend or something similar. The giant silver ship was noticed by the guards on the city wall once it reached within 50 kilometers of the city, and a group of demonic cultivators immediately rose up into the air before flying toward the ship. We pay our respects to our patriarch. These demonic beings wore suits of armor of different colors, and most of them were at the core formation stage or nascent soul stage. After flying to around 500 meters away from the ship, all of them stopped before falling to their knees in a fervent manner. No need for formalities. I'm going back to my cave abode so you can continue with what you've been doing, Patriarch Ao Shao instructed in an implacable voice from inside the ship. Yes, Patriarch. Patriarch Ao Shao had ruled over the demon race for tens of thousands of years and was worshipped as a god by normal demonic beings, so the guards naturally didn't offer any objections. All of them immediately parted to open up a path, and the flying ship continued to fly toward Cottonwood City as a ball of silver light. All of the restrictions up ahead also parted on their own, thereby granting the ship passage straight into the top level of the city, where it slowly descended onto a heavily guarded plaza. Almost at the exact same moment, A white-haired elderly man emerged from a teleportation formation on the corner of the plaza amid a flash of spiritual light, then immediately made his way over to the ship with a faint smile on his face. The elderly man had a very benevolent appearance with a pair of remarkably long earlobes that almost trailed down to his shoulders. With each step he took he covered a distance of over 100 feet, and after just a few flashes he had arrived beside the silver ship. All of the guards on the plaza immediately extended deep bows, seemingly filled with respect and admiration for the elderly man. He finally came back, Xiao. You've been away for a very long time. If you had been away for much longer, I would have been worried that you may have been killed by the devilish army, the white-haired elderly man chortled in a boisterous voice. Humph, those devilish brats aren't enough to pose a threat to me. Having said that, it sounds like you were genuinely worried about me, Patriarch Xiao harumphed coldly in response from within the ship. Immediately thereafter, the ship began to rapidly shrink amid a flash of silver light, and once the light faded, the ship also disappeared, only for several humanoid figures to take its place. These were none other than Han Li, Silver Moon and Patriarch Xiao, as well as his entourage. The white-haired elderly man smiled as he cast his gaze toward Xiao and said, Brother Xiao, our human and demon races have always been close allies. If you had gone missing under these circumstances, I would struggle to hold down the fort on my own. That is indeed true, but rest assured I may not have much time left, but I won't be dying anytime soon. At the very least, I have to last through this devilish tribulation. By the way, this is fellow Daoist Mo. I'm sure you've heard of him, fellow Daoist Han, Patriarch Xiao said as he motioned toward Han Li. Junior Han Li pays his respects to Senior Mo Jianli. Han Li immediately stepped forward before extending a respectful bow toward the white-haired elderly man. Even though Patriarch Xiao hadn't mentioned the elderly man's name, his Mo surname and Grand Ascension Stage cultivation base, as well as the fact that he was a human, were sufficient factors for Han Li to deduce his identity. Mo Jianli faltered slightly upon hearing this before an elated look quickly appeared on his face. Han Li, are you the cultivator from our human race who only took less than 1,000 years to reach the body integration stage? I heard that you entered the Elder Devil realm with that long brat and the others. Did you just return from the Elder Devil realm? It was clear that he had also been keeping tabs on Han Li. Han Li was rather taken aback to hear this, but he immediately replied, Indeed, Senior Mo. I only returned from the Elder Devil realm not long ago, and I just so happened to run into Senior Xiao in the Wood Tribe territory. Haha, it's extremely impressive that you were able to survive in the Elder Devil realm for so many years. You really are an incredible talent. Mo Jianli praised. Hold on, old man Mo. Take a look at who this is, Patriarch Xiao suddenly interjected. Mo Jianli turned toward Daoist upon hearing this, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. This aura seems to be really familiar somehow. Take a closer look, old man Mo, Patriarch Xiao chuckled. Mo Jianli was even more curious upon hearing this, and golden light flashed through his eyes, upon which his expression changed drastically and he exclaimed, You're not a living being. Could it be that you're that golden crab from the Elder Devil realm? I remember you. Tens of thousands of years ago, you tried to enter the Bitter Spirit Island with some other spirit realm beings, but you were severely wounded by the Sea of Lightning and forced into retreat, Daoist said in an expressionless manner. A slightly awkward look flashed through Mo Jianli's eye and he asked, So it really is you? Why did you take on a human form and leave the devilish origin sea? And why has your cultivation base plummeted to the body integration stage? Brother Xie has taken a liking to fellow Daoist Han, and they made an agreement for Brother Xie to stay with fellow Daoist Han for some time, Patriarch Xiao replied. Is that true, Han? Fellow Daoist Han? Mo Jianli was ecstatic to hear this and he was even referring to Han Li as an equal. There were some other circumstances involved, but that's the gist of the matter. As for the fall in Brother Xie's cultivation base, this is a result of a special ability that he used a while ago, and his powers will recover soon, Han Li replied with a smile. That's great to hear. Fellow Daoist Xie has remained in the Elder Devil realm for countless years, and many powerful beings from a whole host of different realms have tried to recruit him as an ally. There have even been Grand Ascension stage beings among them, but all of them have failed. Who would have thought that you would succeed? Looks like I have an exceptional successor. Mo Jianli said with glowing eyes. There's another piece of good news I have to tell you, but if I reveal it to you here, you'll most likely make an absolute fool out of yourself. So let's head to your abode first, Patriarch Ao Shao said. There's more good news? I'm very much looking forward to hearing it. Come, I have 2 flagons of immortal leaf wine offered to me by the people of the Wood Tribe in my cave abode. Let's sample the wine together as we talk, Imo Jianli said in an excited manner. Han Li and the others naturally had no objections to this, and they all left the plaza using the teleportation formation. Around an hour later, everyone arrived in a hall constructed entirely from purple spirit wood. Imo Jian occupied the main seat and Patriarch Ao Shao, Han Li and Daoist Xia were also sitting in chairs, while Silver Moon and Zhu Guo were standing behind them. Silver Moon's expression was completely aloof and indifferent, while Zhu Guo was virtually brimming with excitement. Han Li was currently downing a cup of viscous nectar-like spirit wine, and as soon as the wine slid down his throat, it immediately transformed into a burst of pure energy that spread through his entire body, striking him with a sense of comfort and warmth. This is exceptional wine. Han Li couldn't help but praise with a hint of surprise on his face. This immortal leaf wine is brewed from the sap that flows from the holy tree of the Wood Tribe, and the entire Wood Tribe can only produce around 100 flagons of this wine per century. If it weren't for fellow Daoist Han and Brother Xie's arrival, I wouldn't have been willing to bring out something so precious, Imo Jianli said with a smile. It's a pity that the holy tree had to be moved during the invasion of the devilish army, and the tree was harmed quite substantially during the process, Patriarch Ao Shao sighed in a forlorn manner. Not only that, but the Grand Elder of the Wood Tribe is currently also resting in the holy tree, hoping to draw upon the tree's spiritual qi to recover to his former Grand Ascension stage powers. But if you ask me, even if he manages to recover, it'll take many years and he most likely won't be able to play a further in this devilish tribulation, Imo Jianli also sighed in response. The Wood Tribe is currently sorely lacking in top-tier powerful beings as a result of its battles against the devilish army. It's only with the assistance of our races that it's just barely able to maintain its current situation, so we never expected much from them in the first place, Patriarch Ao Shao said with a cold smile. In the Wood Tribe's current state, it's hard to say whether it's even going to be able to continue to maintain its independence in the spirit realm, but that has nothing to do with us. Now then, can you tell me this good news that you were referring to earlier, fellow Daoist Ao Shao? Imo Jianli sighed before changing the subject. The good news is that fellow Daoist Han managed to enter the spirit cleansing pond and consume the clean spirit lotus in the Elder Devil realm, something that even we were unable to do, Patriarch Ao Shao chuckled in response. Imo Jianli's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and he immediately rose to his feet as he exclaimed, "What? Is that true?" Even though Han Li had recently returned from the Elder Devil realm, Imo Jianli didn't even consider the possibility that Han Li had managed to enter the spirit cleansing pond. After all, countless powerful beings from many different realms had ventured into the Elder Devil realm in pursuit of the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus, but barely any of them had ever succeeded. Han Li was indeed an exceptional prodigy among those of the human and demon races, but he may not be all that special when it came to the prodigies of the other realms. However, unbeknownst to Imo Jianli, Han Li was no ordinary late-body integration cultivator. His physical body and spiritual sense were virtually as powerful as those of the average sacred ancestor, and after unleashing his second nirvana transformation he could even match a sacred ancestor in battle. On top of that, all of the high-grade devilish beings had been in a state of turmoil in the face of the tribulation of the Elder Devil realm, so none of them were able to focus on stopping Han Li and the others. Otherwise, it would have only taken several sacred ancestors to pay some attention to them, and there would have been no way that they could have made it to the devilish origin sea. That is indeed fantastic news. With fellow Daoist Han's brilliant aptitude and the effects of the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus, there's at least a 30% to 40% chance that he'd be able to progress to the Grand Ascension stage with our unreserved assistance. Imo Jianli said with glowing eyes. He's a cultivator from your human race. Why should I give him my unreserved assistance? Patriarch Ao Shao harumphed coldly. Our human and demon races are one unified entity in the spirit realm. If fellow Daoist Han can progress to the Grand Ascension stage, he'll be a powerful backer for your demon race for tens of thousands of years to come, so why insist on differentiating between our two races? If someone from your demon race had hopes of progressing to the Grand Ascension stage, I would also offer them my unreserved assistance, Mo Jianli replied. Is that a promise, old man Mo? Patriarch Ao Shao asked with a hint of a smile on his face. Of course. Hold on, are you saying there's someone from your demon race with a chance of progressing to the Grand Ascension stage? Mo Jianli asked with a stunned expression. You've met my granddaughter a few times already, but did you know that she possesses the 7-star moon physique? If she can progress to the late body integration stage, her chances of becoming a Grand Ascension stage being would be slightly lesser than those of fellow Daoist Han, but there definitely won't be too much of a disparity, Patriarch Ao Shao said in a proud manner as he gestured toward Silver Moon. Ling Long possesses the 7-star moon physique? Why didn't you tell me this before? Do you not trust me? Mo Jianli asked with an astonished expression as he turned toward Silver Moon. Of course I trust you. It's just that Linger wasn't born with this physique and she only awakened it not long ago, so I certainly wasn't intentionally keeping it a secret from you, Patriarch Ao Shao explained. Even so, I can tell you're clearly plotting something by revealing this in conjunction with all of this good news about fellow Daoist Han, Mo Jianli harumphed in a displeased manner. You're right. Linger possesses the 7-star moon physique, but she's encountered some trouble in her cultivation, and I'll require your assistance to resolve the issue, Patriarch Ao Shao sighed. What's the problem? I'll do everything in my power to assist you, Mo Jianli immediately replied. Patriarch Ao Shao nodded in response before his lips began to tremor in a soundless manner as he transmitted his voice toward Mo Jianli instead of speaking directly to him. Mo Jianli listened intently to what Ao Shao had to say, and as time passed, a grim look began to appear on his face. Following the conclusion of Ao Zhao's voice transmission, Mo Jianli hesitated momentarily before making a decision. I understand, I'll give you everything you asked for. However, if fellow Daoist Han requires anything for his future breakthrough to the Grand Ascension stage, you have to do your best to satisfy those needs as well. Of course. Regardless of whether fellow Daoist Han or Linger can progress to the Grand Ascension stage, our human and demon races will have an additional powerful backer, Patriarch Ao Shao replied with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, seniors, but I'm not that confident in my own ability to progress to the Grand Ascension stage, and I don't want to disappoint you if I were to fail, Han Li suddenly interjected. Who can say that they're absolutely confident in their ability to successfully progress to the Grand Ascension stage? Back when I made the breakthrough, it was mostly down to luck. At the time, I had several good friends who possessed superior aptitude to my own, but I was the only one who succeeded, so there really is no need to put any pressure on yourself, fellow Daoist Han, Mo Jianli reassured. Indeed. The two of us are willing to assist you because there's no one in our two races with a greater chance of progressing to the Grand Ascension stage, and this has always been the convention. Whenever a Grand Ascension stage being among our two races is reaching the end of their lifespan, they are obligated to gather the resources within their race to nurture the brightest talents of the next generation. We're not the only ones doing this either, those on the Holy Island are also doing the same thing, and this is one of the reasons why the Holy Island was founded in the first place. However, compared to those cultivators on the Holy Island, we're more confident in you. If it weren't for the special nature of your situation, you would have most likely been invited to the Holy Island long ago. Even now, if you wish to cultivate on the Holy Island, we can send you there, Patriarch Ao Shao explained. I wasn't aware that the Holy Island had such a duty. I've grown accustomed to cultivating on my own, so I won't go to the Holy Island for now. Perhaps I'll pay the island a visit when I get a chance to do so in the future, Han Li quickly decided. Alright, in that case we naturally won't force the issue. By the way, there's something else I wanted to ask you. Have the Long family patriarch and that girl from the Yi family both perished in the Elder Devil realm? Mo Jianli asked with a serious expression. They did indeed perish in the Elder Devil realm, Han Li replied. That's quite a pity. The Long family and Yi family are the two most powerful true spirit families, so their deaths will most likely impact the true spirit families in our human race very severely. Having said that, once Brother Xie recovers his powers, he'll be more than enough to make up for this loss. A dejected look initially appeared in Mo Jianli's eyes, only to be replaced by one of hope and excitement as he cast his gaze toward Daoist Xie. The high-grade cultivators of the true spirit families are indeed more powerful than normal high-grade cultivators of the same caliber, but similarly, It's a lot more difficult for high-grade cultivators to emerge from those true spirit families. So if you ask me, there's no need to pay too much heed to them, Patriarch Ao Xiao said in a dismissive manner. I beg to differ. The true spirit families may have their fallacies, but the fact of the matter is that they have ties with ancient true spirit beings. Body integration stage beings that emerge from those families are very formidable, so I think we can still count on them to bolster our two races in the future. Emo Jinli countered with a shake of his head. That may be true, but if you ask me, the true spirit families are nowhere near as valuable as the premier branches of our demon race. After all, many more body integration stage beings have emerged from those branches than in the true spirit families, Patriarch Ao Xiao said with a cold smile. The premier branches of your demon race do indeed produce far more talent than the true spirit families, but there's no point in discussing this now. I had hoped that someone would have returned from the Elder Devil realm aside from fellow Daoist Han, but it looks like I was being too optimistic, Emo Jinli said with furrowed brows. Are you lacking people? Is the United Army plotting something? Patriarch Ao Xiao asked. The Wood Tribe is currently preparing a plan to counterattack the Devilish Army, and it's received support from fellow Daoist Sang of the Yiksha tribe. They're hoping that this plan will allow them to recover all of their lost territory in one go, Emo Jinli replied with a grim expression. Have they gone insane? If the lost territory were that easy to recover, we would have done so long ago. Setting aside the Wood Tribe for now, has Old Man Sang gone senile? Did you not object to this plan? Patriarch Ao Xiao immediately flared up with rage upon hearing this. There was a new development around half a year after you left the United Army, and if you knew about it, perhaps you would have a different opinion right now. 3 months ago we received news that the Elder Devil race has suddenly sent in a huge influx of troops to the territories of all of our races. Without us Grand Ascension stage beings present, the situation has taken a turn for the worse, so we have to take care of matters in the Wood Tribe as soon as possible. We can't afford to just hold on and wait until our two realms separate, Emo Jinli said with a grim expression. What? The Elder Devil realm has sent more troops into our spirit realm? Did you verify this news? It's not a bluff, is it? Patriarch Ao Xiao's expression darkened significantly upon hearing this. I contacted the Holy Island to verify this, and I was told that not only is this news genuine, there have even been clones of the 3 devilish patriarchs sighted within the new devilish reinforcements. However, we don't know if the true bodies of any of the devilish patriarchs have descended into our spirit realm, Emo Jinli replied with a wry smile. That's impossible. Normal sacred ancestors may be able to enter our spirit realm, but there's no way that devilish patriarchs can do the same. Everything we set up over all these years was prepared precisely to prevent this from happening. Patriarch Ao Xiao immediately said. Chapter 2157. Wood Realm 36 Extremes Formation, that is indeed true, but who knows if the devilish beings have thought of some unforeseen way to bypass our setup. If the true bodies of the patriarchs manage to descend into our realm while we're away, then our two races will be plunged into a dire situation, Emo Jinli said in a concerned voice. After a long pause, Patriarch Ao Xiao nodded in agreement. In that case we really do have to exercise more caution. Looks like we'll have to return to our races as soon as possible. Seniors, I don't think there's much of a chance that the patriarchs will all be able to descend into our realm. Even if they manage to do so, it would most likely only be 1 or 2 of the 3, Hanli interjected. Emo Jinli faltered slightly upon hearing this before his eyes immediately lit up. Oh. It sounds like you know something that we don't, fellow Daoist Han. You did just come back from the Elder Devil realm. Is there some information you'd like to share with us? Han Li paused for a moment before asking, have you heard of the tribulation of the Elder Devil realm, seniors? Tribulation of the Elder Devil realm? We have indeed heard of this, but we didn't get a chance to gather any detailed information, Patriarch Ao Xiao replied as his eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, back when I ventured into the Elder Devil realm, I also heard about this from a devilish lord, but it seems that only the sacred ancestors know the full story. Have you managed to find out more information about it, fellow Daoist Han? Emo Jinli asked in an eager voice. I did indeed manage to gather some information about this tribulation. Have you heard of the Stemborer Queen? Han Li asked as a serious look appeared on his face. Stemborer Queen? I don't recall ever hearing this term. Do you know anything about this, fellow Daoist Ao? Emo Jianli replied with a perplexed expression. It sounds rather familiar. I seem to have heard of it a very long time, but it's been too long and I can't remember the exact details. Patriarch Ao Xiao replied as his brows furrowed slightly. It's no surprise that you haven't heard of the stem borer queen, seniors. This is an insect queen that was sealed by true immortals back in ancient times, so very little people currently know of it, Hanli replied with a smile. Ah yes, I remember now. The stem borer queen is the ancient insect said to be capable of devouring entire realms, right? Could it be that it's at the center of the tribulation that the Elder Devil realm is facing? Patriarch Ao Zhao's face paled slightly as he spoke. Capable of devouring realms? What kind of insect is this? Wouldn't that make it even more terrifying than true spirits? Emo Jianli's expression also changed significantly upon hearing this. True spirits simply aren't comparable to this thing. In ancient times, several powerful true spirits had been devoured by this insect queen. I heard about it while traveling through another continent prior to reaching the Grand Ascension stage, and apparently the stem borer queen was born. The Patriarch Ao Xiao began to provide a backstory on the stem borer queen with a grim expression, and the content of the story was much the same as what Hanli had heard from Violet Spirit. The only difference was that according to what Ao Xiao had heard, the stem borer queen had vanished following its battle with the true immortals, and no seal was mentioned. Emo Jianli's expression darkened even further upon hearing this. The tribulation of the Elder Devil realm is indeed related to this insect. According to the information I was given, the stem borer queen was sealed in a certain part of the Elder Devil realm. It awakened not long ago and has begun attacking the seal. The majority of the Elder Devil realm's power has been focused on containing it, so I think there's a very slim chance that all three devilish patriarchs will descend into our spirit realm, Hanli said. If that insect queen really has awakened, then the Elder Devil realm isn't the only one that's in trouble. Even our spirit realm could eventually be devoured by that thing. Patriarch Ao Xiao murmured as he fell into deep contemplation. Has this information been verified, fellow Daoist Han? Can you vouch for its authenticity? Emo Jianli asked in a cautious manner. The information has come from a reliable source and I'm 80% sure that it's true, Hanli replied. In that case it's most likely true, but as a safety precaution, we'll have to send someone into the Elder Devil realm for verification. What do you think, Brother Ao? Emo Jianli asked. This is a very important matter, so it would indeed be necessary to send someone to verify the situation. I'll send a trusty subordinate of mine to investigate the matter. If it really is true, then it makes sense that the devilish beings have been so desperate to claim some territory for themselves in the spirit realm. They must be doing this so they can mass migrate to our spirit realm once the stem borer queen breaks out of its seal, Patriarch Ao Xiao said with a cold expression. Judging from the number of devilish beings that have appeared in our spirit realm, the three devilish patriarchs clearly haven't given up on containing the stem borer queen. Otherwise, more forces would have poured into our spirit realm at this point. Hence, I'm assuming that their plan to conquer our races is only a backup option, Emo Jianli said in a contemplative manner. Having said that, more devilish reinforcements have appeared in our races, suggesting that the devilish beings are struggling to keep the stem borer queen contained, which means that we should return to our races as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the devilish beings transfer most of their forces into our spirit realm, then even all of our races combined most likely wouldn't be able to oppose them, so we have to think of another strategy, Patriarch Ao Xiao said in a grim voice. What's there to think about? This matter concerns the stem borer queen, so it won't just be up to us to address it. If we release this information, I'm sure all of the other Grand Ascension stage beings all over the spirit realm will join us, Emo Jianli replied with a smile. Patriarch Ao Zhao's eyes immediately lit up. That's a fantastic idea. But before that, we have to make sure that the matter about the stem borer queen is indeed true. On top of that, we can't just abandon the Wood tribe and return to our races in this current situation. Otherwise, the alliance that we painstakingly built up would most likely instantly collapse, making it easy pickings for the devilish army, Emo Jianli said in a contemplative voice. In that case, we'll abide by the Wood tribe's request and battle the devilish army. We'll inflict as much damage as we can on the devilish army, and after that we'll have an excuse to return to our races. Perhaps that's Old Man Sang's idea as well. He's the only Grand Ascension stage being in the Wuxia race. I'm sure he's concerned about his own race as well. During this time, We'll verify the information about the stem borer queen while gathering our own forces. After all, if the devilish army really does launch a big attack, we'll have to save ourselves before we can do anything else, Patriarch Ao Xiao decided. Alright, we'll do as you say, fellow Daoist Ao. Defeat is not an option in this battle, so we'll have to borrow fellow Daoist Han and Brother Xie's powers. Having said that, once the battle concludes, you can return to our human race right away, fellow Daoist Han. I can see that your magic power is far more abundant than that of the average late-body integration cultivator, so you'll have a decent chance of progressing to the Grand Ascension stage once you go into seclusion. The same applies for Junior Ling Long as well, Mo Jinli concluded. Patriarch Ao Xiao nodded in response, and Han Li also agreed with this arrangement. As long as none of the true bodies of the devilish patriarchs descended into Wood tribe territory, he had nothing to fear. After that arrangement was made, a thought suddenly occurred to Patriarch Ao Xiao, and he said, "The Wood tribe has proposed a counterattack, so they must have support from other than from Old Man Sang. You've stayed in this city this entire time. Have you heard anything, fellow Daoist Mo?" "I have." With the arrival of the devilish reinforcements, the Grand Elder of the Wood tribe seems to be aware that he won't be able to keep us here for much longer. As such, he made the decision to bring out all 36 of the Wood tribe's backup holy trees. With those trees, he's going to set up the Wood Realm 36 Extremes formation for one final battle against the devilish army. If we were to join forces with Shanghai and have this formation to assist us, there should be at least a 70% chance that we'll be able to win this battle, Mo Jinli replied. I've heard of the Wood Realm 36 Extremes formation. It's said to be a formation that's emulated the profound heavenly spirit domain ability of the true immortal realm. Apparently, it possesses enough power to kill even Grand Ascension stage beings, but the Wood tribe has never even used it once, so no one knows whether this is true or not, Patriarch Ao Xiao said. In any case, the fact that the Wood tribe is willing to bring out those 36 backup holy trees indicates that they're making a final roll of the dice. If we can take advantage of this and deal the devilish army a heavy blow, we'll be able to buy more time for our two races, Mo Jinli replied with a nonchalant smile. That's true, Patriarch Ao Xiao chuckled in response. Chapter 2158. Mission. After that, Patriarch Ao Xiao and Mo Jinli began to discuss some finer details in preparation for the battle against the devilish army. During this time, they would occasionally ask for Han Li's opinion, clearly making an effort to include him in the discussion. Han Li was aware that he couldn't compare with these two Grand Ascension stage beings when it came to tactical acumen in battles that concerned several races, so he didn't take the initiative to interject and only offered his opinions when requested to do so. Daoist Xie and Silvermoon were also in the hall, but both of them were completely expressionless and disinterested. As for Zhu Guer, she was standing off to the side in an obedient manner. Thus, time slowly passed by, and Han Li stayed in Mo Jinli's cave abode for close to half a day before the discussion finally drew to a conclusion. Patriarch Ao Xiao departed with Silvermoon first, while Mo Jinli and Han Li chatted for a while longer before the former summoned one of his disciples to organize a temporary place for Han Li to stay. The disciple naturally did as he was told in a respectful manner, setting up a pavilion that was situated on a branch of the giant tree less than 10 kilometers away from Mo Jinli's cave abode. The spiritual qi here was nowhere near as abundant as that in Mo Jinli's cave abode, but it was still far better than anywhere else in Cottonwood City, so Han Li was quite pleased with it and moved in with Daoist Xie and Zhu Guer. The next half a month was quite uneventful, and Han Li stayed in the secret chamber of his pavilion, cultivating the spiritual sense secret technique that had been given to him by Patriarch Ao Xiao. However, this was the first time that Zhu Guer had been to a city in the spirit realm, and she would go out almost every day to explore the city. She had somehow managed to convince Daoist Xie to accompany her on her long trips around the city, so Han Li wasn't concerned about her safety at all. However, from what Zhu Guer had been telling him after she returned from her daily outings, Han Li could clearly sense that the army within Cottonwood City was in a very tense state. It seemed that the higher-ups of all the races had made a decision to battle the devilish army after all. In that case, it was clear that these uneventful days wouldn't last much longer. Sure enough, Mo Jinli arrived at his pavilion only several days later. After detecting the arrival of Mo Jinli with his spiritual sense, he immediately welcomed Mo Jinli into the hall. They each took a seat, and after exchanging some pleasantries, Mo Jinli revealed the purpose for his visit. We've decided on the main strategies we'll be adopting in the battle against the devilish army. The most powerful beings among our united army are myself, Brother Ao, and Xianxia of the Yiksha race, so we should be able to handle the sacred ancestors in the devilish army. However, due to the heavy defeats the Wood tribe has suffered, they don't have any Grand Ascension stage beings left, so we'll have to reinforce them in that area. With your powers, you'll undoubtedly be assigned an important duty, fellow Daoist Han. This battle is just as important for our human race, so I'm naturally more than willing to offer my services. Feel free to issue me any instructions that you have, and I'll do my best to complete them, Han Li replied with a smile. Your powers rank below only us 3 Grand Ascension stage beings, so you'll be playing an extremely important role in this battle. Has fellow Daoist Xie recovered his powers yet? Imogen Li asked. I'm afraid not, Senior. Brother Xie won't be able to make a full recovery without at least half a year of rest and recuperation, Han Li replied. That's quite a pity. If fellow Daoist Xie can recover to his full power, then our chances of winning this battle will improve by at least 10%. Imogen Li sighed in a forlorn manner. Brother Xie's powers are indeed not inferior to those of the average Grand Ascension stage being, but it's not easy to employ his services. If I didn't have some special assets up my sleeve, I wouldn't have been able to convince him to come back with me, Han Li said. I've heard about the rules stipulated by fellow Daoist Xie, but regardless of the price, it's definitely a good deal to be able to bring him to our spirit realm. Even if he doesn't do anything, the presence of a Grand Ascension stage faux immortal puppet on the battlefield will be very intimidating to the enemy, Imogen Li replied. I certainly hope so, Han Li could only reply with a wry smile. Seeing as fellow Daoist Xie hasn't fully recovered, we won't be sending you to the front lines. Here's what we'll do. There are 3 cores in the Wood Realm 36 Extremes formation. If any of them is destroyed, the formation would become significantly less powerful, and if all 3 were to be destroyed, then the entire formation would collapse altogether, so these cores are extremely important. Having said that, due to their importance, the 3 cores are all very heavily guarded, so they'll be very safe places to stay. Brother Ao and I have decided to assign you to one of those cores. What do you think, fellow Daoist Han? Imogen Li proposed. I have no issues with that. I'll be sure to ensure the safety of the core, Han Li replied without any hesitation. However, Imogen Li shook his head and said, if the cores were to be destroyed, the outcome of the battle could be affected, but in comparison your safety is far more important to our human race. If you really do encounter some insurmountable enemies, then retreat and prioritize your own safety above all else. Otherwise, if something were to happen to you, even a victory wouldn't be worth it. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this before immediately nodding in response. Thank you for holding me in such high regard, Senior. I understand what I have to do now. Just remember that your top priority is to keep yourself safe, and only after that comes the safety of the formation. With Brother Xie by your side, I'm sure you won't encounter any issues unless you encounter the true body of a sacred ancestor. I've heard from Brother Ao that you and Brother Xie have even managed to fight on equal footing with that sacred ancestor Yuan Cha, Imogen Li said with a smile. Senior Ao Shao is far too kind. Brother Xie and I were only just barely able to ensure self-preservation, and it was Senior Ao Shao who drove Yuan Cha away in the end, Han Li replied in a modest manner. In any case, you and fellow Daoist Xie are able to dominate virtually all beings below the Grand Ascension stage. The Wood tribe and the Yiksha race will also be sending some body integration stage beings to protect the formation core with you. Fellow Daoist Ao and I are of the opinion that you and fellow Daoist Xie will be more than enough. But those 2 races are unaware of your powers, so they insisted on sending some more people, Imogen Li said. Han Li wasn't surprised to hear this and he asked, I see, but who will be the leader of the group? For cultivators like us, whoever is most powerful will naturally be the one to call the shots. I don't know who the Wood tribe and Yiksha race will be sending, but I'm sure they won't be more powerful than you. Having said that, the high-grade beings of the Wood tribe will definitely be quite familiar with the formation, so it would be wise to inquire them if any issues arise, Imogen Li replied. I understand. When will I be required to set off? Han Li asked. With the Wood tribe's 36 backup holy trees, it'll be a lot easier to set up the formation, but it'll still take some time. Most importantly, we have to lure the entire devilish army into the formation first. Hence, fellow Daoist Ao and I will be setting off with the united army to lure out the devilish army, while you'll be setting off with the second group to set up the formation. Once the formation is complete, you'll stay in the formation core in preparation for the upcoming battle, Mo Jinli replied. Han Li saw no issues with this, so he nodded and gave an affirmative response. After that, Mo Jinli didn't remain in Han Li's pavilion for much longer and quickly departed. Half a month later, all types of energy fluctuations suddenly erupted within the entirety of Cottonwood City, and streaks of dazzling light erupted into the air from all levels of the city, accompanied by resounding booms. The streaks of light contained war carriages and giant arcs, and there were countless warriors from all of the races of the United Army gathered on those flying treasures. These warriors were all standing ramrods straight on the flying treasures, giving off an astonishing baleful aura. More and more of these flying treasures began to fly out of the city, and soon, the entire sky had been concealed behind a mass of tens of thousands of carriages and arcs. Right at this moment, the string of resounding booms suddenly ceased, and the entire city tremored slightly before over 100 gargantuan island-like objects emerged. These objects were all of different shapes and forms, presenting a very chaotic sight to behold. Chapter 2159. The second formation core. The gigantic objects included massive palaces, mountainous beehive-shaped islands and massive clouds of green light. All of them were also filled with troops of the United Army, and they stopped momentarily in mid-air before flying away from Cottonwood City, surrounded by throngs of flying carriages and arcs. Close to half of the United Army's elite forces had departed, including the 3 Grand Ascension stage beings. They were going to unite with the troops deployed by other cities to form a formidable force that could truly contend with the devilish army. Han Li didn't depart with this group. Instead, he merely looked on as Mo Jinli and the others departed, then returned calmly to his pavilion to continue cultivating. 5 days later, Cottonwood City erupted into a frenzy again as another branch of the United Army that was comprised primarily of Wood tribe beings gathered together in preparation to leave the city as well. Han Li was currently meditating on the top floor of his pavilion at this point, and his expression changed slightly as he opened his eyes. Not long after that, the sound of footsteps rang out from the stairwell, and Zhu Guer arrived with a respectful look on her face. Senior Han, the Wood tribe has extended an invitation toward you. I see. You're still too weak, so stay in Cottonwood City for now. Once the battle is over, I'll take you back to our human race, Han Li said. There was an implacable tone in Han Li's voice, and Zhu Guer immediately lowered her head before giving an affirmative response. Yes, Senior. Thus, Han Li rose to his feet in an unhurried manner before walking down the stairs. Upon arriving in the hall on the first floor, he discovered that Daoist Xie was seated in a corner in a completely expressionless manner, while a green-skinned young man from the Wood tribe was standing at the center of the hall with an uneasy expression. Han Li immediately detected that this young man was only at the nascent soul stage, and had only recently manifested a nascent soul. As soon as Han Li arrived, the young man hurriedly rushed over to him before extending a deep bow. I pay my respects to Senior Han. I was sent here by our Grand Elder to invite you to join us. Your Grand Elder? Isn't he resting in the holy tree? Han Li asked. Elder Han has temporarily taken over the role of Grand Elder, the young man explained. I see. Lead the way then. Let's go, Brother Xie, Han Li replied before turning toward Daoist Xie. Daoist Xie offered no response, but he suddenly appeared completely silently behind Han Li in a blur. The Wood tribe young man was naturally quite startled by this, but he didn't dare to ask any questions and hurriedly exited the room. Thus Han Li and Daoist Xie were led out of the pavilion, where they caught sight of a dozen or so giant azure clouds hovering in midair. Each of these clouds was over 1,000 acres in size, and there were some pavilions and buildings that could be seen on them. Furthermore, there were many warriors from all races rushing atop the clouds, seemingly transporting some things from Cottonwood City onto the clouds. Han Li merely took a brief glance at the situation unfolding before his eyes before following the young man toward the largest of the azure clouds. Moments later, Han Li appeared on a platform that was constructed from yellow wood atop the massive cloud. At one end of the platform was a green hall that was over 1,000 feet tall, and at the entrance of the hall were around a dozen fully armed Wood tribe guards. Senior Han, our stand-in Grand Elder is currently waiting for you inside the hall, the young man carefully explained. Han Li took a glance at the hall before sweeping his spiritual sense into it, upon which he immediately sensed a few powerful auras. He motioned for the young man to continue leading the way, and the guards in front of the hall granted them passage, clearly indicating that they were all familiar with the young man. However, they sensed the unfathomable spiritual pressure emanating from Han Li's body as he passed by them, and a hint of fear crept into their wooden expressions. Some of them even unconsciously bowed and lowered their heads as Han Li was walking past them. Even though they were from different races, a respect for power was something that was universal across the entire spirit realm. Right at this moment, Han Li suddenly said something to Daoist Xia through voice transmission, and Daoist Xia immediately stopped in his tracks before making his way toward one side of the hall's entrance. The Wood Tribe guards were all quite surprised to see this, but they didn't dare to ask any questions. Meanwhile, Han Li followed the young man through a corridor and entered the hall before casually inspecting his surroundings, upon which he discovered that there were only 3 people in the hall, which was several hundred feet in size. The one sitting on the main seat was a purple-haired elderly man from the Wood Tribe. This was a thin late-body integration cultivator who was wearing a set of green robes and a golden and silver belt around his waist. On either side of the elderly man were seated a silver-armored burly man from the Wood Tribe and a tall and lithe young woman in black, both of whom were at the mid-body integration stage. The burly man was very imposing and significantly taller than the average Wood Tribe being. There were several deep wrinkles on his forehead, and his eyes were completely wooden and soulless. As for the young woman, she appeared to be around 18 years of age with a pair of short black horns on her head. She was quite beautiful, but she currently wore a cold expression. All 3 of them immediately fell silent and turned toward Han Li upon his arrival. Upon verifying that Han Li was indeed at the late-body integration stage, a wide smile appeared on the elderly man's face, and he stood up before cupping his fist in a salute. "Brother Han, I've heard much about you from Senior Mo. Our Wood Tribe is immensely fortunate to have you on our side." "Greetings, fellow Daoist Han. My name is Chao Ji." "So you're Han Li. As expected, you seem to be far more powerful than fellow Daoist Chao and myself. I am Xianxia of the Yiksha race." Upon detecting Han Li's cultivation base, the other 2 beings in the room also stood up before extending salutes. "Sorry to keep you waiting, fellow Daoists," Han Li replied as he returned a salute of his own. "Please take a seat, Brother Han. We are currently discussing the protection of the formation core. Fellow Daoist Chao and Fairy Fei will team up with you to protect the same formation core," the elderly man said with a smile. As for the young man, he had already backed out of the hall in a respectful manner. "With fellow Daoist Chao and Fairy Fei's assistance, I'll be better equipped to protect the formation core," Han Li replied, clearly already treating Chao Ji and Fei Xiaoxi as his subordinates. His cultivation base was superior to theirs, so there was no need for him to be overly polite. Otherwise, it could lead them into thinking that they could challenge his authority. Chao Ji displayed no reaction to this, but Fei Xiaoxi's expression changed slightly, and she couldn't help but give a cold harumph. "Haha, with your powers I'm sure the formation core will be safe. However, aside from protecting the formation core from devilish attacks, the 3 of you will have another important task to complete," the elderly man said. "Another important task? Why did I not hear about this from our Grand Elder? Did you add this task on a whim?" Fei Xiaoxi asked as her brows furrowed slightly with displeasure. "Of course not. The important task I'm referring to is something that fellow Daoist Chao will have to complete. You and fellow Daoist Han will still only be responsible for protecting the formation core," the elderly man explained. "Oh. Would you be able to elaborate on what exactly this task is?" Han Li asked in an intrigued voice. "Due to the intricacies of the formation, our united army will most likely have to borrow some power from the 3 formation cores. When that time comes, the people situated at the 3 cores will have to cooperate with the united army. I've already informed Chao Ji of how to do this, but he'll require your protection while he's activating the power of the formation core," the elderly man said. "I see, that's not an issue. The formation was set up by your race in the first place, so it's only right for fellow Daoist Chao to operate it," Han Li replied with a nonchalant smile. "I also have no objections to this," Fei Xiaoxi chimed in with a nod. "Great. I knew you 2 would be willing to lend Chao Ji your assistance. Once the formation is set up, the second formation core will be left to the 3 of you," the elderly man said as he rose to his feet before extending a salute toward Han Li's trio. Han Li's trio naturally also stood up and returned the salute. Rest assured, Elder Han, will be sure to do our best. After that, Elder Han informed them of some other matters that required their attention, then gave each of them a jade slip, within which were contained some of the different forms that the formation could take on. If enemies were to make it to their formation core, they would be able to use the power of the restriction to oppose them. Elder Han then summoned 3 wood-tried beings to organize a place to stay for Han Li's trio in the buildings on the giant cloud. After all, there was still quite a long journey ahead, and prior to arriving at their destination, Han Li and the others naturally had to prime themselves into the best condition possible. Half a day later, a burst of rumbling rang out in the air once again, and the dozen or so giant clouds also departed from Cottonwood City, accompanied by thousands of flying carriages and battle arcs, heading directly toward the territory that had been taken over by the devilish army. Over half a month later, Han Li was standing expressionlessly atop a pagoda on the giant azure cloud, looking down toward a lush mountain range. Fei Xiaoxi and Chao Ji stood slightly behind him on either side, and they were also casting their eyes downward. Aside from over 100 flying carriages and battle arcs patrolling the nearby area, all of the other giant clouds were nowhere to be seen. The mountain range wasn't a very large one and only had a radius of less than 100 kilometers, but there were countless humanoid figures traversing through it as one tall platform after another rose up from the ground. These stone platforms were all of different heights with silver spirit patterns engraved upon them, and there were green flags that were shimmering with faint spiritual light situated all over them. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that all of these platforms had risen up over the few spirit veins in the mountain range. At the center of the mountains was a valley, within which a gigantic tree was growing rapidly at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. With each passing moment, it would grow by around a foot, and it was already virtually as tall as the mountains around it. On the ground around the giant tree was a green formation that was around 100 acres in area, and there were over 100 wood-tried beings seated within the formation. All of them were at or above the nascent soul stage, and they all had their eyes closed while making different hand seals. All of the stone platforms were connected around the valley, causing all of the world's origin chi in the entire mountain range to converge toward the valley in a frenzy, forming a series of extremely exuberant 5-colored rainbows in the nearby air. There were several small mountain ranges close to 100,000 kilometers away, where a series of massive trees were also rapidly growing in obscure locations, and there were countless tall platforms being erected near them as well. If one were to look down from a high altitude, they'd discover that there were 36 of these formations that had been set up within an area with a radius of around 500,000 kilometers. Even though they weren't all complete yet, they had been arranged in an extremely profound configuration to form a super formation that presented a spectacular, breathtaking sight. At this point, all of the world's origin chi within the super formation had already been activated, and all types of energy fluctuations were beginning to appear in the air, filling the entire area with a sense of menace and peril. Standing atop the azure cloud, Han Li suddenly said, "At this rate, the formation core will be complete in a few days. Once it's completed, we'll descend this azure light island into the formation core and activate all of the protective restrictions to adopt a fully defensive stance." Fei Xiaoxi cast a glance toward Han Li before replying in a slightly cold voice, "I have no objections to that. However, it's rather surprising that the formation is taking so long to set up. I've heard that the progress at the other 2 formation cores is even slower than in our one. That's not going to be an issue, is it?" According to the information I received yesterday, the battle between the United Army and Devilish Army has just commenced, and they're trying to lure the Devilish Army into our formation. At the very least, it would take the Devilish Army over 10 days to get here, and by then the formation will definitely already be complete. What I'm worried about is whether the formation will actually be powerful enough to deal the Devilish Army a heavy blow, Han Li replied. Rest assured, fellow Daoists, even without using the backup holy trees, the Wood Realm 36 Extremes formation possesses unfathomable power. Now that the 36 holy trees are being used, even a Grand Ascension stage being would struggle to escape from the formation on their own. As for the ordinary devilish beings, they stand no chance in the face of the formation's power, Chao Ji reassured with a confident smile. I'm sure the 36 backup holy trees will significantly bolster the formation's power, but at the same time, the devilish army is nothing to be scoffed at. In particular, all of the sacred ancestors possess immense power and many clones, all of which will be very difficult to deal with, Han Li said. The sacred ancestors are indeed powerful, but the Grand Elders will be responsible for facing them, so what's there for us to worry about? Fei Xiaoxi countered. Senior Sang and the others would perhaps be able to hold off the true bodies of the sacred ancestors, but they most likely won't be able to deal with the clones. Those clones will most likely be deployed by the devilish army to break the formation cores, Han Li replied with a smile. Sacred ancestor clones? Both Chao Ji and Fei Xiaoxi's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this. Have the two of you crossed paths with sacred ancestor clones in the past? Han Li asked as a meaningful look appeared in his eyes. A hint of hatred appeared on Chao Ji's face as he replied, I had once encountered a sacred ancestor clone with a fellow Daoist of roughly the same cultivation base as myself, and that fellow Daoist perished during the battle, while I managed to escape with severe injuries. I haven't encountered a sacred ancestor clone in person, but many of my loved ones have perished by their hands. If they're sent to our formation core, I'll be sure to give them a taste of their own medicine, Fei Xiaoxi also said with a cold expression. Fairy Fei, if you were to encounter a sacred ancestor clone on your own, then I'd advise you to turn and run. Otherwise you'll only be sacrificing yourself for nothing, Chao Ji advised with a wry smile. However, Fei Xiaoxi merely gave a dismissive harumph, clearly not intending to heed Chao Ji's advice. There's no need to be alarmed, fellow Daoist Chao. If this formation really is as powerful as you say, then we should be able to contend with those sacred ancestor clones by drawing upon the formation's power. Of course, if too many of them come here at once, then we'll have to think of some other way, Han Li said in a calm voice. Think of some other way? Have you prepared some type of trump card, fellow Daoist Han? Chao Ji asked as his eyes lit up, and Fei Xiaoxi was also rather taken aback to hear this. I have indeed made some preparations, but I can't guarantee that they'll be effective, Han Li replied in a nonchalant manner. I see. It's quite a relief that you've made some preparations in advance, Brother Han, Chao Ji said as his expression eased slightly. It sounds like you're quite familiar with sacred ancestor clones, fellow Daoist Han. Have you faced some in the past as well? Fei Xiaoxi suddenly asked. I have indeed faced such clones on several occasions, Han Li replied in a calm manner. How did you fare against them? I've heard that they're far more powerful than the average late body integration stage being, Fei Xiaoxi asked. I've killed a few, but I was also once forced to flee for over a year straight by few of them, Han Li replied with a nonchalant voice, but both Chao Ji and Fei Xiaoxi were astonished to hear this. You've killed sacred ancestor clones before? Oh, I see, you must have killed those clones with the assistance of your human race's army, right? Chao Ji quickly arrived at a conclusion that he thought to be reasonable, and Fei Xiaoxi was also enlightened upon hearing this. Indeed, with Han Li's late body integration stage powers, it wouldn't be impossible for him to kill a sacred ancestor clone with the assistance of an army. Instead of replying to Chao Ji's question, Han Li chuckled with a confident smile. That's all in the past now. If multiple sacred ancestor clones arrive at our formation core, then all you have to do is hold off one of the clones each and leave the rest to me. In that case, I'll be counting on you, Brother Han. Chao Ji was still feeling rather bewildered, but a respectful tone had unconsciously crept into his voice, and he was clearly conceding the leadership role to Han Li. After all, it was an extremely remarkable feat that Han Li had slain sacred ancestor clones in the past, even if it had been with the assistance of the human army. Fei Xiaoxi hesitated for a short while before finally replying with a slight bow. If you have a way to deal with the other sacred ancestor clones, then I'm also willing to follow your instructions. All right, I'll be sure to repay your trust, fellow Daoists, Han Li said with a smile. Thus, Han Li officially assumed the leadership role at the second formation core. During the next few days, Han Li's trio took turns overseeing the completion of the formation core. 5 days later, the second formation core was finally completed, and all of the Wood Tribe guards and formation masters flocked onto the giant azure cloud. Under Han Li's control, the azure cloud descended from above before landing right beside the valley where the giant tree was situated. At the same time, all of the world's origin chi around the massive tree was stirred up as countless green specks of light surged out of thin air in a frenzy, then vanished into the entire mountain range. A string of rumbling booms rang out as all of the formation flags on the tall platforms tremored violently, following which a series of light barriers appeared in the air. Immediately thereafter, bursts of green chi surged out of all parts of the mountain range, instantly inundating the mountain range in its entirety. All of the protective restrictions at the second formation core had been activated at this point, and there would be no chance of escape even for the average body integration stage being if they were to enter the formation core. Half a month later, the entire Wood Realm 36 Extremes formation was finally complete, setting up a deadly trap of massive proportions for the devilish army. Chapter 2161. The 8 Wood Spirit Disciples. From the day that the formation core was completed, Han Li's trio had begun meditating at the foot of the giant tree instead of residing on the massive cloud to guard against sneak attacks by high-grade devilish beings. The backup holy tree was the foundation of this formation core, so the core would remain intact as long as the tree still stood. As for the thousands of warriors accompanying Han Li's trio, they had been distributed onto the nearby mountains surrounding the formation core. Daoist Xie had been instructed to reside within a certain building on the massive cloud, and with his incredible powers, it was naturally a simple task for him to replicate the aura of a mid-grade human cultivator. Aside from Grand Ascension stage beings, it would be virtually impossible for other cultivators to glean his true cultivation base. So even though Chao Ji and Fei Xiaoxi had seen Daoist Xie on several occasions, they paid no heed to him and simply regarded him as a member of Han Li's entourage. Ever since the completion of the formation, news surrounding the battle between the United and Devilish armies had been constantly pouring in, and Han Li's trio was carefully monitoring the situation. According to the news they'd received, the battle between the United and Devilish armies had been extremely fierce, and only after both sides had expended close to 20% of their troops did the United army begin to retreat. On this occasion, 3 sacred ancestors had appeared in the Devilish army alongside over 20 sacred ancestor clones and hundreds of Devilish lords, thereby giving them a clear advantage when it came to high-end power. Through the fierce battle that had taken place thus far, the United army had managed to fool the Devilish army, and the latter immediately set off in pursuit as the United army began to retreat. Meanwhile, the United army was retreating as it battled, engaging in battles of different scales against the Devilish army every day while gradually shifting the battlefield toward the formation in a discreet manner. Time slowly passed, and the frequency of news arriving from the battlefield was steadily increasing as the two armies drew closer and closer to the formation. Atop a giant mountain within the formation stood Elder Han of the Wood tribe on a massive platform that had only recently been erected. Not far ahead of him was a formation that was only around 40 feet in size, around which sat 8 Wood tribe elderly men, all of whom had their eyes closed and were holding a white wooden disc in one hand, while constantly making hand seals with the other hand. Beams of white light would occasionally be released by the wooden discs before converging above the formation to form a large light screen. At present, Elder Han was staring intently at the scene unfolding on the light screen. There were countless specks of light spread all over the screen, all of which were either purple or green in color. The specks of light would occasionally intertwine before quickly separating like a pair of armies constantly clashing with and retreating away from one another. However, all of the specks of light were gradually moving toward a certain direction, and when they finally entered a giant diagram, all of the specks of light suddenly vanished at the same time. At this moment, the 8 elderly men opened their eyes, and the wooden discs in their hands dimmed while the light screen disintegrated into nothingness. Everything is progressing smoothly. Thank you for your hard work, masters, Elder Han said with an extremely polite smile. There's no need to thank us. The survival of our Wood tribe hinges on this battle, so it's only to be expected for us to give everything that we have. However, I must remind you that this simulation was based on the current circumstances. If anything were to change, then the result could immediately be altered, one of the elderly men replied. I'm well aware of that. The next few days will be of vital importance, so I'll have to trouble you to simulate the movement of the armies every day to prevent the direction of the battle from straying out of the realm of our control, Elder Han replied as he cupped his fist in a serious salute. All 8 of us have some aptitude when it comes to divination, but there are countless powerful beings involved in this battle, so there are far too many volatile factors. As such, we can only do our best, and the results of our simulation should only be referenced rather than fully trusted, the elderly man said with a shake of his head. I'm aware of that as well, but doing something will surely be better than doing nothing, Elder Han replied with a wry smile. Even though there was no way to glean the outcome of a battle of such a massive scale through divination, it was very plausible for one to simulate the progression of the battle through divination to make some accurate judgments. These 8 elderly men were the most renowned divination masters of the Wood Tribe, and they had made countless important contributions to the Wood Tribe. They were granted the title of the 8 Wood Spirit Disciples by the panel of elders, and due to the overexertion of their life force through many years of divination, they had become extremely wizened in appearance. It was exactly due to this that the Wood Tribe had refrained from employing the services of the 8 Wood Spirit Disciples prior to this, but as a result, their Grand Elder fell into a trap sprung by the devilish army, and not only was he severely wounded, most of the Wood Tribe's territory was lost to the devilish army. Thus, in this vital battle, the elders of the Wood Tribe had no choice but to enlist the services of the 8 Wood Spirit Disciples in case any further mishaps occurred. Following the departure of the 8 Wood Spirit Disciples, several Wood Tribe elders immediately approached Elder Han from nearby, and they began to discuss some important matters. Meanwhile, high up in the air above the border of the Wood Tribe's remaining territory and the territory claimed by the devilish army, Mo Jianli was hovering as a faint silver shadow within a dark cloud that was around an acre in size. Countless arcs of silver lightning were flashing in and out of the cloud before hurtling into the distance, where a giant inky black sword that was over 1,000 feet in length was plunged firmly into a mountain close to 10 kilometers away. Standing atop the hilt of the sword was a thin devilish man in a dark green cloak, and he was releasing streaks of glacial sword chi with both hands. Each streak of sword chi was several hundred feet in length, and they eradicated all of the oncoming bolts of silver lightning. In the air above a massive lake, 2 mountainous wolf projections were locked in a ferocious battle. One of them was silver in color and around 4,000 feet in length with streaks of white light flying out of its mouth, while the other was completely inky black and had balls of baleful chi erupting out of its mouth in retaliation. The pair of giant wolves were able to slice massive gashes into the air with swipes of their claws, and conjure up bursts of powerful shockwaves and fierce winds to attack one another. The battle taking place between the 2 giant wolf projections was extremely brutal, but regardless of what injuries they sustained, they were able to instantly regenerate. Their battle had razed everything within a radius of around 100 kilometers to the ground, and within the belly of a nearby small mountain, Patriarch Ao Shao sat within a temporary formation with his eyes tightly shut. His entire body was giving off a faint silver light and he was making a hand seal with both hands. Thousands of kilometers away, Yuan Cha was seated in a temporary secret chamber over 10,000 feet below a swamp. The entire secret chamber was enshrouded in complete darkness with the exception of the purple devilish patterns on her body, which were flashing with a faint light. Within a mysterious space, 2 gigantic beings were facing one another from several kilometers away. One of them had crimson skin with a pair of black curved horns on its head and a pair of fleshy wings on its back. Its pupils were of a light golden color, and it had its arms crossed with a cold look on its face. It was appraising another giant with inky black skin that was riddled with golden and silver devilish patterns. This giant's upper body was completely bare, and the only item of clothing it wore was a beast-hide loincloth. The 2 giants were glowering at one another with their massive eyes, and astonishing auras were emanating from their bodies. In the air between them, a pair of crimson monsters that resembled both wolves and apes were battling a massive 3-headed golden tiger. The 3 creatures were also locked in an extremely fierce battle, and they appeared to be evenly matched. Just as the United Army had planned, the 3 sacred ancestors within the devilish army were being kept at bay by the 3 Grand Ascension stage beings of the United Army. As such, all of them were occupied and unable to assist their respective armies. Meanwhile, tens of millions of devilish beings were being slowly led toward the formation by the United Army. If the devilish army were to enter the superformation without any sacred ancestors to lead it, it would undoubtedly be severely ravaged, and it seemed that everything was progressing in the United Army's favor. However, there were currently over 1,000 devilish flying carriages traveling rapidly around the United Army along the outskirts of the battlefield. These flying carriages were all triangular in shape and completely gray with peculiar devilish patterns engraved onto their surfaces. There were close to 10,000 devilish beings on these carriages, and every single inch of their bodies were covered in masks and robes, revealing only pairs of cold crimson eyes. What was even more unsettling was that despite the large number of devilish beings on the carriages, the entire group was traveling in a completely silent wraith-like manner. At the center of this group was a black devilish arc that was several times larger than the flying carriages around it. Most of the arc was concealed within devilish chi, but there were some devilish beings that were visible on the arc, and their auras suggested that they were far more powerful than the devilish beings on the flying carriages. All of a sudden, an elderly voice rang out from the giant arc. "How long until we reach Cottonwood City? The United Army's 3 Grand Ascension stage beings are all absent, and I had to expend a massive price to return to the spirit realm without being detected by the Wood Tribe, so failure is not an option here. At our current speed we'll get to Cottonwood City in around half a month," Master Tun Tian, an extremely respectful male voice replied. "That's too slow. Yuan Cha and the others may not be able to buy me that much time. Speed up and make sure we get to Cottonwood City within 10 days. The Holy Tree is far more important to the Wood Tribe than you can imagine, and if we destroy it, the Wood Tribe won't be able to protect their remaining territory any longer," the elderly voice commanded. "But Master Tun Tian, this is already the fastest speed that the Crescent Moon flying carriages can travel at while remaining hidden. If we go any faster we might not be able to avoid detection from the Wood Tribe," the male voice replied hesitantly. "That's all right, the United Army is already being forced into retreat, so it's gathering all of its forces. As long as we exercise some caution there won't be any issues. Besides, even if we encounter any Wood Tribe spies, I'll make sure they don't manage to escape alive," the elderly voice chuckled coldly. "In that case I'll relay your orders to everyone right away, Master Tun Tian," the male voice replied in an elated manner. Shortly thereafter, the devilish arc and all of the flying carriages tremored slightly before accelerating drastically, but at the same time, they began to emit a faint buzzing sound that made them a lot less stealthy and inconspicuous. 7 days later, Han Li was meditating at the foot of the giant tree when his expression suddenly changed slightly, and he immediately opened his eyes, as did Chao Ji and Fei Ziox, who were seated on either side of him. The 3 of them then looked up in unison, and after the span of just a few breaths, something came hurtling toward them from afar. Azure light flashed, and a streak of sword chi that was several feet in length arrived. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he swept a hand toward the distance, and the streak of sword chi circled around in the air above the valley before descending toward the massive tree. Han Li made a grabbing motion, and a small azure sword projection appeared in his hand, within which was contained a white jade slip. He rubbed his hands together and the azure light instantly faded, leaving only the small jade slip behind. Han Li picked up the jade slip before adhering it to his own forehead, then injected his spiritual sense into it. Chao Ji and Fei Xiaoxi both turned toward him with serious expressions, and a short while later Han Li removed the jade slip from his own forehead before tossing it toward Chao Ji. "The devilish army will be entering the formation in 2 hours. And the formation's power will be fully activated in half a day with the aim of killing at least 2/3 of the devilish army." After inspecting the contents of the jade slip, Chao Ji was quite elated, and he tossed the jade slip to Fei Xiaoxi as he said, "So the devilish army really did fall for it. If we really can deal them such a heavy blow, then even if we can't recover the lost territory, we'll at least be able to ensure that the devilish army won't be able to launch any further attacks in the near future. In that case we'll just have to activate the power of the formation at the agreed time. Once all 36 points are activated, the fate of those devilish beings will be sealed." Fei Xiaoxi also said with a smile after injecting her spiritual sense into the jade slip. "Prior to the complete activation of the formation, we can't let anyone leave this place, so tell everyone to be on high alert," Han Li instructed. "Yes, I'll relay that order right away and arrange some people to implement it," Chao Ji agreed. Most of the troops in the formation corps were Wood Tribe beings, so it was naturally only fit for him to issue the order. "I'll go examine the restriction to see if there are any areas that require addressing," Fei Xiaoxi volunteered. "All right, thank you for your efforts, fellow Daoist. I'll be staying here. Make sure to inform me if you discover anything abnormal," Han Li replied with a nod. Thus Chao Ji and Fei Xiaoxi rose to their feet before flying away. As for Han Li, he closed his eyes with a calm expression once again, seemingly completely unperturbed by the approaching devilish army. Half a day later, A string of rumbling booms suddenly rang out as countless massive trees emerged within the area encompassed by the Wood Realm 36 Extremes formation. Each of these trees was as thick as a water tank, and they grew to over 1,000 feet tall in the blink of an eye, creating a boundless forest. All of the devilish beings traveling through the air were instantly forced to plummet down onto the ground as soon as they entered the formation, regardless of whether they were using flying treasures or movement techniques. Only those who were at or above the spatial tempering stage could just barely remain hovering in midair, but the magic power this expended was several times that of what it normally was. Devilish beings were generally very tough and hardy, so most of them survived the fall, but this still sent the devilish army into a panicked frenzy. In contrast with the devilish army, the united army knew what to expect, and they were able to make composed descents as soon as the flight restriction appeared. Within the forest, countless specks of green light flashed, and the united army instantly vanished. Even the body integration stage devilish lords were unable to sense even a single enemy in the forest with their enormous spiritual sense. However, it was only in the next instant that the fearsome power of the formation began to make itself known. First came a burst of indescribable energy fluctuations that suddenly began to spread from the center of the formation. The fluctuations quickly swept through all parts of the forest, and extremely pure wood attribute spiritual chi emerged before gushing into some particularly massive trees in a frenzy. A loud rumbling boom rang out, and those massive trees were suddenly uprooted before transforming into wooden giants that were around 1,000 feet tall, all of which charged toward the devilish beings caught within the formation. After absorbing some wood attribute spiritual chi, the other trees in the forest also grew at a rapid rate, and they either swept their branches toward the devilish beings or fell upon them as massive logs. The devilish army was caught completely off guard and they quickly suffered countless casualties. However, there were also quite a large number of high-grade devilish beings who had entered the formation, and they immediately began to issue orders, urging everyone to adopt defensive formations to protect themselves. Unfortunately for them, the formation's power far exceeded what was being displayed here. Almost as soon as the devilish army eradicated the wooden giants and nearby trees, gusts of fierce white winds suddenly swept through the air up above before forming a series of massive wind dragons that pounced toward the devilish beings down below with ferocious might. Following the wind dragons, countless green leaves emerged out of thin air, then transformed into sharp blades that rained down in a torrential downpour. Over 10 waves of different attacks were unleashed in succession, and in the wake of the carnage, the only devilish beings that remained were either extremely powerful themselves or were being protected by powerful high-grade devilish beings. Even though the formation was extremely powerful, targeting so many devilish beings at once naturally expended an astonishing amount of energy. Even with a vast number of spirit stones, spirit veins, and the pure spiritual power provided by the 36 backup holy trees, the formation was unable to unleash any further attacks and could only just barely trap the enemy as it slowly recovered its energy. At the rate at which the formation was recovering, it would take at least half a day before it could unleash another wave of attacks. As for the devilish beings outside the formation, all they saw was a flash of green light, following which an extremely thick green light barrier appeared before them, and they instantly lost contact with their brethren on the other side of the barrier. These devilish beings naturally began to attack the light barrier in a fit of bewilderment, and they were confident that the barrier wouldn't be able to last for long in the face of their combined attacks. However, right at this moment, countless giant light formations suddenly emerged in front of the light barrier amid a flash of white light. Some of the high-grade devilish beings immediately identified these formations, and they hurriedly yelled, "Those are teleportation formations. Attack them." However, it was already too late. White light flashed from the light formations and countless troops from the united army appeared before immediately charging toward the remnants of the devilish army. Chapter 2163. Battle of the Wood Tribe 2. Most of the devilish army was trapped in the formation, so the remnants were naturally severely outnumbered by the united army. Even though the devilish beings organized themselves in retaliation, they were overwhelmed in less than half a day and were forced to begin a retreat. The united army naturally wasn't willing to let them escape, and the tables were completely turned with the devilish army fleeing the scene, while the united army gave chase in hot pursuit. Almost at the exact same moment that the devilish army began to retreat, a ball of piercing white light suddenly appeared on the waist of Yuan Cha, who was engaged in a battle with Patriarch Ao Shao. Immediately thereafter, a string of black runes surged forth before forming several lines of text before her eyes. Xianxia glanced at the message in a nonchalant manner, but her expression immediately changed drastically before she rose up into the air as a streak of black light, then vanished through the ceiling of the secret chamber she was situated in. Moments later, the streak of black light emerged from the swamp, then rose up to an altitude of tens of thousands of feet before flying toward the Wood Tribe's territory. However, right at this moment, a male voice rang out from even higher above. "Where are you going, fellow Daoist Xianxia?" As soon as the voice trailed off, a thunderclap suddenly rang out up above, and a bolt of silver lightning that was over 1,000 feet in length came crashing down. "You dare to stop me?" Xianxia was in a hurry to leave, but in the face of such a powerful attack, she had no choice but to stop and raise a hand upward in retaliation. A streak of black sword chi that was also over 1,000 feet in length was unleashed, and both the bolt of lightning and streak of sword chi vanished following a resounding clash. "Our battle still hasn't been decided, so I naturally can't allow you to leave." Spatial fluctuations erupted up above, and a ball of lightning appeared in a soundless manner. Within the ball of lightning was none other than the smiling patriarch Ao Shao. Looks like you already planned everything in advance to stall the three of us, but don't celebrate too early. We'll see if you have what it takes to stop me." Xianxia harumphed with an enraged expression before conjuring up around a dozen identical projections, all of which fled toward different directions at the same time. Patriarch Ao Zhao's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he let loose a loud cry before pointing a finger upward. "Restrict." All of a sudden, the air within a radius of 5 kilometers tremored as the world's origin chi surged, following which a massive white jade bowl came crashing down from above like a gigantic dome. 5-colored light flashed within the bowl alongside countless huge runes, and a burst of enormous force came surging out of it, causing even the air to congeal. The ground below the massive bowl also tremored violently before sinking down by several tens of feet, and the dozen or so Xianxia projections were caught completely off guard, reducing them to less than a tenth of their original speed. At the same time, Patriarch Ao Shao laid a hand onto the top of his own head, releasing around a dozen streaks of white light, each of which shot forth toward one of the Xianxia projections. The streaks of white light transformed into snowy white two-headed giant wolves mid-flight and pounced toward the projections without any hesitation. All of the Xianxia projections were naturally quite enraged by this, and they all summoned devilish treasures in retaliation. Thus, the battle between Patriarch Ao Shao and Sacred Ancestor Xianxia commenced once again, but it had become far more fierce than it had originally been. However, the two of them were quite evenly matched, so a decisive outcome clearly wouldn't be reached anytime soon. After receiving news of the dire situation that the devilish army was in, the other two Sacred Ancestors had also tried to escape, but they had been stopped by Mo Jianli and the Grand Ascension stage being from the Yiksha race as well. Meanwhile, during the interval where the formation was unable to unleash any further attacks, the high-grade devilish beings and Sacred Ancestor clones in the formation had departed from the rest of the devilish army. They had to take this opportunity to break the formation. Otherwise, once it recovered its energy and began to unleash more waves of attacks, even more casualties would result. On top of that, the fewer devilish beings that remained, the better the formation would be able to focus its attacks, thereby making them more powerful. Once all of the other devilish beings were eradicated, even the high-grade devilish beings weren't confident in their ability to survive in the formation. As such, even though they knew that it would undoubtedly be extremely difficult to break the formation, they had no choice but to venture deep into the formation to find its cores. Among these high-grade devilish beings was a group of around a dozen spatial tempering stage devilish beings that were led by a cow-headed devilish lord. They were flying slowly over the forest while constantly appraising their surroundings in a careful manner. Even though the formation was no longer actively attacking them, it was still filled with all types of defensive restrictions, and activating those restrictions could easily spell their doom. On top of that, their spiritual sense was hampered by the formation, reducing their sensory range to less than 2,000 feet, so they naturally had to proceed with caution. After flying for close to 100 kilometers, no mishaps had taken place, and all of the devilish beings in the group had let down their guards slightly. Right as they were flying over a small hill, a streak of light suddenly appeared before the devilish scout who was leading the way from the front, and before he had a chance to do anything, the streak of light had already decapitated him. A black nascent soul that was enveloped within a ball of gray chi shot forth out of his headless body before retreating in a panicked frenzy, only to be completely destroyed by the same streak of light amid a cry of anguish. The other devilish beings were extremely alarmed by this, and they all summoned defensive devilish treasures. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted through the nearby area, and over 100 identical streaks of light emerged out of thin air. The devilish lord focused his gaze on the streaks of light and identified them to be yellow wooden swords, each of which was around a foot in length, and they were giving off glacial chi that was quite alarming even to him. Be careful. These wooden swords possess power comparable to an all-out attack from a spatial tempering stage being. The devilish lord yelled as he injected his magic power into an umbrella-shaped protective treasure before him. The green devilish treasure immediately lit up, transforming into a green projection that enveloped his body. In the next instant, the streaks of glacial light converged from all directions, and the other devilish beings also injected their magic power into their respective treasures with all their might. Streaks of sword chi swept through the air, and a string of anguished cries rang out in quick succession. After the span of just a few breaths, all of the streaks of glacial light had vanished, and all of the high-grade devilish beings had disappeared aside from a single lonesome figure. The cow-headed devilish lord's face was currently very pale, and he suddenly threw up several mouthfuls of blood in succession. The umbrella projection around him had also become completely dull and devoid of luster. A wry smile appeared on the devilish lord's face as he produced a medicinal vial before tipping out a long-incised pill, then waved a hand through the air, upon which the green projection reverted back into a small green umbrella that landed in his hand. A few cracks had appeared on the surface of the devilish treasure. The devilish lord inspected his surroundings with a conflicted expression before finally heaving a faint sigh, then stowed his treasure away before flying slowly toward another direction. On another nearby mountain range, 3 devilish lords were flying toward the center of the mountain range while warding off countless oncoming blades of wind with their devilish treasures. All of a sudden, the world's origin chi up above tremored, and a golden light formation that was around an acre in size appeared before sending several pillars of golden light crashing down from above. The 3 devilish lords were quite alarmed to see this, and they all sent their devilish treasures flying upward, where they converged to form a massive Tai Chi diagram in the air above. Several resounding booms rang out as the pillars of light quickly destroyed the Tai Chi diagram before inundating the 3 devilish lords. Shortly thereafter, the golden light vanished, and the 3 devilish lords were also nowhere to be seen. A burst of buzzing suddenly rang out from the massive tree that Han Li was seated under. Countless 5-colored runes surged out of the tree trunk amid a flash of green light. Han Li slowly opened his eyes and murmured to himself, "Some devilish beings have finally arrived and they seem to be quite powerful." Chapter 2164. Battle of the Wood Tribe 3. Almost at the exact same moment, Chao Ji and Fei Xiaoxi also arrived on the scene as streaks of light. "Brother Han, it looks like the spirit tree is informing us that there are people approaching the mountain range. Do you think they're sacred ancestor clones?" Chao Ji hurriedly asked as soon as he arrived. There are quite a few sacred ancestor clones in the devilish army, but their numbers are completely insignificant considering the scale of this formation, so I think it's more likely that they'll be ordinary devilish lords, Fei Xiaoxi said as she arrived beside Han Li. "The formation core will be able to show us what we're dealing with here," Han Li said in a calm manner as he made a hand seal before releasing a streak of azure light toward the giant tree. The massive tree shuddered slightly, following which the formation down below was activated, releasing around a dozen pillars of light at once. These pillars of light then converged to form an azure ball of light before Han Li's trio, and Han Li immediately flicked a string of incantation seals of different colors into it. The ball of light revolved on the spot before transforming into an azure crystal ball with a surface that was as smooth as a mirror, but comprised of dozens of rhomboid faces. Each face was depicting an image of one area of the mountain range, and Han Li opened his mouth to expel a ball of pure spiritual chi into the crystal ball before gently pointing a finger at it. The facets of the crystal ball instantly blurred in unison as if countless images were flashing rapidly through them, making them impossible to glean with the naked eye. However, Han Li and the others were all extremely powerful cultivators, so they were able to assess the images flashing over the different facets. After the span of only a few breaths, Han Li suddenly let loose a low cry before abruptly sweeping a sleeve toward the crystal ball, upon which it slowly ceased in its rotation. At the same time, all of the images on the crystal ball quickly vanished with the exception of a single image, which instantly took up the entire surface area of the crystal ball. The image depicted was of a certain area on the outskirts of the mountain range, where 3 devilish lords and 4 spatial tempering stage devilish beings were hovering in midair. They had clearly activated the restriction nearby, and were being forced to contend with countless bolts of ferocious lightning. One of them was a particularly tall and broad devilish being wielding a small copper mirror, from within which one pillar of black light after another was being unleashed, easily nullifying most of the oncoming bolts of lightning. The remaining bolts of lightning naturally posed no threat to the other devilish beings, who were able to keep them at bay with relative ease. There are 3 devilish lords, 2 of which are at the mid-body integration stage, while the other is at the late-body integration stage. The remaining 4 are only at the spatial tempering stage, but their auras are very peculiar, so it seems that they're no ordinary devilish beings, Xianxia observed. Those 4 spatial tempering stage devilish beings are similar in appearance and are using the same devilish arts, so they're most likely from the same race and adept in using combination techniques. How do you think we should handle these devilish beings, fellow Daoist? Ordinary restrictions most likely won't be able to trap them, Han Li said with a calm smile. If we were situated elsewhere, we would be able to activate the most powerful restrictions in the formation to kill that group of devilish beings. But the formation core is currently accumulating energy for the entire formation, so the restrictions at our disposal are quite limited. As such, we'll have to take care of these devilish beings ourselves, Chao Ji said after a brief moment of contemplation. The 3 of us should be able to keep the 3 devilish lords at bay. We'll just leave the 4 spatial tempering stage devilish beings to the dozen or so spatial tempering stage beings under our command, Xianxia said in an expressionless manner. Those 4 devilish beings are all at the pinnacle of the late spatial tempering stage, and their powers will undoubtedly be bolstered even further by their combination techniques. In contrast, our subordinates are all average spatial tempering stage beings, so they may not be a match for those 4 devils. Even so, they'll have the formation to assist them. They won't be able to use the most powerful restrictions, but the other restrictions are quite useful as well. Surely that'll be enough, Xianxia countered in a confident manner. Chao Ji considered this for a moment before nodding in agreement. In that case, there shouldn't be any issues. What do you think, Brother Han? Even with the formation to assist them, our subordinates won't be able to stop those 4 spatial tempering stage devilish beings. If I'm not mistaken, those 4 devils should have been manifested by the same devilish being. If they were to combine as one, the resulting enemy will definitely be extremely powerful, so it'd be best for you to take them on yourself, Fairy Faye. Also, the formation core needs to be guarded at all times in case of sneak attacks, so fellow Daoist Chao Ji will stay behind. As for those 3 devilish lords, just leave them to me, Han Li said. What? Are you serious, Brother Han? Fei Xiao was very bewildered to hear this. Rest assured, I'll be more than capable of looking after myself. Brother Xia, show yourself, Han Li said with a smile. As soon as his voice trailed off, a white figure emerged silently beside Han Li amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, and the aura he was releasing was no less powerful than Han Li's. It was none other than Daoist Xia. A late-body integration stage being? Isn't that? Chao Ji and Fei Xiao were both stunned at the sight of Daoist Xia. I'm sure there aren't any further issues now, right, fellow Daoists? Han Li chuckled in a nonchalant manner. Chao Ji was the first to return to his senses, and he immediately cupped his fist in a salute as a wide smile appeared on his face. Of course, I didn't think that our seniors had arranged for such a powerful being to accompany us in secret. I have no objections either, Fei Xiaoxi said with a peculiar look on her face. It was clear that the 2 of them had arrived at the conclusion that Daoist Xia had been sent to accompany Han Li by the Grand Ascension Stage seniors of the United Army. As for Daoist Xia himself, he merely stood in complete silence beside Han Li. Han Li offered no explanation for Daoist Xia's behavior and shifted his gaze back to the crystal ball. At this point, the 7 devilish beings had already eradicated the nearby bolts of lightning and were slowly flying toward the center of the mountain range. Fellow Daoist Chao, activate the confounding 5 mountains restriction to separate these devilish beings. We'll proceed according to our original plan, Han Li instructed. Go on ahead, Brother Han. I'll activate the restriction right away. Chao Ji immediately agreed before flying over to the center of the formation in front of the giant tree. Immediately thereafter he sat down with his eyes closed and made a hand seal while chanting an incantation. There were over 100 Wood tribe beings seated around the formation, and they also began to make hand seals to assist him. Thus Han Li's trio departed as 3 streaks of light toward the location where the devilish beings were situated. Almost at the exact same moment, around a dozen more streaks of light shot forth in hot pursuit behind the trio. These were none other than the dozen or so spatial tempering stage guards who had received Han Li's voice transmission earlier. The 7 devilish beings were slowly advancing through the mountain range, and they were being led by the burly devilish lord. Instead of stowing his copper mirror away, the devilish lord was holding it in front of his chest, occasionally directing it toward the landscape up ahead. It seemed that the mirror had the ability to identify restrictions. "Everyone look out!" The burly devilish lord suddenly yelled in alarm as a ball of piercing silver light suddenly erupted on the surface of the mirror. The accompanying devilish beings' expressions changed drastically upon hearing this, and they quickly released their respective devilish treasures. However, before they had a chance to do anything, a burst of bright green light suddenly erupted from the forest down below, following which a massive light formation with a diameter of around half a kilometer emerged, releasing a vast expanse of 5-colored light as it appeared. "Look out!" The devilish beings were instantly swept up by the 5-colored light amid cries of alarm, following which all of them were immediately enveloped by countless azure runes. Within the 5-colored light, the burly devilish lord hurriedly raised his copper mirror above his head to release a pillar of black light. Meanwhile, the 4 spatial tempering stage devilish beings let loose a loud cry in unison as piercing crimson light began to radiate from their bodies at the same time. A resounding boom rang out as the pillar of black light pierced through the 5-colored light in a flash, following which the burly devilish lord stumbled out into the open. However, the other devilish beings all instantly vanished within the 5-colored light, leaving only the devilish lord behind by himself. The devilish lord cast his gaze toward the crumbling light formation, and let loose an enraged roar. "That's the confounding 5 mountains formation. I didn't think that you'd be so knowledgeable in the art of formations. It seems that it wasn't a fluke that you managed to make it this far." A calm male voice rang out in the distance in response, following which a streak of azure light appeared on the horizon. Chapter 2165. Battle of the Wood Tribe 4. A ferocious look flashed through the burly devilish lord's eyes, and he immediately tossed his copper mirror up into the air before expelling a mouthful of blood essence, which transformed into a cloud of blood mist that seeped into the mirror. In the next instant, a loud buzzing sound rang out from the mirror, and a pavilion-sized ghostly face emerged from within it. The sinister ghostly face hovered in midair with its eyes closed, and the burly devilish lord quickly pointed at it, following which it immediately opened its eyes, which were filled with dazzling black light. At the same time, it let loose a bone-chilling cackle before opening its mouth to blast forth a burst of ferocious black flames, catching the streak of azure light completely off guard and engulfing it in the blink of an eye. What a fool! Even with a protective divine spirit treasure, one wouldn't be able to last long within my infernal devilish flames, the burly devilish lord chortled while controlling the ghostly face. The inky black devilish flames converged into a ball at his behest, then rose up as a thick pillar of flames that trapped the streak of azure light firmly within it. Is that so? Perhaps other people wouldn't be able to withstand these flames for long, but for me breaking free is an easy task. A calm male voice rang out from within the pillar of black flames, following which the pleasant cry of a bird sounded. A ball of silver light then erupted forth, completely disregarding the devilish flames and rising up to the top of the fiery pillar before transforming into a giant silver bird that was several hundred feet in length. The bird was shimmering with silver light, and as it spread its wings, all of its feathers burst into flames, causing the air temperature to spike dramatically while the entire sky turned a shade of bright red. From a distance, it looked as if a silver sun had risen up above the black pillar of flames. The burly devilish lord's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he immediately tried to make another hand seal, but it was already too late. The massive silver bird raised its head and let loose a long cry, then opened its beak to expel a burst of suction force. The pillar of flames down below instantly began to surge into the silver bird's beak as countless black threads, and within the span of just a few breaths, the fiery pillar had become extremely feeble, revealing an azure humanoid figure within it. The humanoid figure didn't appear to be using any treasures, and his protective spiritual light alone was enough to keep the remaining black devilish flames at bay. The burly devilish lord drew a sharp breath upon seeing this, and he almost couldn't believe his own eyes. He was more aware than anyone of how powerful his own infernal devilish flames were, and the fact that this man was able to keep it at bay with his protective spiritual light alone instantly made the devilish lord think that he was perhaps facing a grand ascension stage being. This thought immediately made him turn extremely pale and sent cold sweat pouring down his back. All of a sudden, he sprang up before pointing a finger at the ghostly face overhead, then roared the word, "Explode." Immediately thereafter, his arms detached themselves from his body before instantly exploding into two clouds of blood mist that enveloped him in a flash. At the same time, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the giant ghostly face, and it exploded amid a flash of black light, sending countless thin black threads erupting forth in a frenzy to form a gargantuan net that descended toward Han Li. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately thrusted a palm upward while waving his other sleeve nonchalantly toward the distance. A massive golden hand projection that was around an acre in size instantly appeared before grabbing toward the giant net, and the entire net of black threads was torn apart with ease. Meanwhile, a loud thunderclap erupted out of Han Li's sleeve, and a bolt of golden lightning shot forth before vanishing in a flash. In the next instant, the bolt of golden lightning reappeared right above the burly devilish lord, who was about to fly away in retreat as a streak of crimson light, then came crashing down upon him at an incredible speed. The golden lightning instantly eradicated the blood mist above his head, then hurtled down toward him with unstoppable force. The burly devilish lord hurriedly shot back in retreat upon seeing this, then opened his mouth to release a shimmering yellow flying dagger, which flew directly toward the oncoming bolt of golden lightning. The two clashed and the golden lightning vanished in a flash, but the yellow dagger also became completely dull and devoid of luster before falling out of the heavens like a piece of scrap metal. With Han Li's current powers, his divine Devilbane lightning had become extremely potent against devilish treasures. As a result of the damage sustained by the flying dagger, the burly devilish lord's face paled as he threw up a mouthful of blood. However, black light suddenly erupted from his body as he continued to retreat, completely disregarding the falling dagger. "I commend your decisiveness, but I'm afraid that won't be enough for you to escape me," Han Li said in an expressionless manner before taking a large stride forward. Before he had even completed his stride, a loud thunderclap rang out beneath him, and countless arcs of silver lightning surged out of the sole of his foot before instantly forming a silver lightning formation that was around 10 feet in size. As soon as he stepped into the formation, he vanished without a trace, then appeared several thousand feet away in the blink of an eye. The burly devilish lord had only just heaved a sigh of relief when a thunderclap suddenly rang out in front of him, following which a silver lightning formation appeared without any warning. Almost at the exact same moment, Han Li stepped out of the center of the formation. The burly devilish lord was greatly alarmed to see this, and he immediately tried to flee toward another direction. However, a giant projection with 3 heads and 6 arms suddenly emerged behind Han Li, and it opened its 6 eyes before swinging its 6 arms through the air in unison as soon as it appeared. Golden light flashed, and 6 giant golden swords, each of which was around 10 feet in length, appeared in its hands before being slashed toward the distance. 6 streaks of golden sword chi were unleashed before forming a golden thread that swept through the burly devilish lord's body in a flash. A howl of anguish rang out as the devilish lord's protective treasures and body were instantly sliced in half, upon which a panicked black nascent soul instantly emerged within a ball of yellow light. However, before the nascent soul had a chance to get away, the 6 streaks of sword chi swept back in unison to erase it off the face of this realm. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and the golden projection behind him silently disappeared. It had only taken him an instant to kill this mid-body integration stage devilish lord from the moment that the latter had self-detonated his treasure and arms to escape. With the array of powerful treasures up his sleeve, this devilish lord was no less powerful than the average late-body integration stage being, but he was obviously no match for Han Li. Within a peculiar space enshrouded within 5-colored light, 4 giant ape-like devilish beings were hovering in midair with crimson light flashing from their furry bodies, while a faint odor of blood and gore wafted through the air. They were surrounded by a dozen or so green-skinned wood tribe beings, all of whom wore grim expressions. In the air above them was a woman wearing a cold expression with her arms crossed. There was a pair of crimson wings spread open on her back, and there were golden and silver runes flashing all over the wings. The woman was none other than Xianxia of the Wuxia race, and even she was appraising the 4 spatial tempering stage devilish beings with a wary look in her eyes. I had thought that the boundless blood devilish arts had become defunct in the Elder Devil realm, but who would have thought that I would encounter it today? Looks like I was right to have come here to face the 4 of you in person, Xianxia said in a cold voice. Seeing as you recognize our boundless blood devilish arts, then hurry up and get these fools to stand down. If they try to battle us, they'll only be offering up their blood essence to us, one of the 4 devilish beings replied. Hehe, if you were all at the body integration stage, even the early body integration stage, I would flee the scene with them right away, but you're only at the spatial tempering stage. Even with the boundless blood devilish arts, you're no match for all of us. As soon as an opportunity arises, I'll strike to kill all 4 of them, Xianxia instructed with a cold smile. The wood tribe beings were very wary toward the 4 devilish beings, but they still sprang into action without any hesitation at Xiaoxi's behest. Some of the wood tribe beings raised both hands up into the air to release countless streaks of azure light, while others opened their mouths to expel bursts of viscous azure chi, which transformed into ropes swept toward the 4 devilish beings. Chapter 2166. Battle of the Wood Tribe 5. Even though these wood tribe beings weren't using any special cultivation arts, they had fought together on many past occasions, so their attacks and teamwork were completely seamless. The 4 spatial tempering stage devilish beings instantly formed a circle with their backs facing one another, then each thrust a palm forward. They didn't appear to be exerting much force with their palm strikes, but fierce crimson shockwaves instantly swept forth in all directions. Black runes could be seen within the crimson shockwaves, and the odor of blood and gore suddenly became a lot more pungent. As soon as the azure streaks of light and azure chi came into contact with the crimson shockwaves, they were immediately immobilized before quickly melting away at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. The surrounding wood tribe beings' expressions changed drastically upon seeing this, and they quickly switched to using all types of flying swords and treasures instead. In the face of the oncoming treasures, the 4 devilish beings thrust forward their other palms like lightning, and the black runes within the crimson shockwaves instantly began to swell drastically in size. A string of resounding booms rang out, and all of the treasures were repelled as if they had struck a giant mountain. The 4 devilish beings harumphed coldly as the crimson shockwaves continued to spread outward, while the black runes transformed into black vortexes of different sizes, targeting all of the surrounding wood tribe beings at once. Look out! Don't take those attacks head-on. Xiaoxi yelled as her expression changed drastically, and at the same time she made a grabbing motion to summon a translucent dagger before slashing it downward without any hesitation. A streak of white light that was over 1,000 feet in length was released by the dagger before slashing down toward the crimson shockwaves. Even though these wood tribe beings weren't her brethren, it would not be a good look for her if they were to all perish under her command. After hearing Xiaoxi's words of warning, the wood tribe beings immediately shot back in retreat in an alarmed manner. However, 2 of them were too slow to react and were swept up by the crimson shockwaves, upon which their protective treasures and spiritual light were instantly destroyed, while their bodies exploded amid 2 howls of anguish before being absorbed as energy by the crimson shockwaves. The remaining wood tribe beings' faces all paled upon seeing this. Thankfully, the massive streak of light came crashing down at this moment, and the crimson shockwaves were split down the middle, rendering them unable to attack any further. The remaining wood tribe beings hurriedly fled to the edges of the 5-colored light with fearful looks on their faces. The boundless blood devilish arts unleashed by the 4 devilish beings was far more powerful than they could imagine. Looks like you're planning to step in. You should have done this from the beginning, but even so the outcome will still be the same. You'll be absorbed by us as energy just like everyone else. One of the devilish beings chortled with glee while all of them made hand seals in unison. All of a sudden, piercing crimson light erupted out of their backs, instantly inundating all of their bodies. Xiaoxi immediately sent her small dagger flying through the air upon seeing this, and at the same time she swept both sleeves through the air to release 2 balls of crimson light. The translucent dagger instantly released countless arcs of lightning that formed a giant white blade that was over 100 feet in size before crashing down toward the crimson light with devastating force, sending countless wind blades and bolts of lightning raining down alongside it. Meanwhile, the two balls of crimson light transformed into a pair of monsters with ape heads and wolf bodies. Both of them had a pair of green bat wings on each of their backs, and their bodies were as red as blood. Their mouths were filled with sharp fangs and each of them had a snake-like forked tongue. The ruthless and cunning looks in their red demonic eyes suggested that they possessed a high level of intelligence, and sharp claws suddenly shot out of their fingertips as they swooped down amid ferocious roars. A furry fist suddenly emerged from the crimson light down below, striking the giant blade and sending it flying backward while the fist itself remained completely unscathed. At the same time, bursts of thunderous crimson sound waves swept upward, forcing the pair of oncoming monsters to slow down significantly in their descent. Meanwhile, another giant crimson fist emerged off to the side amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, then lashed out like lightning to send the pair of monsters flying with a vicious blow. The two monsters tumbled through the air for over 100 feet and most of their bodies had been destroyed. As for the two giant crimson fists, they merely vanished as if they had never even appeared in the first place. Fei Xiaoxi drew a sharp breath upon seeing this, and she immediately withdrew the giant blade, which reverted back into a small dagger as it flew back toward her. At the same time she pointed a finger at the pair of monsters, and their severely damaged bodies instantly fully regenerated. The pair of monsters snarled at the crimson light down below, but didn't dare to swoop down again. In the next instant the crimson light suddenly shattered like a piece of chinaware, revealing a crimson-furred giant that was over 100 feet tall. The giant had a pair of green eyes and as it clenched its hands into fists, a string of loud cracks and pops instantly rang out from its body. At the same time, it released an aura that was no less fearsome than that of a late body integration stage being. Simultaneously, a band of thick crimson light appeared before revolving around its body, making it impossible for anyone to approach the giant. Fei Xiaoxi's expression darkened significantly upon seeing this, and she knew that she had encountered a truly powerful enemy. She immediately issued an instruction toward the surrounding wood tribe beings before flipping a hand over to produce a green formation flag, which she swept through the air toward the crimson giant. The five-colored light in the surrounding area instantly began to surge as bursts of invisible restrictive fluctuations filled the entire space. The wood tribe beings were immediately forced to plummet downward as if there were a burst of power dragging them down, but they all calmly chanted an incantation, and green light flashed over their bodies, following which everything immediately returned to normal. In contrast, the crimson giant merely swayed slightly before steadying itself in midair. However, the restriction activated by Fei Xiaoxi had clearly enraged it, and it let loose a furious roar before lashing out with one of its massive fists. A burst of crimson shockwaves that was several times more viscous than the previous ones surged forth before transforming into a crimson wurm that pounced directly toward Fei Xiaoxi. At the same time, the band of crimson light revolving around the giant's body released rings of crimson mist that swept toward the surrounding wood tribe beings. Fei Xiaoxi wore a cold expression as she abruptly flapped her wings, upon which countless golden and silver runes emerged before transforming into small golden and silver swords that rained down from above. Immediately thereafter she opened her mouth to release a ball of white light, within which was a small pagoda that quickly swelled to several hundred feet tall before crashing down with astonishing might. The two ape-headed monsters also let loose long howls before transforming into a pair of balls of crimson light that descended from above, one from the left and one from the right. At the same time, the surrounding wood tribe beings all retreated into the five-colored light, using the restriction to ward off the crimson shockwaves while releasing treasures to attack the crimson giant. All of a sudden, Han Li vanished on the spot within the five-colored light. In the next instant he re-emerged within a vast gray space, and his expression changed slightly as he inspected his surroundings. Daoist was hovering in midair up ahead with a pair of bodies that had been completely charred black suspended in the air nearby. The ground down below had been severely ravaged, clearly indicating that a fierce battle had just taken place. "It's truly incredible that you were able to take care of those two devilish lords so quickly, Brother Xia," Han Li praised with a faint smile. "Those two decided to use lightning against me, so they naturally weren't going to last very long. Daoist replied in an expressionless manner. All right, now that the 3 devilish lords have been taken care of, let's go lend fellow Daoist Fae a hand. Those 4 spatial tempering stage devilish beings are no ordinary beings, Han Li said. It's up to you, Daoist replied in a completely uncaring manner. Han Li nodded before pointing a finger at the pair of devilish bodies, releasing 2 crimson balls of fire that quickly incinerated the bodies into ashes. At the same time he made a grabbing motion with his other hand to summon a green formation plate. Just as Han Li was about to use the formation plate to teleport him and Daoist out of this space, an earth-shattering boom suddenly rang out up above, and the entire space began to tremor violently as if it were about to collapse. Han Li was quite startled by this and didn't dare to delay any longer as he immediately tossed his formation plate forward, which formed a light formation amid a flash of white light. Immediately thereafter he arrived at the center of the formation, followed closely by Daoist. Han Li cast an incantation seal, and the light formation released a burst of piercing white light alongside a loud buzzing sound, following which he and Daoist instantly disappeared. In the next instant, countless white rifts appeared in the surrounding space, and it really did collapse amid a string of loud cracks. In the air above a nondescript mountain, spatial fluctuations erupted, and a white light formation appeared, containing both Han Li and Daoist. Han Li wore a dark expression, while Daoist's expression was as neutral as ever. What happened? Why did the restriction suddenly fail? Han Li asked in a grim voice as the light formation reverted back into a green formation plate and returned to his hand. Bad news, Brother Han. The Holy Tree tells me that the 3rd formation core has been destroyed, which means that we'll no longer be able to use some of the restrictions in this formation, and the power of the other restrictions will also be weakened, Chao Ji's grave voice replied from the formation plate. Han Li's heart jolted upon hearing this and he hurriedly asked, "A formation core has already been destroyed? How is that possible? How did the devilish beings find it so quickly? Even if they managed to find it, how were they able to destroy it so quickly with other body integration stage fellow Daoists guarding it?" Hold on, I've just received a message from a fallen fellow Daoist at the 3rd formation core sent before he passed away. This is bad. 6 sacred ancestor clones had arrived together to kill all of the fellow Daoists and destroy the 3rd formation core. It seems that someone among the devilish army also has a very good understanding of the formation, and those sacred ancestor clones were able to track down the 3rd formation core right away, Chao Ji replied in a furious voice. If there's someone within the devilish army with a very good understanding of the formation, then our formation core and the 1st formation core will most likely be attacked soon by sacred ancestor clones as well. The defensive restrictions of the formation will be effective against normal devilish lords, but they won't be able to stop sacred ancestor clones for long. Fellow Daoist Chao, don't worry about conserving the formation's energy and expand the restriction's sensory range by 2-fold. Inform me as soon as you discover something. I'll take care of our opponents here quickly so I can face the incoming enemies, Han Li instructed in an implacable voice. All right, I'll do my best, Brother Han, Chao Ji agreed through gritted teeth after a brief hesitation. After that, the light from the formation plate faded, and Han Li was silent for a moment before suddenly chuckling. Hee, looks like this mission won't be as simple as it first seemed. Brother Xia, let's go and take care of the current set of enemies first. Han Li then pointed a finger at the formation plate, and spatial fluctuations instantly began to surge through the air around them. A burst of 5-colored light swept past and he and Daoist instantly vanished on the spot. Elsewhere within the 5-colored light, Fei Xiaoxi had already pulled out all the stops and was opposing a dozen or so crimson Ws with several colorful balls of light. These crimson Ws all had bright crimson chi that contained boundless blood essence swirling around their bodies, and they were extremely fierce and vicious. At this point, the number of wood tribe beings hidden within the light restriction had been reduced to only 9, but they were still using their treasures to attack the red-furred giant with all their might. However, all of those attacks were easily kept at bay by the revolving bands of crimson light, which would release crimson shockwaves in retaliation, knocking back the treasures and causing the protective restriction around the wood tribe beings to waver perilously. The fallen wood tribe beings had clearly all been killed by the crimson shockwaves that had managed to scatter the 5-colored light, and at this point, the 2 ape-headed monsters had already transformed into around a dozen projections that were unleashing countless claw projections toward the furred giant, but they didn't dare to get too close to it. Even though Xianxia was just barely managing to keep the giant's attacks at bay, she had been completely forced onto the back foot. As for the giant, it was swinging its huge arms through the air with black runes surging around its body, and the crimson Daoist that it was controlling were gradually becoming thicker and larger. Xianxia was still able to maintain a calm expression, but internally she was starting to grow quite anxious. She had thought that with her cultivation base advantage and the dozen or so spatial tempering stage beings assisting her, she would be able to trump her enemy's special cultivation method, but she was quickly discovering that she had made a grave error. The boundless blood devilish arts was extremely powerful, and the crimson Ws it created were no less powerful than actual Ws. Xianxia had unleashed powerful abilities to kill a few of those Ws, but they were easily replaced with a wave of the furred giant's hand. If she were to target the giant instead of those Ws, then her attacks would simply be thwarted by the bands of crimson light. So under these circumstances Xianxia could only rely on the formation's power to slowly wear down the giant, but the situation was gradually worsening for her. Just as she was considering requesting assistance from Chao Ji, a rumbling boom suddenly rang out beside her, and two humanoid figures emerged amid a flash of five-colored light. They were none other than Han Li and Daoist Xia. Xianxia was stunned by the sight of them. Interesting. As I suspected, those four spatial tempering stage devilish beings are manifested by the same being. To think that they're able to force you onto the back foot, the devilish arts they're cultivating must be quite extraordinary, Han Li said with a hint of surprise and intrigue in his eyes. Brother Han, why are you here? Could it be that you've already taken care of your opponents? Xianxia asked with a complex expression. Indeed, the other enemies have already been eradicated. Let me give you a hand here, Han Li replied with a nod, and before Xianxia had a chance to say anything further, he made a hand seal and instantly transformed into a giant golden ape that was over 1,000 feet tall amid a flash of brilliant golden light. As soon as the giant ape appeared, it made a grabbing motion with both hands, and two balls of light, one black and one azure, emerged in his palms before transforming into a pair of small mountains. A thunderous roar rang out as Han Li's arms expanded even further, and he then hurled his pair of mountains viciously toward the crimson-furred giant. A sharp screeching sound pierced through the heavens, and the pair of mountains blurred before transforming into a pair of balls of light that vanished in a flash. The crimson-furred giant had become extremely panicked at the sight of Han Li and Daoist Xia, and it was already beginning to think of ways to escape. However, before it had a chance to do anything, Han Li had already unleashed his attack, and the giant immediately attempted to extricate itself from its battle against Xianxia, but it was already too late. Crimson light flashed violently from the giant's body, and a resounding boom suddenly rang out as the pair of extreme mountains re-emerged out of thin air before crashing directly toward it. A look of alarm and fury immediately appeared on the giant's face, and it didn't have time to summon its crimson Ws back to itself, so it could only transform the band of crimson light around itself into a massive crimson shield that was several tens of feet tall and around a foot thick. A pair of resounding booms rang out almost in unison, and the crimson shield was extremely powerful, but the pair of extreme mountains hurled with the extraordinary strength of the giant mountain ape was far too overwhelming for it to withstand. The first extreme mountain only faltered slightly upon striking the crimson shield, but countless thin cracks instantly appeared on the shield. By the time the second extreme mountain crashed into the first one, the crimson shield was instantly shattered without being able to offer any further resistance. Thus, the two extreme mountains hurtled directly toward the crimson-furred giant, whose face paled significantly as it let loose a thunderous roar. All of a sudden, the black runes surging around its arms suddenly transformed into a pair of black gauntlets, and it lashed out viciously at the oncoming pair of extreme mountains. At the same time, its body swelled drastically in size, and its aura was inflated by almost twofold as countless crimson threads erupted out of its fur in unison. It was clear that it had unleashed a secret technique that was burning through its latent potential as a final roll of the dice. A pair of dull thumps rang out, and in the instant the crimson-furred giant's fists struck the extreme mountains, they instantly exploded into two clouds of blood mist. The giant's entire body shuddered violently as it was sent flying backward involuntarily by the force of the impact, but the pair of extreme mountains instantly appeared on either side of the giant before mercilessly converging toward the middle. A massive rumbling boom erupted as the two extreme mountains crashed into one another, and a blood-curdling howl rang out before instantly being cut off. All of a sudden, four balls of light suddenly shot forth out of the blood mist between the pair of extreme mountains, then desperately fled in different directions. Those were none other than the nascent souls of the four spatial tempering stage devilish beings. It's too late to try and get away now. Han Li harumphed coldly as he thrust a giant furry palm toward the distance, and the space within a radius of around half a kilometer around the pair of extreme mountains warped violently from the force of his palm. The four nascent souls didn't even get a chance to cry out before they disintegrated into specks of spiritual light, and a faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he quickly reverted back to his human form. The surrounding Wood Tribe beings were completely dumbfounded by what they had just seen, and Fei Xiaoxi's reaction wasn't much different. The powerful foe that was on the verge of overwhelming her had been slain by Han Li in what seemed like the blink of an eye, and this was simply incredible for someone as proud as she was. However, just as she forced a smile onto her own face and was about to say something, a burst of buzzing suddenly rang out from within Han Li's sleeve. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he immediately released a ball of green light out of his sleeve, which landed in his hand and revealed itself to be a formation plate. He quickly pointed his finger at the formation plate a few times, following which he was immediately greeted by Chao Ji's panicked voice. "Bad news, Brother Han. 5 devilish beings suspected to be sacred ancestor clones have been detected nearby, and they're rapidly approaching our formation core. I've already activated all of the restrictions to slow them down, but I'm afraid it won't delay them for long. Have you taken care of the current set of enemies yet?" Fei Xiaoxi and the other Wood Tribe beings were greatly alarmed to hear this, and Han Li's expression also darkened slightly as he asked in a grim voice, "Rest assured, I've already taken care of the devilish beings here. Can you confirm that the approaching devilish beings are sacred ancestor clones and not just normal devilish lords?" "That's great to hear. Judging from the powers displayed by the 5 devilish beings, they should all be at the late body integration stage. Aside from sacred ancestor clones, there's no way that there would be such a large cluster of such powerful devilish beings. This group should be different from the ones that attacked the 3rd formation core. It seems that the devilish army really has deployed all of these clones to attack our 3 formation cores. Would you be able to stall them and buy me some time, Brother Han?" Chao Ji asked in an urgent yet hopeful voice. "Do you have something up your sleeve, fellow Daoist Chao?" Han Li asked as his eyes narrowed slightly. "If you can stall those sacred ancestor clones for an hour, I'll be able to absorb enough energy from the formation to use a secret technique that'll allow me to combine as one with the backup tree and unleash a powerful restriction to temporarily trap those sacred ancestor clones," Chao Ji hurriedly replied. If such a thing were possible, how was the 3rd formation core destroyed so quickly? Han Li asked with a hint of surprise in his voice. The sacred ancestor clones had arrived too quickly for the fellow Daoists at the 3rd formation core to use this secret technique, so they were overwhelmed before they could do anything, Chao Ji replied with a wry smile. "I see. Brother Xie and I will do our best to hold the sacred ancestor clones off for an hour. Teleport us to an area near them," Han Li replied with a faint smile. Chao Ji was greatly reinvigorated upon hearing this, and he was clearly very confident in the restriction. "All right, if you can buy me that much time, then I'll be able to protect this formation for sure. Fairy Fei, I'm sure you heard fellow Daoist Chao's message. Go back to protect the formation core and leave the sacred ancestor clones to Brother Xie and myself. You can all go back with her as well," Han Li said to Fei Xiaoxi and the Wood Tribe beings as he stowed his formation plate away. Fei Xiaoxi had only just recovered somewhat from her astonishment, and her expression changed a few times before she sighed. "All right, I'll leave everything to you and go back to protect Brother Chao then." Before Han Li could say anything in response, she immediately made a hand seal and flew away as a streak of light, followed closely by the Wood Tribe beings who had accompanied her. Han Li looked on at their departing figures with a calm expression, but a cold smile soon appeared on his face. 5 sacred ancestor clones. That'll be quite a handful. I'm sure other sacred ancestor clones will also get here soon. Let's go, Brother Xie. If we can kill all of these sacred ancestor clones, then I'm sure the morale of the devilish army will be severely dampened. As soon as his voice trailed off, Han Li waved a hand toward Daoist Xie, who instantly vanished on the spot before arriving beside Han Li. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted all around them, and countless specks of light converged to form a colorful formation beneath the duo. Han Li stood at the center of the formation and casually cast an incantation seal toward the edge, following which both of them were inundated by a flash of light and disappeared in a flash. Shortly after their departure, the colorful light formation also disintegrated amid a dull thump. High up in the air close to 100 kilometers away, 5 high-grade devilish beings in different attire had just laid waste to a restriction comprised of a sea of flames, and they were just about to advance onward when Han Li and Daoist suddenly appeared before them amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. The 5 devilish beings faltered slightly before cold smiles appeared on their faces, but they didn't attack right away, choosing to inspect Han Li's duo with intrigued expressions instead. Han Li also appraised the 5 devilish beings in an expressionless manner to find that there were 3 men and 2 women. One of the men was a heavily wrinkled green-robed elderly man with a pair of remarkably long eyes that were flashing with a cold light. The other 2 were both burly armored men with hideous features, giving off ferocious baleful auras. As for the 2 women, both of them were extremely beautiful. One of them was quite petite and gave off an indescribable sense of allure, while the other was quite tall and slender with a cold expression, and a pair of black feathered wings on her back. 2 late body integration stage beings. Who's going to take care of them? The green-robed elderly man was the first to break the silence. Time is of the essence. With each passing moment hundreds of our brethren are being killed, so leave these 2 to me and go on ahead. A golden-armored burly man with a pair of horns on his head replied before suddenly making a grabbing motion, upon which a giant black axe that was several tens of feet in length appeared in his grasp. All right, with your powers you should be able to take care of those 2 with no issues. Let's keep going, the elderly man replied with a nonchalant nod, then vanished as a gentle breeze. The other armored man had an extra eye on his glabella, and he stomped a foot onto the ground and vanished into thin air as a thick bolt of lightning, while the 2 devilish women exchanged a smiling glance before preparing to leave as well. Almost at the exact same moment, the axe-wielding burly man abruptly raised his giant axe before swinging it viciously toward Han Li and Daoist. An inky black blade projection that was several hundred feet in length was instantly unleashed, and it hurtled directly toward Han Li's duo like lightning, leaving a trail of white spatial cracks in its wake. None of you are getting away. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes as he made a hand seal, and a giant projection with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him amid a flash of brilliant golden light. The projection opened its 6 eyes, and a massive golden sword appeared in each of its hands before immediately being slashed through the air in unison. 6 golden sword projections instantly swept forth, then suddenly vanished into thin air in the blink of an eye. At this point the black axe projection had also arrived, and in response, Daoist stepped forward in a nonchalant manner, positioning himself in front of Han Li before raising a finger and casually pointing it at the oncoming axe projection. Chapter 2169, Battle of the Wood Tribe 8. A speck of golden light suddenly appeared on Daoist's fingertip, then instantly transformed into a golden ball of light with a diameter of around 10 feet. The black axe projection struck the ball of light in a completely soundless manner, but in the next instant, the ball of light flashed violently a few times before self-detonating, unleashing bursts of golden shockwaves that swept toward the axe projection in retaliation. Golden and black light intertwined, and the black axe projection was unable to advance any further. A look of surprise appeared on the golden armored man's face while a series of balls of golden light erupted out of thin air around Han Li, then shot forth in all directions as countless thin sword projections. Spatial fluctuations erupted within these sword projections, and a pair of humanoid figures were forced to reveal themselves. One of them had gusts of fierce winds revolving around his body to sweep away the oncoming sword projections, while the other was surrounded by arcs of lightning that eradicated all of the nearby sword projections with ease. These 2 were none other than the green-robed elderly man and the 3-eyed armored man. The 2 of them were clearly very surprised to have been forced out of thin air, and they immediately turned toward Han Li with vicious expressions. The 2 devilish women were also quite taken aback by this, and the 2 exchanged a surprised glance. You've got some backbone. Do you really think the 2 of you can contend with all 5 of us? Have you deluded yourselves into thinking that you're both Grand Ascension stage beings? Do you have a death wish? The green-robed elderly man harumphed coldly. I'm no Grand Ascension cultivator, but you're not true sacred ancestors either, so what do I have to fear? Han Li replied with a calm smile. What a big mouth you have. Fellow Daoists, it looks like we'll have to take care of him before we can continue onward. Let's kill him together, then continue on our way, the elderly man said as a cold light flashed through his eyes. Even though he didn't know why Han Li was so confident, a hint of peril had suddenly welled up in his heart, and he knew that he couldn't treat Han Li lightly. Don't stick your noses into this battle. These two are my opponents. Do you really think I can't take care of a pair of body integration stage beings? The golden-armored man roared with a furious expression. His four companions were just about to spring into action, but they couldn't help but falter slightly upon hearing this. Brother Nyo, have you forgotten the orders we received? The outcome of this battle hinges on our success. This is no time for you to be throwing a fit. If we lose this battle because of you, then you'll have to answer to our masters, the elderly man threatened in a cold voice as his expression darkened slightly. The golden-armored man shuddered upon hearing this before quickly forcing a smile onto his own face. Forgive me for getting so worked up, Brother Shi. I'm well aware of how important mission is. In that case, let's strike together. These two seem to have some tricks up their sleeves, so it would be best to kill them as quickly as possible. Han Li was left feeling rather speechless at the sight of how quickly the golden-armored man's attitude had shifted, but the elderly man was completely unsurprised to see this. Instead, he issued an instruction in a completely expressionless manner, and the 5 devilish beings instantly surrounded Han Li's duo. The 5 of them appeared to be moving slowly, but all of them had prepared vast amounts of magic power, and were no longer hiding their fearsome auras. So they really are all sacred ancestor clones. Brother Xia, how many of them can you take on? Han Li asked as his eyes narrowed slightly. I can kill 2 or trap 3, Daoist Xia replied nonchalantly as if he were merely talking about the weather. All right, then I'll leave 3 of them to you and take on the remaining 2, Han Li replied without any hesitation. No problem, Daoist Xia replied. You two sure dare to talk big. Take this. The golden-armored man was furious upon hearing what was being said, and a mountainous cow-head projection instantly appeared behind him amid a flash of black light, following which he hoisted his massive black axe before swinging it viciously toward Han Li again. This attack was different from the previous one in that on this occasion, thousands of axe projections were unleashed, all of which had black devilish chi revolving around them and were directed straight toward Han Li's duo. The golden-armored man's actions seemed to have ignited the killing intent in the hearts of the other devilish beings, and they all attacked at once. A fierce look appeared on the elderly man's face as he swept his sleeves through the air, releasing 2 swarms of bright red poisonous hornets, each of which was around the size of a finger. These hornets were all giving off a pungent rank odor, and they flew rapidly toward Han Li and Daoist Xia as soon as they were released. Meanwhile, the 3-eyed devilish being made a hand seal, and the 3rd eye on his glabella sprang open, revealing red, yellow and green light swirling within his pupils before 3 dazzling pillars of light were unleashed. The pillars of light reached Daoist Xia in a soundless manner in a flash, and at the same time, the petite devilish woman rubbed her hands together before raising them in unison, releasing countless pink threads of light that converged to form a massive pink net before descending from above. Accompanying the net was a faint fragrance, and upon inhaling this scent, even Han Li was feeling rather lightheaded, which was rather alarming to him. As for the final winged devilish woman, she flapped her wings gently, and specks of black light appeared behind her amid a burst of glacial chi. The woman harumphed coldly as the specks of black light shot forth, transforming into black ice spikes mid-flight, taking up almost half of the entire sky with their massive numbers. In the face of this string of attacks, a loud thunderclap erupted behind Han Li, and a pair of translucent wings appeared on his back amid a flash of lightning. He then let loose a low cry as he abruptly flapped his wings, and he instantly vanished on the spot amid a loud thunderclap. Thus, Daoist Xia was the only one left at the center of all of the attacks, but he merely disregarded the oncoming barrage as he took a step forward. Golden light flashed from his body, following which a dense golden light barrier appeared around him, and the light barrier was immediately inundated by the pillars of light, axe projections, ice spikes, and the pink net of threads. Resounding booms rang out relentlessly as dazzling lights intertwined, and the surrounding space warped violently as astonishing shockwaves swept forth in all directions. The two swarms of red hornets didn't dare to approach the epicenter of the clashes and could only unleash streaks of crimson light from afar, further contributing to the assault. However, the golden light barrier seemed to be an impregnable fortress, and it didn't waver in the slightest in the face of the ferocious attacks raining down upon it. Meanwhile, Daoist Xia stood completely still within the golden light barrier, adopting a passive stance without displaying any intention of retaliating. The 5 devilish beings were stunned to see this, and their expressions darkened significantly. Right at this moment, an arc of silver light flashed up above alongside a burst of spatial fluctuations, and Han Li emerged amid a loud thunderclap. He cast his gaze down below, and a cold smile appeared on his face as he made a hand seal to summon his Provenance True Devil projection again. As soon as the giant projection appeared, it thrust its 6 palms downward in unison, and a ball of golden light comprised of countless golden runes appeared in the palm of each of its hands. A cold look appeared on the winged devilish woman's face upon seeing this, and she flapped her wings viciously upward in unison. 2 streaks of that were over 100 feet in length instantly appeared before sweeping up toward Han Li, and at the same time, the elderly man raised a thin and wizened palm upward. The palm extended out of his sleeve with purple light flashing incessantly around it, and a massive purple claw projection that was around an acre in size instantly appeared beneath Han Li before grabbing toward him with ferocious might. These sacred ancestor clones were truly far more powerful than normal devilish lords, and devastating attacks were directed toward Han Li as soon as he emerged from his lightning teleportation. The other 3 devilish lords hadn't attacked him, but that wasn't because they hadn't detected his presence. They were merely of the opinion that the elderly man and winged woman would be enough to take care of Han Li. Han Li was quite elated to see this, and he immediately injected his spiritual power into his Provenance True Devil projection in a frenzy. Brilliant golden light immediately erupted from the projection, and the balls of light in its hands swelled drastically in size before being hurled downward in unison. Chapter 2170. Battle of the Wood Tribe 9. The 6 golden balls of light quickly combined as one in mid-air, then transformed into a giant golden vortex. Initially, the vortex was only several tens of feet in size, but as it rapidly rotated, it swelled drastically in area, inflating to cover around an acre. Countless golden and silver runes surged out of the vortex alongside a burst of enormous force, and as soon as the 2 streaks of black light came into contact with the vortex, they were drawn into it by a burst of tremendous suction force before being destroyed. The giant purple claw projection also faltered in the face of the obstruction posed by the countless golden and silver runes, and during this split-second delay, the golden vortex swelled once again by close to half its original size. The air around the giant claw projection immediately tightened, and it was as if a massive mountain were crashing down upon it. The claw projection began to tremor violently in the face of this astonishing force, and it appeared to be on the brink of destruction. At the same time, the 5 devilish beings down below also felt the air around them tighten as they were immobilized by a burst of invisible power. The 5 devilish beings faltered initially upon sensing this before immediately flaring up with rage. Cries of fury instantly rang out as all types of light and devilish chi erupted from the bodies of the 5 devilish beings to escape from the restrictive force. Yet just as they were about to break free, a peculiar smile appeared on Han Li's face. At the same time he made a hand seal before abruptly flapping his wings, and an astonishing thunderclap rang out as countless arcs of silver lightning surged out of his wings in a frenzy, then converged to form a pair of massive balls of lightning. Han Li then pointed a finger down at the green-robed elderly man and the winged woman, and the 2 balls of lightning instantly vanished amid a resounding boom. In the next instant, a loud thunderclap erupted as the 2 balls of lightning emerged right in front of the elderly man and winged woman, and countless arcs of silver lightning sprang forth to form a pair of lightning formations. The elderly man and winged woman were each situated at the center of one of the formations. These are teleportation formations. The elderly man's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and a burst of scorching purple flames erupted from his body, instantly nullifying the restrictive force acting upon him. Immediately thereafter, his body blurred as he attempted to escape the lightning formation, but right at this moment, a cold harumph rang out from above, and a burst of excruciating pain instantly speared through the elderly man's head. Even though he was far more powerful than the average body integration cultivator, he still threw his hands over his own head involuntarily, and his body swayed as if he were on the verge of falling. During this split-second delay, the lightning formation was activated, and the elderly man vanished amid a flash of lightning. The winged woman had also been teleported away by the lightning formation beneath her feet, and a smile appeared on Han Li's face as he flapped his wings again, releasing countless arcs of lightning to form another shimmering silver lightning formation. After that, he stepped into the formation and disappeared in a flash, following which the golden vortex disintegrated amid a dull thump. Only then did the remaining 3 devilish beings escape from the restrictive force, and all of them wore expressions of shock and fury. However, the petite woman's expression quickly eased slightly as she said, "They haven't been teleported too far away. I can sense that they're still within 10,000 kilometers of us. If we want to reunite with them, we'll be able to do so very quickly." That's good to hear. It's a good thing that you can directly communicate with our other fellow Daoists using your secret technique. Otherwise, we'd all be very concerned. The golden armored man's expression also eased slightly upon hearing this. The 3-eyed devilish man was clearly also very relieved to hear this. Yet right at this moment an earth-shattering boom suddenly erupted nearby. The golden light barrier that was facing the barrage of attacks suddenly exploded as a ball of golden light. Countless streaks of golden light shot forth at once, destroying all of the nearby attacks before piercing into the swarm of red hornets up above in a flash. Countless hornets were instantly killed by the streaks of golden light, with only just over 100 fortunate survivors, all of which immediately scattered in a panicked manner. At the same time, a terrifying aura that struck one with a sense of asphyxiation erupted into the heavens, following which a mountainous golden crab emerged within the golden light. That's the holy crab from the devilish origin sea. It's a faux immortal puppet as powerful as a sacred ancestor. What is it doing here? The golden armored man and petite woman were stunned by the sight of Daoist Xie's true form, and they immediately began to retreat with horrified expressions as devilish qi surged out of their bodies. It was clear that they were preparing to flee as soon as the giant golden crab made a move. The 3-eyed devilish being displayed no intention to flee, but he was also clearly quite astonished. However, a burst of radiance then flashed through his 3 eyes, upon which a peculiar look appeared on his face. "It seems that you've all seen me in the past. I'll make things simple for you. If the 3 of you wait here until fellow Daoist Han concludes his battle against your companions, then I won't attack you for now. Otherwise, I'll be forced to step in," the giant golden crab said. The petite woman and golden armored man's faces paled upon hearing this, and they immediately faltered in their retreat. "There's no need to be afraid, fellow Daoists. This holy crab's aura is nowhere near what it had been back in the devilish origin sea, and it's currently not even at the grand ascension stage. It seems that this faux immortal puppet's cultivation base has been severely debilitated for some reason, so the 3 of us should be able to face it," the 3-eyed devilish being yelled as he abruptly patted a leather pouch hanging from his waist. A burst of rainbow light swept forth from the opening of the pouch, following which 3 translucent jade-like skeletons appeared before him. Each of the skeletons held a white bone shield in one hand and a bone hammer in the other, and they were arranged in a row next to one another. All of the skeletons were giving off mid-body integration stage auras. A hint of surprise appeared in the petite woman's eyes and she hurriedly asked, "Are you sure there's something wrong with this golden crab? Fellow Daoist Ming has cultivated the treasured dermic eyes, so I'm sure his judgment is reliable. This holy crab won't let us escape anyway, so as opposed to resigning ourselves to being divided and conquered, we may as well join forces to challenge it," the golden armored man said with a hint of killing intent in his eyes as he tightened his grip around the shaft of his axe. "I had heard rumors that the golden crab had been taken away by a human. I didn't think that I would encounter it here. Seeing as both of you are willing to oppose it, I'll do my best as well," the petite woman said after a brief hesitation. "All right, even if we can't defeat this holy crab, we'll definitely be able to stall it for now. Once our fellow Daoists take care of that human cultivator, the 5 of us will be able to join forces and destroy this faux immortal puppet as well," the 3-eyed devilish being said in a confident voice. "I certainly hope so," the petite woman replied with a wry smile. The woman recalled that the human cultivator who had taken away the golden crab seemed to be quite powerful, but due to the fact that she had been situated in the spirit realm this entire time, the news that she had received from the holy realm was rather lacking in detail. As such, she merely regarded those rumors as hyperbole and didn't pay them any heed. Alright, seeing as we've arrived at a consensus, let's attack together. The golden-armored man guffawed as he opened his mouth to expel a mouthful of blood essence onto his own axe. The blood essence scattered into a cloud of blood mist that instantly vanished into the axe, and the golden-armored man began to chant something, upon which the giant axe quickly turned a bright red color. The axe was then hurled up into the air, and it vanished into space as a streak of crimson light. In the next instant, the sound of rumbling thunder and howling wind rang out as dark clouds converged from out of nowhere, making the entire sky pitch black. A thick silver snake flashed through the air, and a mountainous crimson axe could be seen within the dark clouds. It was several thousand feet in length with wisps of devilish chi emanating from it, and it was giving off an extremely fearsome aura. The three-eyed devilish being and the petite woman exchanged a glance upon seeing this before springing into action as well. The three skeletons in front of the three-eyed devilish being blurred, following which they appeared around the giant golden crab in a triangular formation. They raised their bone shields in defense, then immediately swung their bone hammers through the air. A burst of ghostly howls instantly erupted from the three hammers alongside fierce black chi, and around a dozen giant tentacles were manifested before sweeping viciously toward the giant crab. Meanwhile, the petite woman opened her mouth to release a shimmering silver gourd, and she pointed a finger at it, upon which a vast expanse of pink light surged forth to manifest a series of pink devilish crows. These crows had golden beaks and silver eyes, creating a very peculiar sight to behold. The petite woman let loose a sharp cry, and the flock of crows was instantly mobilized. In response to all of this, the giant golden crab merely raised its pair of massive pincers, and countless arcs of silver lightning surged out of its body amid a loud thunderclap, forming a huge net of lightning around itself. At the same time, lightning converged toward its pair of pincers, and a pair of massive balls of lightning that were as large as houses were created. Thus, a fierce battle commenced between Daoist Xian and the three devils. Close to 10,000 kilometers away, Han Li was standing in midair between a pair of mountains with a faint smile on his face. The golden projection behind him had already taken on a substantial form, and there were 72 small azure swords surging through the